It was days after the battle with the Green Man, the park still a mess, when the lady came to us in a state that my grandmother would have called a tizzy. She was holding a scroll, Tobias clapping at her heels, and she looked at us as if she were holding a viper instead of a parchment. "Brandylow, listen," she said, clapping her hands as she put the scroll under her arm. "We need to get this place in order." She looked around at the carnage that still needed to be set to right, and looked distinctly worried. "Randolph, come with me and bring your deputy. I quite like his counsel." Randy stood, looking at me for nearly a minute before I realized I was who she was talking about. "Me?" I said, almost amused. "Guess you got a promotion," he said, indicating I should follow her. She was waiting for us by the lily pond, pacing nervously. "Randolph, I need the garden in perfect order before the new moon." "I done told you my name's not Randolph, it's Randy. What's this all about anyway? It's a lot of work in less than a week." The lady looked like she might yell at Randy, but Tobias put a hand on her shoulder and said something quietly to her. The lady nodded, moving over to the pool to talk to some of her helpers. They were working on something of their own, and it seemed that we were forgotten for the moment. "Forgive her, she's under a lot of stress." "It's understandable. We're all under a lot of pressure. What's all this about?" Randy asked. "Do you recall when we spoke about the Fey courts?" Tobias asked, looking back at her as she moved about fitfully. "Yeah, you said they was dangerous." "They are, but one of them is coming here. Titania heard about our recent skirmish and wants to meet with the lady." Randy tried to keep his cool, but it was hard to miss the gulp. "Why would she do that? And why didn't she come to help us if she was so damn concerned?" Tobias rolled his eyes. "I've already told you, Titania wouldn't risk so much against Winter, not at the height of their power. Anyway, Titania is coming to see the park, and the lady, and she'll be expecting a feast. Sack of cheeseburgers from the McDonald's ought to be enough, after all their help in the battle." Tobias breathed in deeply, clearly trying to keep his tongue in check. "Listen very carefully, Randy. It doesn't matter how much or how little anyone helped in the Winter War. We will not spurn Titania. To do so would be very dangerous. Titania could sweep us off the board with a thought, and the lady is beholden to her. We will cook her a feast. We will serve her, and you will not say anything that might in any way anger her." "And if I do," Randy said curtly, "then you will be destroyed, and there will be nothing that the lady can do about it." Randy thought about that for a minute, before nodding and asking what he could do to help. "We will assemble a banquet area near the lily pond. You will go and gather the Brandylow and put them into groups. One to set up, one to cook the meal, and one to finish cleaning the park. You got 3 days. Do your best." Randy sighed and shook his head. "Always so much nonsense. Sometimes I miss just working a normal 9 to 5. That was a lie. None of us missed the grind, but as we both turned to go, Tobias called my name. "The lady has decided that you will be given the title of deputy to Randy here. This is your mark of office. Don't lose it." He handed me a polished wooden stick with a metal head on it, just like the one Randy had received. "Cool. Looks like you got a promotion, kid." I wasn't sure what the difference was, but Randy put me to work straight away. There were essentials to buy, menus to assemble, and all manner of other things to do. The next 3 days went by in a blur, and I found myself moving like a whirlwind. Randy told me to take over the cooking crew, and I was suddenly going into town to get things that we couldn't grow in the park. Titania's court would expect a feast fit for a queen, and I brought more meat than I'd ever seen in my whole life. I was a little worried at first, not wanting to put people off with my appearance, but Tobias waved it off when I asked him about it. He had just handed me a list of items they would need from the butcher, a list as long as my arm, and I had never even heard of some of the things there. "Won't I startle people when they see, well, all this?" I said, holding up a hoof. Tobias waved a hand. "They won't see it." "How? I'm hairy as a Sasquatch." Yes, but normal people can't see that. I must have looked dumbfounded because he laughed at me. I swear, haven't you wondered why none of the guests have commented on your appearance? Normal people just see us as regular folk. Oh, sure, we look a little prettier, a little more handsome, but they don't see us as anything strange unless we spend a lot of time in their company. A brandylow possesses a certain amount of glamour, and it's how we move about without being noticed. I took the list and went to get started, contemplating what he had told me. I guess there was more to being a brandylow than I had thought, and it was like learning something new every day. The butcher raised an eyebrow at me when I brought him the list, and who could blame him? The list contained amounts of meat that would have seemed odd outside of a king's pantry. They wanted hams, 3 turkeys, a brace of quail, whatever that was, and an assortment of gourmet meats for other things. There were equally long lists for the grocer as well, and the old lady at Ingalls laughed at me when I handed it to her. I ended up going to Walmart for the stuff they didn't have, and it was a good thing I'd driven the big truck because the cab was packed with vegetables and meats and other assorted delicacies. The other brandylow handled the prep work, the older ones instructing the younger ones on how to prepare for a royal visit. Some of them, the ones that had been around before the lady was turned to stone, recalled other times when Queen Titania and her court had come to call, and Missy, the oldest of the brandylow in the park, told us about the gala of 1890 that she had attended as the lady's handmaiden. It was the most magical thing I'd ever seen. Her court is like nothing you've ever imagined. I was raised in the final years of Rome. I know what grand parties look like, but this was beyond anything I had ever seen. The lights are clouds of fairies. The food is like nothing that you've seen before. The wine flows like water. The members of the court are dressed in fabrics so light they might be clouds, materials that turn them into trees or rivers or mythical beasts. They held their revels for days, days where the sun neither rose or fell, and they were merry times indeed. I found myself sitting more than anything, watching the cooks work and directing their efforts. They all seemed to see the stick and know instinctively that I had the backing of the lady. I wondered if it were enchanted somehow. Even the grumpiest of brandylow, the ones who had treated me like a kid before, were now unquestioning of my orders. I was a little amazed at first, but over time I got used to it. I still had to answer to Randy, not that I minded, and as the cooking finished, I found it was evening of the 3rd day. Time really did fly when you had something to do, it seemed. We brought the food out to the banquet area, and I was amazed at what the lady had accomplished with the help of her attendants, and Tobias, of course. A new growth of trees held up a series of chandeliers, each of them accompanied by clusters of fairy lights. Ornate silver tables were set up everywhere, the food going onto a huge bronze construction that looked like a giant picnic table. There were fountains that appeared to be gushing wine or champagne perhaps, and the grass was thick underfoot, save for a stone dance floor near the bandstand. Some of the brandylow had gathered there with instruments, and had to stop myself from snickering at their little tuxes. The hair poked out of their finery in odd places, and they looked quite a sight. "There you are," Randy said, and I had to cover my mouth with a hand as I caught sight of him. Randy was draped out in a toga. The red worked through the piping, probably signifying something, and his head was adorned with a wreath of golden leaves. He sniffed. "Laugh it up, kid. There's one for you, too." He handed me a garment bag, and I saw there was a crisp white toga inside that one as well. The piping was red on mine as well, and when Tobias approached, I saw he was dressed similarly, though his piping was blue on white. I figured the colors had to mean something, but I didn't want to look foolish for asking. Red was probably for security, I supposed, and Tobias's blue might mean something more scholarly. "Get in your toga," Tobias hissed, pushing me towards the bandstand. "They'll be here any minute." "Why have I got to get all dressed up?" I asked, trying to figure out how to get the thing on without looking silly. I'm a nobody. Tobias watched me struggle for a few minutes before throwing up his hands and stepping in to help. You aren't a nobody, and you shouldn't say such things regardless. You're a deputy to the head of security. In my day, it would have been like being the second to the head of the Queen's Guard. You hold power. Don't doubt it, and certainly don't abuse it. The lady likes you quite a lot. She trusts you, as she does Randy, and she's spoken quite highly of your acumen and your bravery. I don't have to tell you not to make a scene, as I did Randy, and you have a level head that would be useful during times of unrest and times of growth. Carry yourself well tonight, and don't doubt that you deserve to be here. The sound of trumpets made him stiffen, and when he turned back to the banquet area, I saw a group of armored men and women approaching. They're early. Come on, we need to get in position. The Brandylow had stopped where they were, watching as the armored group walked in tight formation. They bore standards of blooming trees, a proud sun, and a field in summer, and amidst there were other banners that were too numerous to make out. Their armor was the color of the growing season, burnished greens and golds, yellow like a summer sun, brown as deep as the earth, and all of it tromping through our garden as seamlessly as any organized display. There were about 30 of the armored knights, and behind them, riding on snow-white horses, came the court. Missy hadn't done them justice. They were dressed in fabrics I had no words to describe, in colors that I had no name for, and it appeared that some of them had simply taken pieces of the sky. They looked like birds, like animals, like plants, like nothing at all. I'm doing a bad job of this, but it's hard to explain creatures from outside your own reality. There were ladies with 2 big eyes riding side saddle, men with pointed ears and high cheekbones, and several on foot that were likely pages or squires. They were so alien, so lovely, and I felt moved to supplication in a way that I had never experienced. Tobias put a hand on my shoulder, grounding me a little, and that was when I saw her. Amidst the court, riding something akin to one of those Anheuser-Busch horses that pull the cart in the commercials, came the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, though I would never have said as much within the lady's hearing. She rode side saddle, her gown trailing behind her like a field in midsummer. Her hair was long and sleek, simultaneously blonde and brown somehow, and her inquisitive green eyes seemed to look everywhere at once. She wore no armor, no weapons, and seemed to need them less than a daisy needs a lance. She could only be Titania, and it seemed that Shakespeare hadn't done her justice. There was a bearded warrior riding beside her. Oberon, perhaps. And when the procession stopped, a handsome youth came forward and unfurled a scroll. Queen Titania, matriarch of spring and summer, ruler of the bounty, bringer of the warmth, dispeller of the cold, mother of ease, bids you welcome her and her folk to your humble court. I wasn't sure what to say. Randy seemed equally as speechless, but we were saved the trouble by the emergence of our mistress. The pale lady, mistress of strange, champion of summer, bringer of the warm, dispeller of the cold, an enemy of the winter lord, entreats her lady to be at ease and enjoy the bounty set for her by this, her humble servant. Titania's lips stretched into a full and sumptuous smile as she slid from her horse and glided towards the lady. The two embraced, kissing each other on the cheek before she called for her company to be at ease. Those on horseback, the court, mingled freely in the garden, but the knights spread out around the perimeter, keeping a guard over Titania and her assembled court. "Come on," Tobias said, directing Randy and me to stand beside the lady. "Do not speak unless spoken to, and for the lady's sake, please do not embarrass her." We were herded over to stand beside the lady, and as Titania took us all in, she seemed unsure of our numbers. "So few, my lady. You had thrice the number of advisors the last time I saw you." The pale lady bowed low, her own dress an airy-looking piece that reminded me of the lily pond that she had stood above when we first met her. "My court is still rebuilding, my queen. I lay dormant for so long, and many of my retainers were scattered in my absence." Queen Titania nodded as if this were the most reasonable answer she'd ever heard. She offered the lady a hand, and my mistress was more than happy to lead her to her place of honor. "I smelled your table when we came through the gates, my dear, and it has made me ravenous. Let us proceed with the festivities." When Mark flopped down beside me in the chair one evening, I knew something had happened. Mark, as many of you will remember, is the fellow who works the switchboard on night shifts for Kashmir Medical. He's about my age, also going to college, and most days it seems like he's just trying to make it through another year so that he can take one more step towards his bachelor's degree. Mark's pursuing a BA in systems analysis and network security, the kind of thing that could easily get him a transition into the IT department of the hospital. The IT guys would love to have him too, but Mark's still got 2 more years before he can even think about leaving the switchboard. Tonight, however, he looks like he might be thinking about throwing in the towel early. "I swear, I don't know how much more of this I can take." I hit save on the document I'd been working on and turned to give him my full attention. Mark was pretty steadfast, and when he started making statements like that, it was best to take it seriously. "What's up?" "It's been a bad night, all on its own. 2 drunks, a domestic that turned into a battery that I had to transfer to the police, 2 doctors that have called to yell at me for not being able to reach their lazy employees, and the calls from 3 North are getting more frequent." Ah, yes, the mysterious calls from 3 North's guest phone. The calls have been going on for as long as I've been working here, and they preceded one of Mark's crazier stories. Last year, his sister had been in a terrible incident involving the groundskeeper of a sleepaway camp she was staying at. The guy who had snatched her had turned out to be a real sadist, and she could have very easily been one of his many victims, if a mysterious phone call hadn't come in to warn him in the wee hours of the night. That was how the police had finally caught the guy, and Mark had been listening a little closer for weirdness after that. That was probably why he had been catching so many more of the calls from 3 North. 3 North had started its life as a maternity floor. It had been built specifically for OBGYN, but when the larger space on the 2nd floor had become available, it had been turned into a long-stay unit. This is where more than one patient was sent to either die or get better, and a lot of them ended up just dying. There were a lot of weird stories about 3 North, but this was the one that I heard about the most, since Mark and I were friends. Not a night went by that he didn't get at least one weird call from the guest phone up there, and it seemed that these numbers were on the rise. Has it changed any? No, it just says "I love my baby Jackie," and then hangs up. The problem is, sometimes it's once a night, sometimes it's once an hour, but lately, it's gotten a lot worse. He sat back in the rolly chair, picking up a cup as he filled it with coffee from the thermos on my desk. I wanted to sarcastically tell him to help himself, but I felt like maybe he needed something to settle him a little. It wouldn't be so bad, but after Miss Mary retired last month, we got a new supervisor. Mr. Gorbitz is really riding my ass about call volume, and apparently I'm missing calls because this number is calling so often. It's driving my call volume way down, and I don't know what to do about it. "They're calling that much?" I asked skeptically. "Tonight alone, they've been calling every 5 minutes. Last night it was every 10. "Why not just hang up on them?" I suggested. "If I hang up on them, they call back, and the volume usually increases. Sometimes I don't even get a chance to get out of the call before they've called again. If I hang up too much, the guy on the other end starts to sound really rattled too. A couple of nights ago I was just hanging up on them as soon as I got them, but eventually something opened the call on my computer and he screamed his usual message into my ear. Scared the hell out of me. Spilled my coffee all over myself. After that, I've been letting him say his piece. It It's getting to be too much, and I don't know how to make it stop." I listened, I commiserated, but I knew there wasn't a lot I could do about it. I did, however, decide it might be worth a little bit of investigation. Who knows, it might be something nice for my book in the end. I started by talking to some of the OB nurses who had been working on the 3rd floor when it was still active. Most of them had different stories. Stories about voices from empty rooms, stories about weird feelings of being watched when you went into certain corridors. But none of them had ever heard of someone making weird phone calls on the 3rd floor. The phrase didn't seem to mean anything to them either. Not until I got to Nurse Robinson. Nurse Robinson was a 35-year vet who refused to retire. She shook her head at my questions right up until I told her what the caller had been saying. She'd heard the stories, everyone had, but this was clearly the first time she had heard this part of it. The message was something only the switchboard operators really knew about, and it seemed to spark a memory. It couldn't be. It's so long ago. Why would he still be hanging around? I asked who she was talking about, and she seemed more than happy to fill me in. Carter Mason. His wife gave birth on the 3rd floor about 20 years ago. That was a bad year, and it was honestly one of the arguments for moving to the 2nd floor. I must have looked confused because she elaborated. The 2nd floor had been equipped with the new security doors, and Mr. Mason was part of our argument to management. Jacqueline Mason came onto the wing in the early part of 2001, I guess, and Carter was insistent that he stay by her side. He seemed like a nice man, always attentive to what she needed. I guess she disagreed, because pretty soon we were told that he wasn't allowed on the ward. Jacqueline had made accusations of abuse, but the police didn't seem to be able to find any evidence that what she was saying was true, not enough to keep him in jail. So while he wasn't allowed on the wing, Mr. Mason came to the phone in the lobby to call her several times a day. I sat right there at my desk and listened to him beg his wife to tell the truth. He wanted to see his daughter. He wanted to see his wife, but she wouldn't budge. It would later come out after the fact that she had been cheating on him, and there was some questions of the child's paternity. Mr. Mason wouldn't hear any of that, though. He was convinced that the baby was his. And he often told her how he loved his baby, Jackie. He deteriorated pretty quickly, climbing into a bottle and just never getting out. He never got violent, never mistreated staff, but I've seen him stumble in drunk and call her on the phone before security could make it up to escort him out, at least. The doors opened then, and she looked up as a husband pushed his wife and baby out in a wheelchair, a nurse keeping a little distance between them as she carried her bag. Even after she finally left, Mr. Mason still stumbled up to 3 North and tried to call her. He called random rooms begging to see his baby, and after a while, he would call 4 or 5 rooms just to tell the residents how he loved his baby before hanging up and calling another. We couldn't do much except call security and try to get him to leave before he disturbed too many residents. Sometimes he would come in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, but only once did he stumble up here after dark, and that was the last time. She closed her eyes as if remembering it made her a little queasy, but decided to press on. I came into work one morning and they had the area around the guest phones corded off with police tape. Carpet was stained for weeks, and maintenance was finally forced to cut the section out and replace it. He had stumbled in around 1, somehow making it past the front desk, and when the switchboard wouldn't transfer him to any of the rooms after hours, he called them one last time and told them exactly what they'd been hearing all these years, that he loved his baby, Jackie. Then he killed himself right here at the phone banks. They wheeled him from the 3rd floor straight to the morgue, but it appeared he left a little something behind when he was gone. I thanked her for her story, but it made me wonder why he decided to stay. So many spirits seemed to be tied to this place, and few of them had happy endings. What was it about this place that led people to trap themselves here, I wondered. Was it the nature of a hospital? A location often hanging between the material and the hereafter? Maybe some kind of darkness that hung about the place. Either way, my book was picking up quite a few tales like this, and it all felt related somehow or another. When Mark came by a few nights later, both of us having some time off in the interim, he looked tired. It was clear that he had spent his off time obsessing over the calls, and the trouble he would be in if he didn't get his call volume up. He listened intently to my story, but I could tell it wasn't really what he was looking for. "I'm glad you've discovered another story for your book," Mark said a little snappishly, "but it still doesn't help me fix my call volume. I need to get them to stop calling." "Are the calls still coming in every few minutes?" I asked. "Yeah. In fact, I asked Roger if he would just leave his computer signed in so I could mute his mic and answer the weird calls with his computer. Sure, I'll hear about it tomorrow, but if they want a call volume, then they'll get it when I don't have to answer one on my phone." I looked up as the thunder rumbled from outside, watching the lightning dance behind the glass of the lobby doors. "Have you asked Carl to look into it? Are you sure it isn't just kids playing pranks or something?" Mark rolled his eyes. "If this is kids, then they're committed, and they've been playing this game since they were toddlers. I've had him go up there before, but he never finds anything. He never leaves his office these days anyway. He's watching old security tapes, trying to find something to lead him to that guy in the red scrubs." That surprised me. I knew I hadn't seen Carl in a couple of weeks, other than the incident with the Scarecrow men that had happened a few weeks ago. But I just figured he was working on an audit or something. It seemed I'd been right, though the audit was self-imposed. I needed to check in on him more often, but I'd been a little preoccupied as of late. "Well, what if I went up there and had a look when I get my break later?" Mark thought about it, nodding as he considered. "That could work. They call so frequently that you could probably see if anything's happening with the phone." I looked at the board by the wall and saw that 3 North was currently closed due to lack of residents, something that happened from time to time, and it would be unoccupied till Monday. I told Mark I would call him when I went on break, and he went back to the switchboard a little less stressed. It was the most I could do for him, really. The problem was outside my ability to fix, but not beyond other forces, it seemed. It was 1:30 before a very disheveled Carl came to give me a break. He looked a mess, unshaven and stained, and I wondered if he had gone home much in the past few weeks. I didn't think he had, but he didn't seem to want to talk about it. He told me to take my break, but not to take too long. "I found a new lead, and I really want to see where it goes." I told him I'd hurry, and after buying a sandwich from the vending machine in the break room, I made my way up to the 3rd floor. 3 South was still bustling despite the time, but 3 North was shadowy and quiet. The corridor was lit only by the emergency lights, and the doors were open and yawning like waiting mouths. I wondered what I would do if I heard the mysterious voices you so often heard about in this place, and I supposed that Carl would have to watch my desk for the rest of the night. Few people came back after hearing those voices, and I kept my eyes on the prize as I made for the phones by the nurse's station. Mark picked up on the 3rd ring, telling me I had excellent timing. "He just called a few minutes ago, and they've been coming in every few minutes since I got back." As the bank of phones came into view, I saw all 3 sitting placidly in their cradles. They weren't pay phones, but they looked similar. They would ring into the switchboard when you picked them up, so the operator could connect you to your desired room, if it was within visiting hours, that was. The little screens on them were lit up, but as I got closer, I could see that the one on the end was calling out. That was weird, since it was securely in the cradle, and I assumed this must be where all the trouble was coming from. The thunder rumbled outside, shaking the building a little as I came shakily towards the phone. There was no outward sign of anything weird. The phone wasn't floating or anything, and There was no ethereal voice from around the phone, but it was still strange that the phone was making a call at all. The lights flickered a little as the lightning struck again, and I could hear the storm beginning to rage outside. It wasn't rare to get rain at the end of winter, but this kind of intensity was a little unnerving. This felt more like a particularly loud summer rainstorm, and as my hands settled around the handset, I felt a shock from the metal arc over my fingers. I picked up the receiver before I could lose my nerve and set it to my ear, hearing the static on the other end as it fought against the woof, 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 woof of the fan in Mark's office. "Hello?" I half whispered, waiting to hear something. Instead of coming from the phone, the words seemed to slide into my ear like a rotten eel. "I love my baby, Jackie." At that moment, the biggest lightning strike yet hit outside, and the emergency lights went out as I was left in complete darkness with the phone pressed against my ear. There was a smell suddenly, a smell of burnt plastic and old gears, and the phone in my hand became very hot. I let it drop, swinging on its metal umbilicus to bump against the wall, and as the lights came back on, I had a brief flash of a crazed figure as he bent at the waist to grab the receiver. The hunched figure looked absolutely insane as it noticed me, and when the lights dispelled it, I was left breathing hard in the middle of the hall, sitting on the scratchy carpet in the hallway of 3 North. The storm lasted well into the next day, but the benefits were a little more immediate. Mark reported that the calls had stopped. The board had been shaky when it came back up, the lightning having knocked the servers out for a few minutes, and it took an hour of listening to the concerned internal calls before he realized that he hadn't heard the strange call in that whole time. The strange calls hadn't come back the next night either, and David solved that mystery for us the night after that. He and I were talking when Mark came to give me the news, and he told us that the whole bank of phones on 3 North had been fried when the lightning struck. They were old anyway, and it's a wonder they didn't go before now. Management sees no reason to fix them, so I guess they'll just go by the wayside. Mark has since reported that the phone calls come in every now and again from different phones in the hospital, but it's back to being once or twice a month as opposed to every day. So, if you use the courtesy phones at Kashmir Medical, be careful to check that it isn't in use. You never know when a certain spirit might be trying to reach out to his baby. Hey guys, it's me again, back with more of my travel diaries. I heard how much you guys liked my trip to Maine, so I figured I'd share my latest travels with you. I was in Arizona, taking in a local festival, when my editor asked me if I would investigate a mesa about 3 hours away. I wasn't really on board. I'd met someone at the festival and was looking forward to spending a couple of days with them. But when I saw the advance check that he sent along, I was excited to get underway. I know, but I have bills to pay too, and festivals come and go. So I hopped in my rental car and headed for the Lost Dutchman State Park near Phoenix. The state park is pretty interesting. Lots of red rocks and cacti. Kind of reminds me of the old westerns I used to watch with my grandpa. There's a lot of buttes, and you have to be careful about critters getting into your campsite, like most places in the desert. The instructions I was given were for a particular canyon with a name that was nearly unpronounceable to me. I have to type it out phonetically when I go to write the article, but the Native Americans who lived in the area called it Watcher's Ridge. Apparently, lots of campers in the area have reported seeing strange figures up on the ridge that surrounded the valley, and it was supposed to be pretty cool, if not a little spooky. I asked some of the park rangers about it, and they told me they had never seen anything like it, but maybe it was possible. You do see weird stuff out here from time to time. one of the old park rangers told me. And you do get kids who come out here to use drugs every now and again. Not that that would change their experience. There are old places, and sometimes they're home to old things. Watch yourself out there and make sure you're being safe. I asked him if he had any advice for capturing photos of the watchers, and I wish I had listened to what he said. My advice is that I wouldn't. Things like that don't like being looked at for too long, and they certainly don't like having their picture taken. Do yourself a favor, young man. Take some pictures of the butte, do a little camping, see your watchers, but only write about what you see. People go missing out there, and it could always be because they decided to take more than memories home with them. I drove the car down into the canyon, and by nightfall I had a fire pit dug and my tent pitched. I walked around a little as the afternoon grew shadows, taking pictures of wildlife and the gorgeous views. It was hard not to feel intimidated by the towering buttes that surrounded my campsite, and I took a lot of pictures. As the sun set, I made my way back to my tent and started making inroads on dinner. I sat by the fire a little while later and watched the sky come to life. It was a beautiful night, the stars spreading out before me like a tapestry, and I was feeling cozy as I sat beside my fire and took it all in. Still hadn't seen any watchers, but the reports had said they didn't come out till later. It was early spring, and the next closest fire was a little dot on the horizon. It felt like I had the park to myself, and as I sat watching the stars, I thought that if the watchers had this kind of view every night, then it was no wonder they stayed. Speaking of watchers, I kept an eye out for them as the night grew late, but I didn't see any. I had made sure to put myself amidst the three buttes, the best place to see one, or so the account said, and while they were quite imposing, I had yet to glimpse one of these mysterious figures. I reached for my phone and opened the email I'd gotten, looking over the accounts that my editor had sent me. There were three, one from a solo hiker, one from a couple on a camping trip, and one from a group of college students who had come out here to party. The solo hiker, who called himself Frank, talked about stopping for the night in the valley and seeing the figures on the cliffside. He'd been camping in the valley where I was now, just his sleeping bag and the stars, when he'd noticed some weird shapes on the rock wall. They were vaguely humanoid, or at least human-shaped, and had been watching him intently. He couldn't tell much about them, but they had looked like shadows that had been cast up on the rock wall. He had ignored them, and they had watched him right back. When he'd woken up the next day, they were gone. The couple had said much the same, except that when her husband had flashed his lantern at them, more had appeared on the adjoining butte. Her husband had thought it was funny then, and kept flashing the lantern at them, till the whole ledge was ringed in shadow figures. His wife had begged him to stop before it went that far, and as they sat in the canyon and watched the gathering shadows look down on them, the mood had begun to shift. Suddenly, it wasn't quite so much fun with all those ominous eyes on them, and the couple had packed up in a hurry and stayed at a Howard Johnson that night. I looked up before reading the last one, checking to see if they had come while I was doing research. No such luck, though. The third account was by far the strangest. A bunch of college kids from the University of Arizona had come out to camp for the weekend and pursue academic matters in the desert. And by that, I mean they came out to drink beer, bother people who had come for a quiet weekend, and generally be a nuisance for the Park Service. They had set up about 5 tents, 2 barbecues, and tried to set up a volleyball net before the Park Service stopped them. They had requested the space for the weekend, but they'd only lasted until the wee hours of Saturday morning. There were 4 different accounts, but they all boiled down to one story. The 12 of them had started drinking before the sun went down, and 5 or 6 of them were still drinking at about 2 in the morning. They'd built a large fire, something they probably weren't supposed to do, and were sitting around it and telling stories or anecdotes or whatever. They were 3 sheets to the wind, and that was when one of the guys had said they should tell some ghost stories. No one seemed to remember who had suggested it, but Parker was telling a story about a shadow figure who had dogged his heels one night when he went back to his dorm. One of the girls noticed the figures on the ridge about that point. The boys had started out puffing their chests and saying they better stay away from their girls or they would mess them up. But as the figures stayed up there, the group started to get curious. They claimed there were 2 at the start, but as they watched them, they noticed 2 more farther down. One of them thought they had binoculars in their pack, but as they used them to look at the assembled figures, something changed. The figures started getting angry then, their shadowy forms moving fitfully as the 4 became 8, became 16. The report claimed they had started coming down the butte, just descending like ants out of the hill, and the drunk kids had decided to put out their fire and get in their tent. All 6 had piled into the same tent, waking up the 2 people already inside, and they said that all at once it was like something was shaking and pushing the other side of the tent. They could hear people yelling from the other tents, but if anyone went outside, they never said. This went on for about 5 to 10 minutes before it stopped, as quickly as it had begun. All 12 of the kids had went to check on the campsite, and they said it looked like an army had ransacked it. Grills were trampled, coolers reduced to foam pulp, and the chairs they had been sitting in around the fire were metal and cloth hulks. The kids hadn't even bothered to clean up. They had gotten in their vehicles and left, leaving their campsite behind. They had called this report into the Forestry Service, refusing to come and clean up their campsite, and were likely on some kind of list now. They would have to choose some other national park to trash in the future, I thought, as I stifled a yawn and reached for my paperback. I looked back up at the buttes and hoped they wouldn't make me wait all night. I yawned again as I found my spot in my much-loved copy of Clash of Kings and settled in to wait. The longer I read, the more the words began to run together, and it wasn't too long before the book lay across my chest, and I was snoring beside the small fire. My head had propped up against my rucksack. The fire was low, thankfully, and nothing came up to inspect me. Nothing with sharp teeth or a rumbling belly, at least. The night went on around me, the moon sliding across the sky, and if the watchers on the butte saw me, they didn't say anything. Not yet, anyway. I slept till around 1, and when I jerked awake, I was aware of little beyond how low the fire had become and how late it had gotten. I cursed, closing my book and stuffing it back into my rucksack as I sat up and rubbed my face. It couldn't be helped, of course. I had driven all day and set up a campsite and then tried to stay up all night. Something would have to give, and I suppose my body would need to recharge at some time. I had turned to get my rucksack so I could take it back into the tent with me when I saw something on the lip of the butte behind me. It was a smudge, more like the idea of a shadow, but the longer I looked, the more I saw something hunkered up there. The moon was nearly full, casting everything in an ethereal light, and as I glanced along the butte, I became aware that I was surrounded. The ledge was full of shadowy figures, and as they goggled down at me, I reached for my camera. They hadn't liked it when someone had looked at them through the binoculars, but I needed a shot for the article. I lifted the camera, zooming in a little as I tried to get as many in frame as possible, but I had been careless. When I clicked the button, the flash went off, and in the dim light, it seemed like a miniature sun. I could see them through the little window, the zoom pretty good on my camera, and the way the kids had described them hadn't done them justice. They boiled down the side of the butte like lava from a volcano, and I grabbed my pack as I made a run for the truck. I tossed the pack in, climbing behind the wheel as I keyed the engine and peeled out of the campsite. It took me close to a mile to realize that I still had my camera in my hand, and it took everything I had not to toss it roughly into the back seat. I needed those pictures, but I needed to be alive to turn them into my editor and get paid. The moon was pretty full, as I said, and it cast the flatlands below the buttes in stark light. I could see them roll over my campsite, and as they came after my car, I continued to floor it. They were fast, but after a mile or two, I stopped seeing them. By the time I got to the lodge on the edge of the camping area, they were gone. But I still kept driving until I made it to the visitor center near the entrance to the park. I slept in the back seat with the doors locked until the sun came up. And then I went back to clean up my campsite. I was a little braver than a bunch of kids. at least when the sun was up. My campsite was destroyed. The tent was wrecked, pulled up and shoved about 20 feet from where I'd staked it. The campfire looked like a marathon had run over it. The little camp stove I'd brought was equally flattened, and I was pretty glad I'd remembered to grab my backpack. I took some pictures of the campsite, too. Might as well give the reader the full picture of what they might be encountering. I cleaned up the mess, piling it in the back of my rental car, and dumped it all into the dumpster near the ranger station. "Looks like you got more than photos," came a voice from behind me. I turned to find the ranger from the other day, his arms crossed as he leaned against the side of the bus shed that sat near the dumpster. He didn't look mad, more bemused than anything, and I couldn't help but chuckle a little as I nodded. He was right. I hadn't listened, and I had paid the price. "Yeah, guess I should have listened." He shrugged. I didn't figure you would. Some people just have to go looking for things, and they need proof to take back. Just glad you made it out in one piece." I asked him what he meant, and he glanced behind him before stepping in closer. He clearly didn't want to be heard. "I didn't lie yesterday. I've never seen anything like what you're talking about. That being said, we do find abandoned campsites from time to time. It's usually people just camping in their sleeping bags under the stars, the ones who don't have access to a tent. Even a simple door seems to keep them out, but that won't stop them from pushing it. We had a fella and his RV pushed over a few years back, and we had to get a tow truck out there to pick it up. His kids had been stargazing and must have noticed that they had an audience. We started telling people to be careful, but we haven't had a disappearance since last year, and I didn't think they would bother you. Guess I was wrong." I got a hotel not too far off to finish my article. The lodge is rustic, but it still has HBO and a whirlpool tub in the suite. The article's coming along nicely, but the memories of that night in the valley may take a little bit longer to be finished with me. Stay tuned for more of my travel articles. I'm sure I'll take you with me again sometime. When I came home from work and saw the package on the front porch, I was filled with an irrational flood of joy. You would have thought I'd received something spectacular, and to me, I had. I'd been waiting for 5 days for Amazon to send the package, and as I brought it inside and cut the tape, I couldn't wait to see how it looked. Reaching into the buffer pads, I pulled out not a game or a new Funko Pop, but a single light bulb in a package that seemed bigger than it should have needed to be. Not just any light bulb, however, but one of those color-changing LED light bulbs. I'd seen them on TikTok and thought they looked cool. They would go through a whole spectrum of colors thanks to the little remote they came with, and I thought the whole operation looked very soothing. I like to watch people lay in bed as the colors shifted, and I thought it might help with my recent mood. I'd been experiencing some heavy seasonal depression lately, and the inclusion of some colored lights might be just what I was missing. I read the instructions and installed the bulb in my ceiling fan, and smiled as I looked at the little remote in my hand. There were so many colors to choose from, and I felt a giddy sense of anticipation. Which one should I try first? Red? Maybe blue? I settled on a light and buttery yellow as I lay in my bed. I felt like I was in some kind of sun, the ones I'd drawn as a kid, it seemed. The yellows were thick, the shade of melted crayons, and I was happy as I lay beneath it in my single room. It had been hard to get out in the cold lately, and this made me feel like I was at the park, under the warm sun at the beach, maybe. It wasn't actually warm, but I could trick my mind into thinking that it was, at least. I lay there for a few minutes, just soaking up the faint sunlight before I got up and went to my computer. As I logged into World of Warcraft for a little gaming, I looked at the remote and decided on a different color. As I explored in the game, I changed the colors to depend on where I was going. The rusty red of Orgrimmar, the deep green of Stranglethorn, the light blue of the Undercity, back to the sunny yellow for the Barrens, and so on and so on. The bulb had a color for every occasion, it seemed, and I really enjoyed playing with it as the evening progressed. I fell asleep that night, under the soft, dark blue of a night sky, and I slept better than I had in a long time. In my downtime the following week, I found myself playing with the light, trying out the different colors. I discovered a button for mixing colors and found myself making color combinations that turned my room into all kinds of different shades. I found I liked a few of them. The blue and green combination reminded me of the undersea videos I'd seen on Discovery Channel when I was a kid. There was a red and yellow of the deep desert, the purple-blue of icy peaks, and I found myself lying in bed some evenings after work and just trying different combinations. I fell asleep on Thursday night, the soft blue and deep purple making me think of glaciers, and woke up to a nightmare. I opened my eyes and found myself floating in a room that looked smeared with blood. The walls seemed to hold strange shadows, the reds and blacks mingling like filth in a morgue. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst were the creatures. They were dirty white that was almost translucent, their eyes like lamps as they stared at my prone form. I wasn't sure what to make of them at first, and I wondered if I was dreaming. If I was, this was the most realistic dream I had ever had. Their bodies were long and narrow, like pale reeds, and other than their eyes, they seemed devoid of features. There were two of them, one in the corner by my desk and the other perched in the junction of the ceiling and wall. We stared at each other for some undeterminable amount of time, and I was nearly convinced that I was actually dreaming when my phone chirped and lit up on the nightstand. All three of us looked at the light, and when I looked back at them, the one in the corner of the ceiling had dropped soundlessly onto the floor. The skin around the bottom of his head seemed to rip open to reveal a double row of buttery yellow teeth. His fellow creature did the same, and as the two stalked closer to me on their noodly-looking arms, I whimpered and reached for the bat that I kept beside my bed. As I turned, I must have rolled over on the remote. As the bulb changed back to the same buttery yellow I had basked in on the first day, I came up with the bat out in front of me to find the room devoid of nightmare creatures. I turned it back to the normal fluorescence and looked around in a panic, trying to figure out what had just happened. I was still awake when the sunrise lit the windows, and I wasn't sure I'd ever sleep again with the image of those creatures thumping around in my head. I tried to get about my morning routine, getting ready for work and getting breakfast together, but the image of those horrible things would never leave me. They followed me through my day, dogging my steps as I tried to get my work done, but by lunch, I was a mess. When my boss saw me in the break room, my shaking hands struggling to open my lunch bag, she told me I looked ill and said I should go home and get some rest. "You look ill, dear. Take the day off and have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday." I told her that wasn't necessary, but she insisted. I was grateful for the chance to get some rest, but I found my anxiety growing as I got home. The same place I had seen those horrors. I checked the corners where I had seen them, hoping to find some sign that it had just been a dream, and I was rewarded with nothing. There were no marks on the eggshell white walls, no signs of claws or dirt from the filthy skin of the creatures, but it did little to soothe me. Sign or not, I knew I hadn't been dreaming, and that meant that these things had to be real. The idea that I couldn't see them, that they only existed in the dark, was even more terrifying. But despite my fears, the need to find out what they were and how they had disappeared without any sign just wouldn't leave me. I started by just turning off the lights, but I didn't think that would do much good. I'd woken up in the dark plenty of times, and I'd never seen anything like those creatures. No, I thought, it had to have something to do with that light that I had seen covering the walls. It had changed when I rolled onto the remote, and whatever combination I had bumped had allowed me to see the creatures. I knew about things that you couldn't see with the naked eye, things that were too small or hard to see outside the right color spectrum, and I wondered if these creatures were like that. More importantly, if I could only see them in that spectrum, then was it a two-way street? Could they only see me when that spectrum was on? Might explain why they didn't attack me otherwise. I didn't want to see them. The thought of looking at them terrified me, but I was curious as well. The thought of them followed me as surely as the creatures might, and I needed to be sure of what they were. I was no scientist, not by a long shot, but my desire for answers was greater than my self-preservation in this case. I started playing with different color combinations on the remote, my bat always at the ready. Before you ask, I tried red and black, but it gave me something like a desert cave more than anything. The remote was small, but if you held the buttons, the colors would change further. They would get darker or lighter. They might even change depth and perception, and the combinations really were vast. My computer sat untouched that weekend, my books and TV left to catch dust, and by Sunday, I was a mess. Hadn't slept much that weekend. Every time I closed my eyes, all I could see were the faces of the monsters that stalked me, and my rest was pretty thin. When someone knocked on my door, I jumped and looked around fitfully. I peeked down the hallway as someone knocked again, and when Debbie called my name, I realized it wasn't the monsters trying to trick me out of my little cocoon. I didn't even realize I wasn't dressed for company until I made it to the door. I was in clothes that my mother would have called grubs, and my hair was loose and unwashed. I likely smelled. I hadn't showered since Friday morning, and was extremely self-conscious as I opened the door to my apartment. Debbie smiled, bundled up against the cold, and when she saw the state of me, she came right in and asked what was wrong. "Wendy said you had been sent home on Friday with some kind of illness, and I see why now. You look terrible. It's not the COVID, is it?" she said, pulling her scarf up over her nose and mouth. "No, I'm not actually sick," I admitted. "Then what's going on? Have you been sleeping okay? Here." She took egg drop soup out of a bag and set it on the couch. "I brought you your favorite sick soup to help you get past this." I smiled, realizing that I hadn't eaten since the night before, when that delicious steam hit my nose. Bless her. Debbie was a true friend. As we sat, Debbie had brought dumplings to go along with the soup. I told her about the weird creatures that I had seen. Unlike me, Debbie looked excited at the prospect of seeing something different. Debbie was into things like ghost hunting and cryptids, and she loved the idea of actually getting to see one. "Oh my gosh, you gotta let me help. Come on, we'll have a picnic in your room. If this is making you sick, I want to help you see it through." I was glad for her help, but I didn't want to get her caught up in the same crap I was likely getting caught up in. Debbie was my best friend, and the thought of the creature getting her too, all thanks to my damn curiosity, was something I would rather avoid. Debbie, however, was not taking no for an answer. We took the food to my room, and I showed her the remote and the bulb. Debbie scratched her chin as she looked at the buttons, asking if I was sure it was red and black, as she started working through the settings. When I woke up, it was definitely red and black, but it was different. It was greasy looking, ethereal, not quite real. It was like a dream. That's why it took me so long to realize I was awake. Debbie started changing the colors in quick succession, the colors dancing as they went through the spectrum. I was afraid she would burn it out, the colors changing too quickly for my liking, but she just shook her head at me. She said it was fine. They were meant to sustain these kinds of things, and it would speed it up if she just kept flipping through. So, we sat there, eating and flipping the lights at an almost nauseating pace for the next few hours. The sun went down and the moon came up, and as I lay on the bed and played on my phone, I realized it was almost midnight suddenly. I had to go back to work the next day, and I told Debbie I needed to get to bed. Look, I appreciate your help, but I've got to be up early in the morning. Just a little more, Debbie said, the lights still dancing by. I know I can do it. I rolled over and shook my head, reaching for the remote. Look, I appreciate your help, but I just don't think it can be done. She moved a little away, still flipping through the colors as I reached, and as I came off the bed, she scuttled a little further back. Come on, just a little longer. You can be a little tired tomorrow in exchange for a good night's sleep, right? No, Debbie, I'm tired. I need to... I grabbed the remote, Debbie pulling back, and that's when it fell over us. I don't know how, but we were both suddenly enveloped in the aura of dirty red and black light. The walls oozed like fresh blood. The dark hung around them like smog, and I was suddenly aware that we weren't alone. There were more than two this time, their numbers nearly a dozen, as they clung to the walls and the ceiling, like grisly insects. Debbie's mouth hung open, her scream stuck midway up her throat, and I realized this had likely not been what she was expecting. As their mouths split their faces, their teeth huge, my hands shook and my stomach dropped. They fell on us then, and I rolled under the bed without thinking. Debbie's scream came out, loud and strong, and I pulled my knees to my chest as I tried to think about what to do. They were killing her. They were killing my best friend, and the only thing I could think of was changing the lights back. It had worked the first time. Maybe it would work now. I looked around, finding the remote on the ground, but as I reached for it, I saw the giant yellow eyes find me. One of those noodly arms came reaching for me, and as my fingers found the plastic face, I pushed the first button I could find and snatched it away from the sharp teeth of the creature. The light turned to something like normal before it popped loudly, and I was left in darkness. I got out my phone and switched on the flashlight, looking around and finding nothing but the ruined remains of our picnic. By the light of my phone, I discovered that the creatures were gone, but I also discovered that Debbie was gone, too. I've ordered another light bulb, but it won't arrive until tomorrow. I paid for express shipping, but I don't know if that'll be soon enough to save Debbie. I don't want to see those things ever again, but if there's a chance that Debbie's still alive, I have to find her. She wanted to help me, and now it's my turn to try and help her. So be careful with your new light bulbs if you buy one. You may see more than you bargained for, and you may lose more than just the cost of shipping. It's silly for a grown man to be afraid of the dark, but I've been afraid of it since I was little. Dr. Winter shrugged. It's not as uncommon as you'd think. Sometimes adults bring more than toys with them from childhood. Do you know exactly why it is you're afraid of the dark? Is it something specific you're trying to forget? Mr. Arnett, the bus driver from the town of Cashmere's municipal bus service, looked a little embarrassed to be here on her couch, but he wouldn't be the first. The older gentlemen, their wives usually waiting in the lobby for them after driving them here like a cow through a chute, had grown up in a climate of skepticism where this sort of thing was concerned. People like Dr. Winter were either clever snake oil salesmen, charming grifters, or, at worst, charismatic sexual deviants who would put them under and do all sorts of things to them. Winter was none of those things, but she was used to having to deal with these sorts of ideas. Well, it's not as if it's something I really remember, but I think it must have happened. I dream about it every night, and it's starting to affect my job. I can't do the later route anymore, the one that goes till 9:30, because I'm terrified of the dark. I can't go into the basement to change the light bulb without my knees shaking and my bladder threatening to cut loose. I stood on the front porch a few days ago, having decided to take the cans out after dark, for close to an hour, before deciding I was too afraid to walk the 50 feet from my stoop to the road with the cans. I've always had a fear of the dark, but it's never been this bad before. I really believe it's the dreams, the ones from when I was younger, and if I can't get rid of them, I don't know what I'm gonna do." Dr. Winter handed him a cup of tea, smiling as the steam came tickling up his nose. "Have a sip of tea and tell me about your dreams." He looked at the cup hesitantly, weighing the old arguments like they always did. Did it have drugs in it? Was it full of hallucinogens? Was it some kind of hippie tea that would make him trip out? In the end, however, the smell of winter cherry always got to them, and he took a big sip before sighing and settling in. "It started out as a game, sort of. I played it because my brother made me do something I didn't like." "And what was it your brother made you do?" Pamela asked, wondering what sort of repressed childhood memory she was about to get. "He made me face my fear." "Come on, Bobby, how come I always have to do it?" Clyde Arnett could hear the weight that his brother put against the pause button on the controller of their NES. The controller made that click sound that was somewhere between breaking and annoyed. It was the sound that let Clyde know that Bobby was just about done with his whining and would stop talking and start shouting. Bobby, for the most part, had been trying to be patient lately. He was dating some girl who was really into good Christian values and just being kind to people. Bobby was really trying to follow her example, but Clyde was apparently really good at pushing his buttons. "Because, old brother of mine, you need to toughen up, or this world's going to eat you alive." Clyde felt a sudden burst of fear. Being eaten alive was exactly why he was afraid to go downstairs and do what needed to be done. Bobby laughed. "Not literally, kiddo. I mean, like, if kids at school learn that my 12-year-old brother is still afraid of the dark, they'd never let him live it down. He'd be a social outcast, unwelcome anywhere. I leave the job of turning off all the lights to you for that very reason." Clyde looked at the open door as if he could already feel the eyes of the thing that haunted him, and despaired. The house they lived in had been his mother's childhood home. She had lived here with her two older sisters until she went off to follow their dad when he joined the Navy, about a year before Bobby had been born. When Grandma had died suddenly, Dad having beat her into the grave by 6 months after a motorcycle accident, she had generously left the house to whichever daughter wanted it. His aunts had already had their own homes by this point, and the 2-story home, free and clear with no liens on it, had seemed like a dream. The first night they had been alone in the house, their mother having to work late most nights, she told them that before they went to bed, she expected all the lights to be off downstairs. "I won't have my power bill up over the roof because you guys are trying to light the whole neighborhood." Clyde had been assigned to the task of turning off the lights before bed since that very night. This task had been handed down by Bobby almost at once. He got away with it because A, he was the oldest, and B, because Mom worked 5 or 6 nights a week to pay the bills and taxes on the property. This meant that most nights it was just the two of them in the house, and Bobby was in charge when it was just the two of them. As such, Bobby usually gave Clyde the chores that he didn't want, and that included turning off all the lights. "Come on, Bobby," Clyde tried again, but his brother wouldn't budge. "Don't start, kid. You need to get over this, and the only way to do it is to do it. Know what I mean?" Clyde didn't, but he nodded anyway. He took the stairs like a palsied old man, watching as the downstairs got closer and closer as he came to the landing. He switched the lights off beside the stairs and began. The lights, as it turned out, had to be turned off in a certain order. If you didn't turn off the stair light first and the light by the basement last, they would all come back on again. Neither of them understood why, but Clyde attributed it to the thing that lived in the dark after the lights went out. He had named it Mr. V for some reason, and even he didn't know why. He supposed he had to call it something, and it was as good a name for his nemesis as any. Bobby just thought it was faulty wiring, and told him that if he meant to get his job done, then that was how he would have to do it. You could leave the stair light on, the one on the stairs. In fact, it was advised, as that was how you had to find your way back. Sometimes it was the best way to find your way from the depths, and Clyde had used that light as a lighthouse more than once. He went into the foyer and turned the lights off, went to the mudroom and turned the lights off, but made sure to leave the porch light on so Mom could find the lock when she got home. Mr. V didn't care about the porch light, it seemed, and that was good, because Mr. V could have a temper when he wanted to. The first couple of nights, Bobby had gone with him. As long as Bobby was with him, nothing ever seemed to happen. The two went room to room before walking casually back to the stairs and up to their rooms. Whatever Mr. V was, he didn't bother big kids, or maybe it was just kids who didn't believe in him. Clyde didn't know, but it was always different when he was by himself. He turned the lights off in the dining room slowly, finishing with the switch by the door so he could turn his back on the room and walk out. This was part of the game too, and it seemed to make it better if whatever it was didn't see you seeing it. Sometimes the dining room would be empty when he turned the lights off, but sometimes he would see a figure standing in the dark space when he was done. Sometimes it was standing behind the chair at the head of the table. Sometimes it was standing by the window, but it was always looking at him. It was never close, like the horror movies he and Bobby sometimes watched when his mom worked late. It was never just right in front of him, ready to grab him when the lights went off, but it was still closer than he would have liked. As he walked back towards the living room, he could almost feel the eyes of Mr. V on his neck, and it made him shudder. Clyde looked at the leather couch that his mother had brought from the apartment, her only addition to her mother's furniture, and felt a pang of guilt as he looked at the scratch across the leather. That hadn't been his fault. Not really. But he had caused it. The pastor at church said that people had to take accountability for their actions, and Clyde was man enough to admit that this had been his fault. He had broken the rules, and he had to pay the price. It had all started very subtly. He would notice little things once the lights went off, and he would make note of them for later. The Shadow Man was one, a thing he thought of as Mr. V. Then there was the way the shadows lengthened and twisted sometimes when the lights were off. The whole downstairs took on a kind of puffy, unreal look after dark, and he had seen it swell or shrink depending on what it wanted. He still wasn't really afraid of Mr. V, still didn't really believe in him, but he was afraid of the dark, and that made it easy to tell himself that anything could be living in it, even the mysterious Mr. V. He had spent weeks running up the stairs as he fled the kitchen for the living room. He had never felt anything grab at his ankle or claw at his shirt, but it had always felt like a close thing. The week before the incident had been a bad one. He had felt a sense of foreboding hanging over the dark room, and it was making its way into his dreams. Sometimes when he dreamed, he would run through endless corridors, the Shadow Man chasing him as he fled. It was weird to be on the cusp of 11 and feel like you might be on the verge of having a breakdown, but Clyde was getting there. He had tried to explain it to his mom, but she just said that Bobby was in charge, and it sounded like he was trying to help him. Bobby was relentless when it came to ridding him of his fear of the dark. He told him how the other kids would pick on him if he went to middle school with these fears, how no one would want to be his friend, and that hadn't helped his anxiety either. That night, when he'd come downstairs, Bobby was already asleep, and Clyde really didn't want to turn off all the lights alone. He had turned off the light in the foyer with a shaky hand, but then he had seen the Shadow Man, Mr. V, lurking by the front door, and his legs had started to shake. The man was looking at him, staring into him with his non-existent eyes, and as he watched, Clyde realized he was backing up. He was slowly backing up, making his way towards the stairs, and when he dashed up them, he closed the door to his room and locked the knob. He climbed into bed and covered up, closing his eyes tight as he heard something terrible happening downstairs. Crashing and bashing, furniture being turned over, and all of it because he had been too scared to turn off the lights. His mother had woken them up when she got in, yelling for them to get downstairs. Clyde had still been awake, and he suspected what he would find. "What the hell did you guys do? All the lights are on and the house is destroyed. I want some answers." As the two looked over to the destruction, they saw she wasn't wrong. Neither of them had come up with a good enough explanation, and their mother had set them to clean up as she got ready for bed. The house looked like a tornado had been through it. Books were thrown off shelves, the couch had been cut and ripped, the end table had been turned over, and the whole house was an unholy mess. Bobby had complained about it, even cornering his brother after Mom had gone to bed and asking him why he had trashed the house. He hadn't been awake to hear the destruction, but Clyde had. He knew he hadn't done it, and he knew that Bobby hadn't done it. So, unless his mother had come home early to trash the house, it had to be Mr. V. After that, Clyde had been more diligent about getting the lights off, and as long as he pretended not to see Mr. V, he never bothered him. He shut the lights off in the living room now, the mended slash lost in the dark as he headed for the kitchen. The dishes were in the drying rack, the sink gleaming after Bobby had wiped it out, and the chairs were all pushed in around the table. Clyde turned to look, marking his escape route in his mind as he prepared to make a run for it, and shuddered as he saw the dark head peeking out from the door to the den. It was waiting for him to turn the lights off, and when his hand shook as his finger hovered over the switch, Clyde hoped he had enough strength to do it again. He pulled it down and immediately took off. He heard something come out of the den, but he was already running through the door to the living room. He bumped something with his hip as he passed by the couch, slowing him a little as he made his way for the stairs. It wasn't the first time he had bumped something, but it wasn't the pain that had slowed him. The side of the china cabinet had felt like Play-Doh, not quite solid, and it only reminded him that once the lights were off, it was different down here. When the lights were on, this was where he and Bobby sat and watched cartoons or MTV after school. When the lights were on, this was where he and his mom sat on the couch on Sundays and watched Lifetime. When the lights were off, however, the landscape was something else, a place he had no control over. He could see the stairs, the light casting long fingers down into the dark, but as he got close, his greatest fear was realized. Until then, he could tell himself that it was all in his head. He could tell himself that this was just his imagination playing tricks on him, and that it would pass once he was Bobby's age. Clyde could come up with 1,000 excuses for his fear when he was safe in his bed and the monster was downstairs. But as something grabbed his leg, Clyde knew that the excuses were nothing but a paper shield. The thing that grabbed his leg wasn't a hole beneath the couch or a toy that had been left out. The grip was iron, the claws were sharp, and when he turned back to look, Clyde wished he hadn't. The sight of that pitch-black face undulating in the semi-darkness of his living room was the most terrifying thing that he had ever seen. The mouth was full of gnashing teeth, the eyes were like spiral circles drawn by an uncreative child, and Clyde screamed in terror as he kicked at the thing with his free leg. It took the first kick between the eyes, but the second made the grip loosen some, and the third finally found him able to yank his leg free. He felt the claws scratch across his flesh, leaving 4 long marks, but Clyde didn't care. Clyde was running up the stairs on all fours, and when he got to the top, he looked back down and saw the thing sitting at the bottom of the stairs looking at him. It didn't seem to care that it hadn't caught him. It didn't seem to care that he had escaped. The look in those black-on-black eyes let him know that eventually it would get him. Tomorrow was another day. What happened? Clyde turned, cowering as a new figure rose up from the dark hallway. He screamed again, sure he was about to die, and he almost cried when he heard a familiar voice. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Clyde tried to tell him, but he couldn't properly articulate what he had experienced. It remained one of the scariest events in his life. "That's terrible," Dr. Winters said, watching the knot in his throat as it bounced and bobbed. It was a big one, a big memory too, and she wanted him to get it up so he could move past it. She understood what he had been through. Encounters with these creatures were not rare, not as rare as they should be, and it was something she dealt with often in this office. As the scratches healed, I started to doubt it, he said, gagging a little as the memory bobbed. So I would open them again and again, so I wouldn't forget. He reached down and pulled up his pant leg, and Pamela saw the 4 lines of the old scar. Eventually, they healed badly. When my mother saw it, she took me to get some help. I told the therapist about the creature that lived in my house, and they decided that it wasn't just something I had come up with. It was decided that someone was getting into the house, and they had hurt me after I ran from them. Mom didn't feel safe after that. None of us did, and she sold the house and we moved. My mom got a better job, married my stepdad, and we started doing a little better. He heaved a little, but it still refused to come up. He spoke like he had a frog in his throat, and Pamela was a little afraid he might choke. I hadn't thought about Mr. V in a long time, probably 30 years. Then, last week, I saw him sitting at the bus stop when I was on my route. He looked up as the bus went past, and some of the passengers yelled when I didn't stop right away. I was shaking when I got the bus to stop, but after that, I started having the dreams again. I'm scared he'll come back if I... 2 of them came up, splashed onto the floor at his feet. He breathed rapidly, looking lost as Winter scooped them up and had them in the cabinet before he shook his head and looked at her in confusion. "Sorry, what were we talking about?" "Nothing, Mr. Arnett. I think we worked out your problem. You shouldn't have any more trouble with those pesky dreams. If it should come back, though, feel free to make another appointment." Mr. Arnett looked astonished, but thanked her as he went back to his wife in the waiting room. Dr. Winters nodded, calling for Julia to send in the next patient. She hoped that Mr. Arnett wouldn't be back again. There was nothing worse than letting your fears get the better of you, especially at his age. I can't explain it, but the butterflies seem to know where the bodies are. I've been a park ranger since I was 18. After 5 years, I really can't imagine doing anything else. I was in the Scouts when I was younger, and have been an avid hiker all my life. Time spent in the woods is time well spent, and the ability to work there every day is absolutely a dream come true for me. Being a park ranger, you see your fair amount of bodies in the woods. People come out here to hike and swim and forget that there are things here that will kill you. They run afoul of animals, they get sucked into the rapids, they don't pack enough food or water, and they just get lost and aren't found till someone chances upon them. Spring 2023 was the year that we got some help from the butterflies. It started with the death of Angel Myers, but it certainly didn't end there. Angel Myers was what you would call a minimalistic camper. She would come in with a few essentials, just kind of camp wherever she decided to drop down. She knew which plants would kill her and which ones would nourish her, which was good. She also knew which plants would get her higher than airplane wings, which was bad. We had called the cops on Angel several times, but they always cut her loose a few days later, and the rangers refused to toss her a lifetime ban from the park, and She just kept coming back. When a pair of hikers told us they had found a body in an area we knew as the Meadow, we supposed this would be the last time we had to call the cops on her. She was naked, and it wasn't the first time many of us had seen her in this state. She wasn't bad to look at, but it's always a little weird to find someone stark naked in the elements. She was splayed out, spread eagle, in the flowers that grew in the meadow, and her eyes and tongue were missing. That wasn't terribly uncommon either, not with all the varmints in the park, but the little black growths on her skin were definitely something I'd never seen before. She had 3 rows of perfect little spikes, each of them about 3 inches long, and each line about 9 spikes long. Other than the spikes, the strangest part of the whole scene was the butterflies. They weren't a species I was familiar with, and they were bone white with light black patterns on their wings. They were thick over the body, and I assumed that they had been what had drawn the hikers. They were circling in a cloud, the white easily seen against the green canopy around them, and I was as amazed by them as I was the weird protrusions on her skin. "What the hell are these?" I asked, reaching out a finger to test if they were sharp, but finding them squishy and full of green liquid instead. "Pallida morse," Rico, one of the other rangers I worked with, said. "One more time in English for the rest of us," I said. "Pale death," he said, pointing to the butterflies. "They're rare. I don't think I've seen one in the flesh. They're supposed to live in the deep woods, and they only come out every few years to lay eggs." I pointed to the little row of spikes running up her thigh. "On corpses?" Rico nodded. "That's why they call them Pallida morse. They lay eggs on corpses, though it's usually of animals. I've heard of them laying eggs on human bodies, but it's rare. I guess they found the corpse before we did." The hikers said about the same thing when we questioned them. They'd been hiking to the meadow, his fiancée wanting to see it in the spring, and as they came to the end of the trail, she had noticed the swarm of pale butterflies and wanted a closer look. She had thought they were pretty, but as she got that closer look, they'd seen the body and realized they were swarming around it. We called the station and got some guys from the coroner's office down to pick her up. We hoped she would somehow be the last body we found that spring, but I think even then, I knew it wouldn't be the last body I saw taken out of the park that year. The next one was a hiker named Marcus Dre, and his death was truly terrible. Some campers had gone fishing in the Connoisseur River, the waterway that runs through the park, and as they chased the trout that were beginning their journey to the spawning ground, one of their kids came across a grisly sight. He said it looked like a scaled claw was sticking out of the river, and he ran to his mother thinking it was a monster. She had expected to find a rock formation or maybe a stick with some moss on it. But what they found was an arm covered in the black spike pods the butterflies leave behind. "They looked like scales," the mother had said, still a little shaken by the experience, and I could understand why he thought it was a monster's hand. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized the arm was jutting up from the foam. At first, we thought the guy had just fallen into the river and gotten stuck behind the rocks after drowning. When we pulled him out, however, we got a better idea of the extent of the damage. Somehow, he had been forced into a small space between the 2 rocks, and they hadn't done it gently. His shoulders were broken, like snapped in the middle and just folded up. He was crumpled up like a suit coat in the hole, and that wasn't all. Something had eaten his face. Not like Angel, where the eyes and tongue were missing. They had eaten his entire face off, skinned him down to the skull, and there was nothing left but ragged flesh and scored white bone. If it hadn't been for the arm sticking up, we might have never found him until someone panning for minerals had found a skull or a finger. The butterflies, the pale death, had presided over everything as we managed to get him onto the shore. After that, we found 4 more bodies in a month. One was left on a mountainside, its hands missing and its nose and lips chewed off. He'd been climbing the low-grade mountain that we have on the grounds, and when he'd gone missing, we thought he might have been in a small avalanche due to the snow melt. When a fisherman found him laid out on the lowest peaks, however, we knew it was something much worse. The second was a woman who'd gone into the woods to relieve herself during a picnic and was found in the low branches of a tree. Well, half of her was. The other half was high up in the tree, and something had eaten her legs. The husband had to be hospitalized after he identified the top half of his wife, and I felt bad for the kids. They'd been here to enjoy a picnic in the park, and something had taken that away from them. The third was, unfortunately, a child named Caitlin Mills. Caitlin would have been 6 in July, but she never got the opportunity. Caitlin was the strangest, and also the easiest to identify. Caitlin had left her parents' campsite in the night, but it appeared that whatever had found her had taken an interest in her. Something had taken care of her in the woods. Something had fed her. Something had changed her clothes. Something had made sure she drank clean water, and then, unfortunately, its care had lapsed. Caitlin hadn't died because her face had been eaten off. She had died because her skull had connected with the ground and cracked. It was pretty clear that she had fallen out of a tree, but the coroner said that she would have needed to fallen from a pretty steep height. She was stretched out, too, as if something had made her comfortable as she lay dying. The fourth was the worst, and the reason for what came after. The fourth was Ranger Franklin Carpenter, and he'd gone missing after going to check one of the pump stations. We had 6 pump stations, things we used to bring clean water to the campsites, and he'd been responding to a call about a malfunction in Station 4. He had gone out before lunch, and we found what was left of him the next day, after he never came back. If he hadn't died wearing his name tag, then we wouldn't have known who it was. His arms and legs were missing, and believed to have been eaten. His face was gone, as was the top of his skull and what lay within. Something had gnawed his chest, eaten his buttocks, chewed his genitals off for good measure. It was just a torso and part of a head when we found him on the edge of the woods, and a lot of us got pretty scared after losing one of our own like that. Over all 4 bodies, the butterflies held sway, and their eggs were in evidence. I expected a visit from the head ranger, but when he arrived with a man in a black suit the next day, we should have known that something was about to happen. He had a few other men in similar attire, and Rico lifted an eyebrow as we took our seats at briefing. None of these guys were dressed for more than a slow stroll over a concrete path, but I doubted that was their intention. Agent Lee has been gracious enough to come and help us with our problem. We'll be splitting into groups so you can canvass the woods. We need to find whatever is doing this before summer starts, especially with one of our own being a recent casualty. We have a lot of ground to cover, so Rangers will be splitting up with 2 of Agent Lee's boys to show them the trails and help them bring this to a close. So that's how I found myself in the woods with Agent Feist and Agent Martin. Agent Lee might have looked like an investment banker, but these 2 had traded their Brooks Brothers suits for camo and assault rifles. We had broken out shotguns that we used to put off angry wildlife to supplement the firepower that the agents had brought, and the 3 of us proceeded through the woods. Agent Feist wasn't a big talker, but Agent Martin made up for it by asking questions about what we had seen. I told him about the bodies, the parts that had been eaten, and the butterflies that seemed to hover around everything. "Butterflies?" Feist said, and it was probably the only thing I'd heard him say in the hour that we'd been walking. "Yeah, Rico calls them something in Latin that basically means pale death. They show up around the bodies and just kind of mark where they are." Feist gave Martin a look, and the 2 nodded knowingly. "Have you seen anything near the sites? Footprints or scales, maybe. Stuff like insect skin?" I shook my head. "No, mostly just dead people." I was preparing to ask them what they thought they were looking for, since they clearly knew something, when we came through a dense stand of trees and into an open space that was anything but open. It seemed infested with the pale butterflies, and as we stalked in, they fluttered around us almost gladly. The 2 agents took this as a good sign, but weren't sure what to think. These things had been a pretty foul omen in the last few months, and Finding a huge number of them now seemed less than ideal. As we moved into the cloud of butterflies, it also seemed like something was stalking us. Through the thick waves of insects, there was a large shadow that followed us. It almost appeared human-sized, but the longer I watched it flit through the swarm, it seemed to grow. It may have had as few as 2 arms, or as many as 8, but the wings I saw stir its smaller kin were what worried me. They were tall and white, just like the others, and it seemed to be using them as a blind to lure us in deeper. "It's close," Martin whispered. "Steady," Feist said. "If we spook him, he might fly away before we can take him out." "What?" I half whispered, talking too loud, but too scared to care. Feist looked at Martin, shrugging at something on the other's face. "You've heard of the Mothman. Well, there's a counterpart to that thing. The people of Joplin talk about how many of their children were saved from a tornado by these butterfly people, but they assume those who were lost were taken by that tornado, and not the same creatures who saved them. We call them Lycadia bipoptus, and they are extremely..." But he never got a chance to finish. Suddenly the cloud of butterflies enveloped us, their small bodies clinging to us as they struck. Our vision was cut off, and as the automatic weapons chattered, I hit my belly and started crawling. I wanted to get out of the swarm, to get away from the wild bark of the guns, and as I crawled, I heard somebody yelling. The wet sound of something being torn cut off some of the screaming, but the gunfire persisted as I kept making my way out of the cloud of insects. I kept crawling until I made it out of the clearing. Once I was no longer being buffeted by butterflies, I got up and started running. I could still hear the gunfire behind me, but I knew that what I wanted was to live. I knew that if I stayed, I'd be dead, and I still very much wanted to live. I ran until someone yelled at me to stop and shoved a gun in my face. It was another one of the agents, and as they all coalesced, I was ordered to take them back to the spot where I had left Agent Feist. As little as I wanted to go back, I agreed. By the time I got back, Feist was sitting on something he had covered with a tarp. Feist's left hand was hanging uselessly at his side. His clothes were ripped to shreds, but he was grinning like a big game hunter who'd bagged the big one. "Get it to the truck. Tell the boys back at base I had no choice but to kill it. It refused to come peacefully and forced my hand." Martin was dead, his body covered in a slew of crushed butterflies. I saw him before they could tarp him as well. Something had torn his throat out, and I assumed it was whatever was under the big tarp that Feist was guarding. They took both the tarped bodies away, and when Feist came towards me, I was worried he would be angry that I'd fled. He put a hand on my shoulder instead and nodded in understanding. "Don't feel bad, kid. I would have run too if I'd had the choice. Both Agent Martin and I knew what we were getting into. You got us here. That's what counts." They took it away, and the murders stopped. We lost 2 more hikers that year, but they were both killed by the elements. The butterflies left that same day, never, hopefully, to return. I can't help but think about that spring again, as winter abates and the seasons get warmer. I tell you one thing, I'll be keeping an eye peeled for butterflies from now on. You never know when they, and a new horror, might show up again. I'm very lucky to be writing this. Some of us weren't so lucky, but I'll get to that. It started with a lightning storm that began after dark. Dad stopped by my room, his toothbrush still in his mouth, as he pointed to the roof of the house. He said something, but I told him to go spit before we had a conversation. He stepped out, and I heard a loud patooey from the next room before he rinsed and came back. "Lightning sounds pretty close. Might be out for rain tomorrow." It was January, and the winter had been mild this year, if you could call it winter. There was very little snow, and it never really got below 30. So when New Year's had been a muggy 78, everyone had just assumed that winter had been called early. Now there was a threat of rain, and that could easily cool things off and give them another cold spell before spring. I hadn't really had to work in the blistering cold yet, and I was kind of hoping to avoid it for a while. "Hopefully not," I said, marking the spot in the book I'd been reading. Tad smirked. "Take your rest where you can get it, kid. Soon it'll be summer, and you'll be praying for a good rain day." I went to bed not long after, but the rain never came. The lightning persisted throughout the night, but when I woke up in the morning to the rumble of the not-so-distant thunder, I supposed that Dad wouldn't get his rain day after all. He seemed a little grumpy as he came down for breakfast, the lightning still arcing across the sky, and as we got into the car and headed for the yard, he was getting downright ornery. "Look at this," he said, indicating the sky. "It's black as pitch and still no rain. Those clouds are fit to burst, and you just know they're waiting for us to get into the woods before they open up. It's going to make for a miserable, wet day out in the forest." Turned out, Pops was wrong on that one, though it might have been easier if he wasn't. We got to the yard at the usual time, daylight fighting for supremacy, and Garza told us at the morning rundown that we would only be working until the rain started. The supervisors believed it would be about noon, but it was hard to tell in this part of the world. The weather was temperamental at the best of times here, and the rain was just as likely to hit when we were getting ready to go as it was when we were packing in for the day. Regardless, we grabbed our gear and headed for the woods. We were in a little subdivision today on the west side of town, a place I remembered from when I was a kid. One of my best friends had lived over here, and the city was trying to reclaim it so they could use the property again. If there were people trying to keep the forest cut back, it tended to stay occupied longer. This particular subdivision, however, had been mostly empty for about 8 years, and the friend in question had left for college before his parents could move to Bennett. Bennett was a place where you could go out after dark and not worry about foresters. The neighborhood was much the same way it had been the last time I'd been here. The sidewalk had a few more cracks, the road had a little more grass on it, but the houses had gotten the worst of it. The backyards were full of new-growth trees, and many of the houses had greenery coming out of them. The windows had likely been crashed out by town kids looking for some fun, but a few of them were the victims of trees that had grown too close to the houses, or, in a few cases, trees growing out of the foundation. The thunder was a constant background reminder of the rain. A few of the guys looked a little hesitant about cutting with it so close. We were essentially holding big iron lightning rods, and it'd be way too easy for the arc to come down and fry whoever was holding it. Garza told us it was far enough away to make that unlikely, and we believed him. After all, we didn't think he would put us in any more danger than was strictly necessary, and I still believe that. Garza liked to make sure his people came home safely. It happened at about 11. The sky was the color of a fresh bruise, and the lightning came down again and again as we prepared to pack up early. We were working near an old derelict two-story, something that had probably been a nice house once, when Ramsey yelled for us to get ready if the drop started coming down. The atmosphere was an excited one, guys preparing for a day away from the woods, and Derek was just asking if I wanted to go get some lunch at Franny's when I was suddenly enveloped in the sound and fury of an angry flash grenade. I was blinded, my vision coming back slowly as I fell back on the lawn. I blinked furiously, my ears ringing like a tinnitus nightmare, and as voices erupted around me, I shook my head and realized I still couldn't hear anything. The ringing had become low-grade, almost background, but as they drug me away from the house we had been working near, I realized my vision had come back as I blinked rapidly. Some people were running towards it, and I blinked as something flared up inside the house. Fire. The house was on fire. Wood! Wood! Someone was shouting, and I realized I could hear them, though it was like hearing the voice at the end of the tin can telephone. I shook my head, trying to get my bearings, and I felt a strong hand hold me down as I tried to get up. Take it easy, son. You were right there next to the strike when it hit, and it probably scrambled you a little bit. As my mind stopped flashing like a switchboard, I remembered that his name was Ramsey, and that was when I remembered that I hadn't been working alone. Derek, where's Derek? Did someone get him out? Easy, easy, Ramsey said, holding my head as he looked me over. I don't think you're concussed. I think you just got your battery scrambled a little. We're looking for Derek right now, but we got to get this fire out before it spreads. I could see the rest of the crew trying to fight the spreading fire, but right then I was more worried about Derek. If he was near the fire, then he might be in danger. I got up shakily, Ramsey telling me to be careful, but I had to help. The whole thing reminded me of the war, or helping those under fire, and I was off and running before Ramsey could catch me. I coughed as I hit the edge of the smoke, but the smoke wasn't the only thing obscuring my vision. There was a fog beginning to roll in, a heavy bank that was threatening to obscure my efforts, and I was blundering in without thought. If the foresters got me, then they got me, but I would make sure that Derek was okay first. I could see the fence we had been near, a tree leaning half across it as it made a break for the woods. That's where I saw the chainsaw that Derek had left behind. It was still sticking out of the tree, halfway through the trunk. I coughed, looking around for any sign of my friend, and that's when I noticed the drag marks. The ones going towards the woods. Someone had dragged themselves through a hole in the fence and deeper into the forest. Or, I thought, they had been dragged. I headed into the woods after him, not caring which it was. If I could catch up to him, maybe I could help him, save him, and that way I hadn't been able to save Simon. I had to try, and as the branches slapped at me, I kept following the drag marks into the muddy outskirts. The lightning flashed overhead, still sounding close enough to make me nervous, and as the first drop came down, I felt my foot hit something solid, and I fell hard against the bottom of a thick bush. Derek was still trying to pull himself, mumbling as he looked around in a daze. "Derek!" I breathed, trying to keep my voice low as I took a knee beside him. "Are you okay?" "Shooting! They're shooting at us, Buck! Shooting! They're shooting! They're shooting! They're..." He kept on repeating it as he pulled himself away from the fire, clearly not sure where he was going. He'd been closer to the house than I was, so it's possible he had gotten it worse. I tried to tell him that we had to get moving, but that's when I started hearing the crunch of footsteps. They crunched heedlessly through the underbrush, and I could make a guess who was coming with the fog. "Shooting! They're shooting at us! Shooting! Shooting! Shoot!" I covered his mouth as I held him still. He bucked around a little as the footsteps got closer, but I held him as still as I could manage as he tried to get away. I wanted to smack him, but I leaned down as something crashed about 20 feet behind us and tried to break through to him before he got us caught. "Shut up, Derek, and be still. If the foresters catch us, I'll never let you hear the end of it." Even in his current state, that seemed to get through to him. As the rain came down, we sat amongst the leaves and sticks as the foresters made their way towards the fire. The raindrops were thick and cold as they soaked into our clothes, and Derek stilled as we waited for the coast to clear. The mud sucked at my boots as I tried to stay absolutely still, and as my teeth chattered and my arms shook, I heard something squelch not even 5 feet away. I felt Derek shudder as I held him, and I put my head down. I could guess what he was looking at. I could see the wooden legs, the roots running up to the knee, and silently prayed that it would move on. It stood like a statue, however, likely trying to make sense of us as it hovered there, and I tried to stop from shaking as the cold threatened to sink into my bones. It was probably less than a minute, but it felt like the forester stood there for hours. When it finally took a step and made its way towards the likely extinguished fire. We all sighed in relief. Even so, we stayed there until we heard people calling our names. If they were calling for us, then the foresters must have moved on, and we got up and made our way carefully back to the job site. The house, already a ruin when we'd arrived, was now a pile of ash and bricks. It had burnt to the basement, the rain stopping it from getting much farther. All four of them looked sooty and wet, but they were relieved to see us. Garza sighed as we came walking out of the woods, patting our shoulders as if to make sure we were real. I was not looking forward to explaining to your father how you'd nearly been struck by lightning and then run off into the woods. I appreciate your bravery, son, but don't do that again. I was pretty glad I had my nitroglycerin in the truck. We all piled in, the rain pummeling the camper shell as we drove, and the others filled us in on what had happened. The lightning had struck the house and set it on fire, and after getting me out of there, they started trying to put it out. They knew the foresters would be mad if they saw the smoke, and they started trying to get the fire out as quickly as possible. The house had a well, and the well still had power, and as the flames grew, they had noticed the fog rolling in. After I'd run off, Garza had told them to get back to the truck, and as the rain started coming down, they had all breathed a sigh of relief. The foresters had come to inspect the fire, but as the house collapsed and the rain put out the rest, they had gone back to the woods, taking the fog with them. They had been coming to look for us, or what might be left of us, when we had come staggering out of the woods. Dad had made a fitful sound when I told him what had happened, and he asked me not to tell my mom about it. No need worrying her. You did the right thing, kiddo, but we should be a little more careful. You could have ended up joining Derek in the deep woods. I sat down to write this after getting a hot shower and getting out of my wet clothes, and it's an experience I don't think I'll ever forget. The rain is really coming down out there, hitting the roof like hailstones, and it gives me a shiver. Derek sent me a text a half hour ago. They took him to the hospital after Ramsey had a look at him, and he's definitely concussed. The ER docs are giving him a week's worth of bed rest, but he says it could have been a lot worse if I hadn't come to get him. He claims he owes me his life. I told him to get better so I don't have to pick up too much of his slack. Derek's a good friend. I'm pretty glad the foresters didn't get him. I'm not sure what we would have done if the rain hadn't started. The house was too big for us to have fought the fire with buckets, and I shudder to think what the foresters would have done if they'd arrived to find us throwing water on it. We would probably have all died, or worse, and I hope the lightning will be over by tomorrow. Though, it does give me an idea for my inevitable incursion into the deep woods. That's it, Maria. The camera loves you, baby. Maria smiled as she struck another pose. It was all a little fuzzy, the pills making it hard to focus, but she needed them more than the fame these days. The heady drug that was fame had stopped having the same effect on her as it had when she was 16. Not even the same rush they had held for her when she was in her mid-20s. And now, staying a little bit high was the only way she felt much of anything. She continued to strike poses long after the flash had stopped going off, and when someone touched her arm, she jumped like a scalded cat. It was Maurice, her manager, and he had that worried look he sometimes got. It was the look that asked her, in a loud and shaking voice, how much she'd had to drink today, or which one of the disreputable fellas she had purchased today's pills from. He was such a worrier, and it would have been heartwarming if it weren't so tiresome. There, ready for the next girl, Maria. Let me help you to your dressing room. She pulled gently out of his grasp, giving him a slightly lopsided smile. There's no need, Maurice. I can find it just fine. She took a step and immediately expelled that notion by tripping over a cord and going down on her face. Her hands immediately came up to said face, checking to make sure there hadn't been any damage. This was her livelihood, all she had left of her late-teen stardom, and if anything happened to it, she'd be sunk. Maurice was running to help her, but someone else was reaching down to offer her a hand. She accepted it gratefully until she realized that it belonged to Jewel. "Are you okay, Miss Fontaine? That was a nasty spill. I wanted to make sure you were—" "I'm fine," Maria hissed at the girl, pulling away as she righted herself. "Maurice, make sure the crewmen secure those power lines a little better. I could have broken my neck." Maurice hadn't even finished trying to appease her when she stormed off towards her dressing room. She could already hear the little bitch, Jennifer Jewel Santiago, telling him that she hoped Maria was all right. She was such a big fan, and she thought of her as an inspiration, and she couldn't imagine how she would feel if anything happened to her. The simpering little twit went on, but Maria was well versed in her games. She knew the little girl couldn't wait for something to happen to her. Then she'd have the stage, the covers, all of it to herself. She could pretend that she was a good girl while people were watching, but Maria knew how she must hate her behind the scenes. She knew because it was exactly how Maria hated her. She slammed the door to her dressing room and flopped down in her chair before the large mirror of her vanity. She looked at herself in the mirror, studying her topography as if she meant to commit it to memory. She was intimately familiar with every wrinkle and every blemish. She had studied every dimple, every pockmark, and thank God there were few of those. She could have drawn herself from memory, and though some people would call it vanity, Maria always thought of it as an interest in her career. Some women had something to fall back on, a talent or an interest, but all Maria had was her pretty face. Hadn't her mother told her so? Hadn't she watched her as she sat before a vanity much like this one, and told her daughter that all women really had in this world were their looks? Once your looks were gone, it didn't matter how bright or talented you were. Once your looks were gone, the world would turn its back on you. "As all beautiful women know," came a voice from behind her, making her jump. Maria glanced into the mirror and saw a grinning corpse standing in the corner of her dressing room. It was dressed in a long, luxurious black suit, its hair slicked back over its very soft-looking forehead. Its smile was much too large, and Maria suddenly didn't want him to get too close. She thought maybe he might bite her. She hadn't thought something like that since she was a little girl, but she thought it now. "How did you get in here?" she breathed out, with a confidence she certainly didn't feel. "1,000 pardons, madam. I had inquired with your assistant where you might be found, and he told me to look for you here." Maria was unsure whether she believed him or not. Maurice, despite being a bit flighty at times, did not often invite strange men into her dressing room, at least not without telling her first. He especially didn't make a habit of doing it after being on set with her all morning. When had this fellow talked to him? Sometime in the early morning when they had first got there? During her only bathroom break about 3 hours ago? As she looked at him through the reflection of the mirror, she let her hands inch towards the heavy perfume bottle on her vanity, preparing to fling it at him if he came at her. "I don't make a habit of receiving people in my dressing room. I think I'd like you to leave and go make an appointment with Maurice, like people usually do." The man did not scuttle off like a kicked dog, as she had expected he would. His smile grew even wider as he leaned on a cane that she had up until then not noticed. He reminded her of the picture that she had seen in the Phantom of the Opera book that she had loved so much when she was young. He could have been a twin to the Phantom himself, his face looking like so much skin stretched over a skull. "Bad day on the set, eh?" he asked, taking a step out of the corner. Maria said nothing, just watched in the mirror as he leered at her through the glass. "It's a shame that someone of your talent has to look behind them for circling vultures. Like your understudy, Jewel. What's she plotting behind those kind eyes and empty platitudes? Maria still wanted to yell at the man to get the hell out, but he was making quite a lot of sense. Maybe she wasn't the only one who had noticed the little bitch scheming. If others had come to see it, maybe it wasn't so crazy. If this man could see it too, maybe it was more than just her mind playing tricks on her. Of course, who could blame them? Her star is rising, while yours may be preparing to fall. She has youth on her side, something that is quickly slipping through your grasp. What's your point? Maria asked, still not trusting him, but willing to listen. Only that I can offer you something that she cannot get at her current level of fame. I've come to offer my services, perhaps to help you in some way. Maria had suspected as much. He was here to sell something. He wouldn't be the first to come and try to tempt her with beauty products and snake oil. He seemed less sinister now, more something she was familiar with, and when she turned around to look at him, she let go of the perfume bottle. People who wanted to show you things, as a rule, did not try to kill you. Now, I'm very certain that I want you out. I have several contracts with several different skincare companies. I'm not open to trying out some strange beauty product that is more likely to ruin my skincare routine than benefit it. Now go, before I call the... She stopped suddenly when he pulled the bottle out of his coat pocket. It was like nothing that she had ever seen, and it would have looked right at home on the desk of some alchemist. The bottle was like gemstone, holding facets and pools that made its depth shine. The liquid was the color of caramelized whiskey, and despite being absolutely still, it seemed to move as if constantly being pulled by some tidal force. "It's beautiful," she said, surprised by her own words. "It's the secret to what you're looking for. A single drop will renew what you've lost. But you have to drink that drop every day." Part of her wanted to deny it, and part of her wanted to ask how that could be. But the only thing that came out was a little of both. "How is that possible?" "It's an industry secret," the skeletal man told her. "The real question is whether you will accept it or not." Now some of the old doubt had begun to return, and Maria wasn't entirely sure she wanted to take the stranger at his word. Just like before, though, it was as if he could read her mind. "I see a demonstration is in order." He removed the tip of the crystalline vessel, revealing an equally delicate-looking dropper. He squeezed a single drop into it, pulled it out as he offered it to her. The liquid set within the dropper, new life waiting to begin, and Maria found that she wanted it. She was hungry for what lay within that dropper. "A single drop," he reminded her. "That's all you need." He held it out, tempting to drop it onto the edge of the precipice, and Maria found herself leaning forward as she opened her mouth to receive it. The single drop hit her tongue like a bomb, and she coughed as the sour taste of corruption passed down her throat. It wasn't just her tongue, however. She felt a kind of tightening on her skin. She had wanted to cry out, to ask this man why he had poisoned her, but instead she was left speechless as the corruption did its work. It felt as if someone had cranked her flesh to the ripping point, and when she sat back hard against the vanity, she heard the rattle of bottles. She turned, expecting to see her face purpling in the mirror, but as she watched, her body shed 15 years in seconds. Suddenly, she was 16 again, her skin as smooth and fresh as it had been on that long-ago day. She marveled at what she saw, but she knew even then that she would have to have more. Wondrous, isn't it? You're one of the few who can actually watch it happen without losing some grip on your mind. I've known people who don't come back from that first enticing drop. As she touched her face, Maria had only one question. How much? The man smiled. Fortunately for you, you have the kind of wealth to afford this sort of extravagance that I offer. The price is on the back of this business card, as is the number you will need to order more. Once you've started, you will want to continue. She took the card and looked at the number, narrowing her eyes a little at the back side of it. The number was high, but not enough to dissuade her. She could pay it. She could pay it 1,000 times over, and she flipped it over to see the name on the other side. If she was going to be doing business with this man, she wanted to know his name, and what a name it turned out to be. Richard T. Seraph was a name she would come to cherish and despise as time went on. Maria looked into the mirror as the drop fell onto her tongue. She had watched it happen 1,000 times before, maybe even 100,000, but she never grew tired of watching herself de-age. She had become something of an anomaly in the modeling world, and at this rate, she could continue on well into her 50s. As her skin returned to the same rosy smoothness it had held when she was 16, Maria smiled. She would be 42 this year, but you'd never know it. Before she turned away, she had to squint at something she almost thought she'd seen. It almost looked like someone was in the bathroom with her, but that was impossible. She had checked to make sure the bathroom was empty before she came in. No one had come in since, but it wasn't the first time she had caught something out of the corner of her eye. Over the years, she constantly saw things, especially when she was at her vanity. They were usually gone when she looked up, but it was hard to shake the feeling that she wasn't alone sometimes. It hardly mattered, she thought. She slid the bottle back into her purse. The drops beat the pills and the booze for hallucinations any day of the week, anyway. The little vial held enough of the precious liquid for 5 years, and the price for them was becoming quite dear. Had she really looked at that first number and thought it was large? Now she paid 5 times as much for the bottle she held. Soon it would be 5 times that, if she kept on like this. Beauty had become a drug for her, and she found that it was addictive. Not long until she'd have to recreate herself and come up with a different name. Would she be her granddaughter? Maybe a niece? It didn't matter. Maria wasn't as addicted to modeling as she was to the wonderful liquid in that glass bottle. She was returning to the party, the one they were holding in celebration of her 41st birthday, but she bumped into a familiar face on the way out of the women's room. She mumbled something about being more careful, but that's when she saw the girl. "Miss Fontaine, it's so nice to see you. How long has it been?" Maria put on her best fake smile as she greeted the rival from her past. "Jewel, I haven't seen you in years. How have you been?" Not good, Maria would guess. While Maria's star had been rising, Jennifer Santiago's had fallen like a comet. The poor girl was still modeling, still getting her name out there, but her 5 minutes of fame had been fleeting indeed. When the first drop of that scrumptious liquid had hit Maria's tongue, the girl's name had been on the lips of anyone in the industry. They had expected she would go far, a name that would launch clothing lines and sell fragrances for decades to come. But it had fizzled, instead, a few years later. Some of that had been thanks to the resurgence of Maria's career, but most of it was just simple luck and politics. The girl's agent hadn't been quite as talented as Maurice. Few of them were, and she'd fallen into obscurity after a short stint in notoriety. Maurice. Another person Maria hadn't thought about in a while. It really had been a shame to lose his amazing business acumen, but the heart attack that had killed him a few years ago hadn't exactly asked for permission. "Yes," Jewel said in a slight stutter. It's been a rough couple of years. I see you're doing well, though, looking as good as always." Maria smiled. She knew it was so, but it was always nice to hear people tell her. "Well, it's been great catching up, but I have to get back to my party. Why don't you come down to Raltz's studio tomorrow? I'll put in a good word for you. Perhaps he needs some background models or something." she finished as she set the barb. "How do you do it?" Maria stopped when Jewel asked the question, her feet suddenly frozen like ice. "Pardon? How do you do it? How do you look the same after 20 years of doing this?" Maria started to tell the girl it was none of her business, but decided to give her the usual response. "Just my usual skincare routine, exercise, and a lot of leafy greens, and my..." When Jewel rounded on her, her face looked furious. The girl was only 26, she had no right to look so haggard, but perhaps when the work dried up, she hadn't been able to maintain her level of commitment to the lifestyle. Lack a proper diet, having to live like a normal person, maybe partying it up while she had the funds to do so. It all took a toll, and now she was reaping the consequences. She was old before her time, and unless she could scrabble up the money to pay Mr. Seraph, she'd stay old forever. "Cut the crap. I know there's something secret that you used to stay young. Today I saw you. You looked 31. The next time I saw you, you looked even younger than that. How do you do it? How does it work? I have to have it. I have to have it. I have to..." As she'd been talking, she'd been getting closer to Maria. Her hands had become claws as she grabbed for her, latching onto her bag instead. Maria yelled for help, trying to push the girl away as the two fought, but when her expensive bag came tumbling off the shoulder, Maria heard the shattering glass. She was suddenly as furious as her attacker. She had just purchased that bottle, and it had not come cheaply. This girl, this broke bitch, probably didn't have enough money in her bank account for a taste, let alone what had been in that bottle. Now she was going to have to go back to Mr. Seraph and tell him how she needed another bottle of this miracle liquid. She would tell him, and he would smile. Then he would hand her a number on the back of the card, and she would pay it, no matter how much it was. If she had to prostitute herself on the street corner to buy another drop of youth, she would pay it gladly. The wait staff pulled Jewel off of her, but the damage was already done. Maria grabbed her bag to make sure, but she already knew what the sound was. The bottle was nothing but broken glass inside her bag, but the inside was dry as a desert. Whatever the liquid wasn't normal. Maria didn't really care much for the chemical makeup, though, as she pushed past her friends, made a running gait for the street. She only knew that she wanted more. "You don't understand. It wasn't my fault. It was some flighty little bitch who just had to..." The man's voice was crude oil and snake scales as he spoke to her over the phone, and she knew the smile running over his face like mouse feet. "My dear Maria, I don't care if King Kong descended from the Empire State Building and crushed you and your bottle flat on Fifth Avenue. The bottle is broken, and you need more. Then I will sell it to you. The price, however, will be steep." Maria nodded into the phone, having known it would be. It would be expensive, and Maria had expected that there would be no way that she could get recompense from Jennifer Santiago's estate for her damaged goods. What would she put on a property form? Bottle full of magic liquid that makes me 16 forever? They would laugh at her, and the price tag. No, Maria already knew that she would be out of pocket for this one, and this one was going to hurt her. "Tell you what I'll do," Mr. Seraph oiled. "I'll give you a new bottle at the cost of the old bottle. Call it a little generosity for a returning client. This, however, is a one-time thing. Don't expect this kind of kindness every time you have a little accident." Maria thanked him big. The price he was asking was still extremely high, but it was better than 5 times that cost. Mr. Seraph could talk about kindness all he wanted, but he knew that she'd be back anyway. He had her hooked, and he knew that she needed what he had. She would pay whatever he asked until whatever he asked might be too much for even her rising star. She would have to be more careful with these bottles from now on. The new bottle had been on her vanity when she got back from the photo shoot the next day. Good thing, too, because Maria had already begun to notice the effects of not having it. Her skin just felt looser. Her energy wasn't there today, and she had gone out during the morning break and done something she hadn't done in a long time. Joel had still been pushing his so-called pretty pills, though Maria was pretty sure they were a little more than garden variety amphetamines. She hadn't touched the stuff in years, but she really needed them to go through the day today. She had performed in a fog, nowhere near up to her usual standards, when she got back to her dressing room after a long day of playing dress-up. She was rapturous at the sight of that beautiful little bottle. She took one immediately, the liquid dropping on her tongue as easily as it had the first time, and she watched as her beauty returned. She had once found the process a little dizzying, but now it came only with a sense of exhilaration. The day had aged her, and she looked 40 by the time she had come stumbling off the set. But now, everything was right again, and she, the creature standing in the corner behind her, made her scream in terror. It wasn't the bony and off-putting Mr. Seraph this time. It was a shadowy woman with living coals for eyes. She had leaned against the junction of the room, and her fingertips seemed to stretch across the walls as she prepared to spring. The woman's shadowy hair was thick and luxurious, falling around her like a cloak of smog, and as she came flying towards the vanity, Maria fell to the side and covered herself with her hands as she lay in a ball. She expected to be attacked, to be scratched or bitten, but when nothing happened after 30 seconds of cowering, she opened her eyes to find no one but herself in the dressing room. Mr. Seraph picked up on the second ring and sounded surprised to hear from her. "Don't tell me you need another bottle already. I can assure you that the deal won't be as good. For this, what exactly did you give me?" He was silent for a few seconds, clearly not used to being spoken to in such a way. "Why, the same thing I've given you twice before. Is something wrong with it?" "A shadow person tried to attack me while I was looking in the mirror. I'd say that's something wrong with it." His next question left her speechless. "Has that never happened before? I've been told they can be a little upsetting." "What do you mean?" she breathed after some contemplation. "Did you think the liquid wouldn't come with a price? The others report seeing them right away. I'm surprised it took you this long." Maria felt her breath hang a little as his words cascaded over her. "Others?" Mr. Seraph surprised her when his laugh rolled out like an excited wave. "Did you think you were the only one? Did you think you were special? In another life, you would have been one of those shadows you see in the mirror. But no, you have wealth and privilege, so you may continue to shine." Maria was dumbfounded, trying to find words, but unable. The shades were like her. They were the shadows of those who had come before her. She didn't understand at all, but she understood enough. The bottle was filled with their beauty, their life, and she was taking it to keep herself young. She looked back at the mirror, and there was the fiery-eyed shade standing right behind her. She was smog, angry smoke in motion, and Maria saw that her hands were balled at her side. She was familiar somehow. She was someone Maria knew. Maria couldn't prove it, but she felt sure that it was Jewel. She had failed to rise, failed to come back, and now she wanted to know how Maria had kept her beauty. Jewel had wanted to know bad enough to seek out the mysterious Mr. Seraph, and now she knew all too well the source of Maria's power. Her power and her vanity. Maria leaned her head against the glass, watching the fiery woman as she moved within the mirror. Maria felt tears slide down her face as she realized that despite this knowledge, she wouldn't stop. She would go back to the bottle again and again, because the alternative was watching herself turn old before her very eyes. And that would be a hell too much for her. Youth had become her drug, and the high was more heady than any pill or potion she had ever taken. Maria wondered if she would be a shadow in the mirror one day. Maybe when she couldn't afford the magical liquid, she would find out what became of those lost beauties once their youth was all used up. This is the medical floor where most of the inmates stay. You got 2 orderlies that live on site, so don't hesitate to wake them up. There's usually about 10 to 20 regulars in here, and TV pretty much stays on 24/7. I nodded politely, but in reality, the next 90 days couldn't go by fast enough. The station looks out over the floor, so you pretty much just sit here and observe. Some of the old guys get a little snappish, but they're pretty chill most of the time. Officer Dorrington looked like he had fallen right out of a flower child commune and discovered that he had bills to pay and ethics to violate in the process. His hair was longer than advised. His eyes had a red tint to them that made me think he might be permanently stoned, and he talked like a basset hound giving a dissertation. He was perfect for the infirmary, a place where nothing ever happened, but it was no wonder they kept him off the compound. And of course, these monitors help you watch the show cells. There are only 2 that are occupied right now, Cell 1 and Cell 12. We usually try to fill them up from 1 to 12, but the guy in 12's been there for a little bit. He's squirrely, so if you have to open that door for any reason, make sure you got some backup. I nodded, not really paying attention, as I told him I thought I could handle it. Okay, brother, keep it chill, relax. This is the best post you'll ever sit. He offered me a fist, and I bumped it half-heartedly as he headed out. I sighed as I took the chair behind the pane of one-way glass that separated my office from the infirmary floor. I thought at the time that this was going to be the most boring 3 months of my life. Turned out I couldn't have known how wrong I would be. I'd worked at Stragview for about 5 years before I had my first really bad use of force. Happens to everyone eventually, and I'd been luckier than most in that respect. I had been working in the high custody dorm since I graduated, and my career has been a constant stream of fights, force, and cell extractions. 5 years is a long time to roll the dice, but I finally came up on Snake Eyes. We were going in to break up a fight, something I got tasked to help with pretty often, and when I put one of the guys in an arm bar, he slipped and we both went down. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor of the bathroom with a shooting pain in my shoulder, as I tried to breathe after my partner sprayed both combatants with OC. They pulled me out and got the situation under control, but I'd definitely torn something in my rotator cuff. Couple hours at the ER, and the doc confirmed it. 2 weeks of bed rest, your arm in an ISO cast to take the strain off your shoulder, then it's 90 days of mandatory light duty. Stragview didn't do light duty the same way other facilities did. I was told I could either ride a post for 3 months or work in the infirmary. I took the infirmary since it seemed less likely to result in me crashing a work truck into a ditch after falling asleep. Now, here I was, ready to get better fast so I could go back to running and gunning on the compound. First 4 hours, drugged by like a one-legged whore. I made sure the orderlies were doing what they were supposed to be doing, broke up a small shouting match between a couple of oldsters who both wanted to watch the TV, and discovered a paperback in the bottom drawer that looked pretty interesting. Turned out to be something from the Wheel of Time series, and I whiled away the hours as I tried to make the night go by as fast as possible. By 10 o'clock, I was ready to pound nails in with my forehead, and that was when my problem child in Cell 12 decided to wake up. I had looked in his folder before that, finding out his name was Victor Cruz. He was in for battery, and his file didn't show any of the usual earmarks for mental illness. Of course, living in this place would likely make you certifiable after a while. I was just glad he was quiet. something that seemed to be at an end. It started with some tossing and muttering. I kept an eye on him, but there's nothing to really write home about. He was having a bad dream or something. He was lying in a small nest of trash and blankets, his mat thrown into a corner as though he didn't trust it. He was naked as the day he was born, curled up like a rabbit in its den, and I could see the trash littering his cell floor. I wondered at the time why nobody cleaned his cell, the food on his wall looking equally as bad. But I'd find out soon enough. When he screamed like a banshee, I felt like I might slip out of my chair. I looked down the hall, hearing him yelling and thrashing around in the cell. I shook my head as I got up to see what the trouble was. Some of the old guys in the medical area had looked in that direction when he yelled, and a few of them shook their heads as I got up to go. They seemed to be telling me not to bother, to just let him yell himself out. But I knew if they checked the cameras and I'd just let him blow his lungs out without going to talk to him, I'd be in trouble. I arrived at the door, a big square of shatterproof glass with a handle and a food box attached, to find him going berserk in there. He was walking around, clutching his head and screaming for something to go away and leave him alone. He was looking at the corner of the cell and shouting at something that only he could see. I tried to get his attention, but he ignored me. He was shouting his lungs out, yelling his rage to the sky, but it seemed that he was unable to catch whatever it was. "Get down here and fight me! Get down here and fight me like a man!" he screamed. I tried to get his attention a few more times, but ultimately I just walked back to the desk and kept an eye on him between pages. He wasn't hurting himself, and wasn't really bothering me either. If he wanted to stomp around his cell all night and yell at ghosts, then that was his business, and I wasn't going to stand in his way. He went right on yelling for another hour before flopping onto the toilet and hanging his head in defeat. Figured he was probably out for a while, so I went back to my book. This was far from the last time I would hear from him. He would pick up again an hour later, and then an hour after that, and every performance would end with him sitting on the cold metal toilet as he huffed and puffed. I kept at it, trying to get through the night as best I could, and when Officer Dorrington came back and asked how it had gone, I told him it had been okay, other than Cruz. "Poor dude," he said with a little head shake. "You know, he didn't used to be that bad. He threatened to hurt himself, and somebody took him seriously, so they put him in cell 3. He's fine in there. He just tried to sleep for the remainder of his observation, but when the water main burst in the hall, we had to put him in cell 12. After that, he seemed to get worse by the day. His mental health really took a nosedive, and it's probably going to keep him back here for longer than expected." I nodded, only half listening, but kind of focusing on the last part of what Dorrington had said. "So how long has he been in room 12? Dorrington thought about it for a minute or two before shrugging. "Guess about 3 weeks, less than a month. They keep talking about letting him go, but he's come to the point where he may have to go to a psych camp." I took my leave after that, but I just couldn't get the idea out of my head. Had inmate Cruz always been crazy, or was it something to do with the room? I remembered his face as he looked for the source of the voices, and the way he kept looking into the corner made me wonder if there might be more to it than that. The next night was more of the same, but I knew it'd be the last night for a couple of days. I had to work this weekend, and I propped myself up with the knowledge that even if it was a really bad night, I'd have a couple of days off to look forward to. Dorrington said it had been a pretty quiet day, and that Cruz had taken a shot from a nurse around noon and would probably be asleep all night. I thanked him for the good news, my fist bump a little more enthusiastic this time, and settled in for a mostly quiet evening of reading and rounds. It lasted until about 3 o'clock, when another loud scream ushered in the start of the trouble. I looked up to find Cruz yelling at the wall again, as he jumped up to punch something just out of reach. I ignored him for a little while, but then I looked up to find him leaping off the toilet to get a higher punch, and I sighed as I marked my page and went to investigate. "Cruz!" I yelled, each jump resulting in a less graceful landing than the one before. Stop it before you hurt yourself." He ignored me, as I had been sure he would, and I repeated it another 2 times before grabbing for my radio to try to get some help. That's when he landed badly, and I heard his ankle snap through the door. My request for help became a little more frantic, and I looked back to find him still staring at the corner. His face was less angry now, and more fearful as he backed away on his butt and made for the door. That was good. It would mean that I could scoop him up when he got closer, but as I glanced back at the corner, I caught a brief glimpse of something that didn't make sense. It was a smoky face sitting midway up the wall, a grinning, demonic face that winked at me before disappearing completely. When help arrived, I was still looking for that face, but I straightened up as they got in position to grab him. He seemed almost thankful to be away from it, and we got him cuffed and had medical assess him. They determined that it was good and broke, and suggested he be sent to the hospital. So they packed him off to the ER, and I was short one crazy for the rest of my shift. It would have been nice to be rid of all that screaming, but with the cell empty, I started noticing other things. It was like there was a moth stuck in there, and I would see weird flashes of movement more often than I should. There was a weird whisper, too, a voice that I thought was the TV, but never seemed to have a source. It was always whispering at me like someone talking quietly in another room. And by the time my relief got there, a guy named Tinsdale, I was feeling more than a little rattled myself. I tried to put it out of my mind while I was off, but it was hard to shake. And after a few days off, I was almost glad to hear a familiar banging coming from cell 12 as I came back to work. Dorrington was at the desk, making notes on the clipboard, and when I mentioned that it sounded like Cruz was back from the hospital, he nodded. "Saw him on the way in, huh? Yeah, they put him in 3 when he came back. He's been quiet ever since, and it seems like the hospital might have been good for him." I must have looked confused, because Dorrington handed me a folder with a picture of a different inmate on it. "This is Mathers. They brought him in Thursday after he did some light cutting in confinement. They say he started yelling at breakfast time, and he's just trying to fight thin air all day." I looked down and realized this was an inmate that I knew. Mathers was what we traditionally called a bug in corrections. He was in his early 20s and convinced that he was a real badass. He'd been in and out of confinement for everything from fighting to drugs, and he'd been taken out of my wing about a week before my accident. The report said that he had been cutting for attention, and mental health had decided that some time in a show cell might be good for him. It hadn't, but the wheels of justice are often slow to realize that your screams as you were ground under them were not the happy squeals of recovery. The whole shift, I kept looking between 3 and 12, the inhabitants a stark contrast between each other. Cruz now appeared to be the picture of calm. He did little beyond sit against the wall and read his Bible, looking around placidly whenever someone came near the door. He even waved at me a few times when I looked in on him during my rounds, and I wondered if he remembered being that screaming other that I had seen a few days ago. This was the Cruz that Dorrington had been lamenting, and I could see why. If you hadn't told me that he was the same man, I would have had no idea. Mathers, on the other hand, was far worse than I'd ever seen him. Mathers had always been a problem child, but his antics now were less that of a child seeking attention and more those of a mental patient. He had already thrown his food against the wall, and I noticed that most of it was in one particular corner. If you were looking through the door, it would have been the back left corner, the same one that Cruz had been shouting into a few nights ago. He would oscillate between sleeping, fitfully pacing around, mumbling, and yelling at things that only he could see, sometimes in a matter of seconds. Mathers got worse as the night progressed, but his anger was always targeted at that specific corner. When Dorrington arrived the next morning, I had more questions. Mathers hadn't been the only thing that I'd seen on camera in that cell last night. There had been a movement present that had drawn my eye several times. It looked more like a light reflection than a moth or anything, if you had watched it. Mathers followed it with his eyes, as if he could see it too, though. Once or twice I looked up in time to see something large and shadowy hovering in that corner, but it was always gone before I could study it much. Dorrington seemed interested when I wanted to ask him some questions, and he must have hoped that I'd found something interesting in the infirmary. "What's the story with Cell 12? I asked, getting right to the point. "What you mean?" "I mean, has anything ever happened in there? It seems like Mathers spent most of the night looking around and talking to something that only he could see, and I'm wondering if that's just normal for people in there. I didn't know Cruz, but I know Mathers, and that's abnormal behavior for him." Dorrington nodded slowly. "To be honest with you, I've only worked on the compound for a couple of months. I was pretty bad at it. I'm kind of a softy, but when they stuck me in here, I really took to it. I've spent most of my career in the infirmary, so I haven't really gotten a good feel for most of the inmates. What I have noticed is that people in Cell 12 seem to behave a little strangely. Like I said, I don't know them out on the compound real well, but now that you mention it, they don't seem very happy to be in there." I nodded, now pretty sure it wasn't just me. "So what's the story with Cell 12? "I don't know," Dorrington said, "but I have an idea who would. Let me ask some of the old-timers back here. Some of these guys have been here long enough to retire, if they'd been drawing a paycheck, and they've probably seen way more than either of us. I'll ask around and let you know something tonight." I wasn't sure how much stock I was willing to put in first-hand accounts by inmates, but I was interested to see what Dorrington would find out. When I came back that night, Dorrington pointed to a particularly old fella sitting in bed 7 and said that was my guy. I talked to him a little bit, but he said he'd prefer to tell you himself. I must have made a face, because Dorrington gave me the first hard look I'd ever seen on the man. "He's not a leper. He knows what you're looking for, and he only wants a little bit of your time to tell you." "Can't you just tell me?" I asked, really not wanting to play inmate games tonight. "I could, but I won't. If you want to know so bad, then go to ask him. Otherwise, I guess you'll just never know." He left after that, looking like I'd insulted him somehow. Dorrington and I were on opposite ends of the spectrum. He was one of those guys who thought his charges were real people, but I'd always kept a healthy distance from the animals. I would ask them things, and sometimes I would even believe the information they gave me, but I always took everything I was told by these guys with a grain of salt. Most of them would lie to you if they thought it would get them something, but it was a little different back here. Most of them had everything they wanted. When they were in medical, they had plenty to eat, reliable heat and AC, a bed with relatively safe expectations of not being murdered or assaulted in their sleep. And as the night went on, and I listened to the banging from Cell 12, it only heightened my curiosity. As it crept closer to master roster count, I finally decided to go and talk to the old-timer and see what he knew. The old man's name was Williamson, and his chart said that he was 98. Inmates in their 90s are as rare as inmates off medication, and Williamson was likely an endangered species in a place like this. He had come to medical about 10 years ago after a stroke had taken most of his mobility, and it was probably the only reason that he hadn't died of a cold or after smarting off to one of these young Turks out here. He was awake when I came out onto the floor, and he raised his hand slowly as he shook it at me. He knew why I was there. Most of them probably did. And as I took a seat next to him, I was surprised to find that he didn't hold that medicine smell or the smell of barely contained filth that a lot of them do. Most mobile inmates aren't particularly clean, but this fella smelled downright sociable. "Took you long enough. I was just about to drift off again. Once my medication hits in about an hour, there won't be much use asking Grandpa for a story. I took a look at his cataract old eyes to see if he was senile or just poking fun at me, and decided it was the latter. I told him to tell me about room 12, if he actually knew anything about it, that was. He smiled as if we both knew that he did, and got comfortable against his pillows. "Oh, more than some," he boasted. "I've been back here on and off since I was 65. Been living in Stragview for most of my life, and I've seen and done things that would turn your hair as white as mine. I'm in here for murdering my wife and my brother, whom I found in bed together. Judge wanted to go easy on me, but my brother's wife said there was evidence that I had known before catching him in the act. I hadn't, but my brother seemed to think I did. She brought out his journal talking about how I had known and even been okay with it, but whether it was a lie or just delusion on his part, who's to say? I've got a round to do in about 30 minutes, old-timer. I'm here to hear about Cell 12, not your life story." The old man snorted. "Well, too bad. You want to hear what I have to say, then you'll hear it on my terms. I'd stop interrupting if I were you. That nurse gave me my pills about an hour ago, and I've only got about 30 minutes before they kick in, and I'm comatose." I wanted to get mad, but it was the old guy's story, I guess, and I just had to let him tell it. Told him to tell it, and he went on. "I was 28 when I caught my wife and my brother together, so I've been in Stragview for 70 years, I guess. In that time, I've seen a lot, and part of it was while I was an orderly here in the infirmary. I was looking 50 right in the face and decided it might be time to slow down a little bit. I'd worked just about every job in the prison, but the infirmary seemed like a nice little rest before somebody stuck a knife in me. I was making hooch and selling what inmates here call weed, and it was only a matter of time before my competition got tired of my meddling and decided to put me out of business. I'd worked at the hospital before getting arrested, and mopping floors and changing bedpans was not work I was unfamiliar with. So I spent about 10 years wiping asses and emptying catheter bags and keeping the place tidy. It was 1984 when they wheeled the fella in. He was about the worst looking mother I had ever seen. They had him in restraints with a spit mask covering his face and a man on each arm. He's bald as an egg and his head was covered in tattoos. Not the usual tattoos you see on bald white guys, but symbols and weird words. It was all stuff that a wizard might need for spells, and he looked like whatever he was casting with those symbols wasn't good for much of anybody. They put him in cell 12 and told the officer sitting in the booth to keep an eye on him. They said his name was Malik O'Dare, and he was spending 5 days in Stragview until a detachment from Macklemore could come to pick him up. Macklemore used to be one of the largest medical prisons in the region, and they were getting ready to shove him in a little box and study him until he was dead. Then they'd probably dissect his brains. They could study him after he was dead too, but that was beyond my understanding. So, for 4 days and 4 nights, Malik made their lives a living hell. He would bite himself and draw on the walls in his own blood. He would try to grab anyone that he could lay hands on, and they quickly learned that he didn't get visits from medical or food in a regular tray. After his second meal at Stragview, all his food came in a bag, and the orders were that the bag not be sent in either. They dumped the food into the little box outside the cell. Then you close the top and open the inner gate, and if he decided to take it, well, that was on him. He tried to flood the cell twice, succeeded once, pissed and shit under the door often. Amidst all the chaos, he continued to draw the weird symbols on the wall in his blood. But since he wasn't bleeding bad enough to be sent out for psychiatric evaluation, and they knew that Macklemore was coming to get him Monday, he was allowed to continue. The drawing in his own blood was nothing next to the other stuff he was doing, and it went mostly unnoticed, for the most part. If he was drawing, he was quiet. Most of them thought it was nothing anyway. I asked one of the guards what he was here for, and they told me that the things Malik O'Dare was here for made my crimes look like stealing candy off of kitties. He'd been running some kind of cult over by Dahlonega, real Jim Jones type of deal. They got up to some pretty heinous things in the time they spent together. Human sacrifice and cannibalism and stuff with kids I'd rather not talk about. The whole shebang. It was crowned by the plan for mass suicide, and fortunately, someone caught him in time. He was going to have all 50 of his followers kill themselves on the blood moon, but before he could, the feds came in and stopped him. He tried to off himself a few times while he was in jail, but the judge finally handed him a death sentence, and he was remanded into federal custody. He'd been in a federal institution for the last 5 years, in a little room by himself without a lot of human interaction. But McLemore had paid him a mint for the right to study him before the feds carried out his death sentence. The feds had agreed to give him a stay of execution for a while and let McLemore house and study him for the next 5 years. Whatever hell he raised, well, that was none of the feds' business. He yawned loudly, but covered it with the back of his hand. I better give you the abridged version, 'cause I'm going to be asleep before long. It appeared that Malik never had any intention of going to McLemore. Being in Stragview was his last chance to escape the system on his own terms. And boy, did he. On the 4th night, the day before they was gonna come get him, he started yelling and chanting loudly. This wasn't new. Inmates in the show cell usually yell a lot, but some of the stuff he was yelling wasn't the usual rambling nonsense you heard. I peeked in on him and saw that he was sitting in his floor with his legs in an Indian pose. He was chanting in a language that I'd never heard, and as he did, the things he had drawn on the wall were blinking and glowing. I tried to tell the guard, but he told me to get back to work and mind my own business. There wasn't much else to do but obey or get sent to confinement and lose my job, so I got back to work. I saw the same guard get up in a hurry about 2 hours later, round about midnight actually, and bang on the door of cell 12 as he called for Malik to get up. He got on the radio and called for help, and when help got there, they discovered that Malik was dead. Medical decided it had been a stroke, and he'd probably swallowed his tongue during the fit. McLemore never got a chance to study him while he was alive. There was a huge investigation by the feds into Stragview. Fortunately for Stragview, at least, they had cameras in the cell back then, too. They weren't as fancy as the ones they got now. Tapes had to be changed twice a shift, but they got most of what happened on video. It was decided that the prison was not at fault, but I think the guard at the time still got fired. Probably an ass-covering maneuver, but nothing else really came of it. After that, anyone else they put in that cell has claimed to see things and hear voices. They get crazy within a few days, and the longest I've ever seen someone hold out was a week. I have lain in this bed and listened to them go mad. Sometimes I can even hear the same voice I heard whispering those arcane words so long ago. He's still in there somehow. He's become in death what he always wanted to be in life. An agent of chaos. Maybe that's what he was praying for in whatever language he was speaking. Just the ability to torment as many people in death as he had in life. I guess we'll never know. The old guy yawned again, flapping his hands at me in dismissal. I'm tired now, son. Go on. Let an old man sleep. I've been sitting here thinking about that story for the last few hours. I have a friend who works in the control room, and when I called to ask him about an inmate named Malik O'Dare, he said that O'Dare was a bit of Stragview lore that a lot of people knew about. He had died here, but the story about his crimes and the nature of his death were something that people thought had been exaggerated. When I asked him if he died in a show cell here in medical, he said that was true. He asked me why I was curious, and I lied and said it was something that an inmate had told me. Well, I guess it wasn't much of a lie. I've been watching the camera for cell 12 as I write in my notebook. That fluttering movement I told you about has become something different. It's like a swirl of smog, moving from corner to corner. And sometimes, a pair of bright pinpricks will look up at me from the depths of the gas. It's like he knows that I know what he is, and that knowledge means that he's taken notice of me. I can hear the whispers at my desk, especially when it's quiet, and if that's what the inmates are hearing in that cell, then I can understand why they go crazy. I'm not sure how long I can listen to those whispers, and seeing that strange face as it looks at me through the camera lens. I suppose maybe I'll be ready for a show cell soon, too. Hopefully cell 12 isn't empty if they decide to hold me here until the psych ward can come and collect me. I'd thought these 90 days would be tough, but now it seems my career may not be the only thing I'm in danger of losing. I never really had a usual post when I came to work. Some people would come in and work the same dorm for months on end, but not me. I was in E dorm one night, B dorm the next, standing in for someone in confinement when they got sick, and working with the captain all weekend sometimes. This also usually meant I was the one to give out breaks when someone needed relief. Stragview had been undergoing a bit of an employment shortage, so some nights you'd only have one person in a dorm for the whole 12-hour shift. Each dorm had a bathroom, each dorm had a microwave, but sometimes it's nice to go stretch your legs or have a smoke or get a snack out of the break room. So, when they put me as the captain second on the yard, I knew that would lead to me giving out breaks most every night of my career. Working with the captain likely sounds glamorous, but most of the time, you're just doing his paperwork, filling out his shift reports, or doing things like fence checks or perimeter inspections. It's pretty tedious most of the time, but it beats getting stuck in a dorm by yourself. Around midnight, I would start calling around to see who had single officers in the dorm and who needed a break. The answer was pretty much always the same, and I would end up giving 2 or 3 officers a short 15 to 20 minute break so they could get some food or have a cigarette. One officer in particular stood out among the rest. Cribbs had been at Stragview for a long time. He was 15 years deep on a 25-year journey to retirement, and everybody knew that he was a writer of sorts. All the dorms had computers, especially after the modernizing initiative last year, so my job also became secretly checking on browser histories while I was giving out breaks. I know, makes me sound like a snitch, but some of these guys get up to some pretty heinous stuff. Most of it was just social media or the occasional illegal movie site, but some of these guys are looking up stuff on the work computer that I bet they'd never dream of looking up on something they paid money for. They rarely get fired for it, usually just written up, but Cribb's history was a little different than the rest. I gave him a break every night at 1 a.m., and he always said the same thing before lumbering out the back door of Echo Dorm. "Just gonna have a smoke. Be back in about 20 minutes. Then he was off, and I was stuck watching his sleeping charges for the next 20 minutes. I usually just found a book to read or waited until he got back, but after the captain had made me a snitch, I made a point of checking the browser history of the people who'd forgotten to log out of their computers. There was a bet that Cribbs was secretly into some weird stuff, but he only ever visited one website the whole time I did computer checks. He'd pull up Google Docs and go to the same Word document that he kept on there. That was fine, nothing against documents in the memo, and it wasn't very big anyway. I just figured he was typing up a story or something and Was content after that to crack open a paperback in the desk and lose myself in something interesting for 20 minutes. It went on like that for a couple of months until I came to relieve him and got a look at what he was writing. I don't remember exactly what day it was, but must have been a weekend because some of the guys in the day room were still up when I came in to give a break. We'll let them watch TV till midnight on the weekends, and Cribbs explained that they were finishing up a movie before heading to bed. That was fine with me. Guy could run his dorm how he wanted to, as long as no one was getting up to nonsense. And I started looking for something to read in the desk as I heard the back door close behind me. Cribbs seemed to have turned in his loose books, however, because I couldn't find anything to read in the dorm. I was looking under the desk when I bashed my head on the underside of it accidentally, turning on the computer. Came up rubbing my noggin to find a document open and a story in the works. Some of you will say I was snooping, and that's fair, but I can assure you honestly that that was the first time, and it was an accident. I saw that he had a good little clip of a story written, and after scrolling to the start of the page, I started reading. I didn't have anything else to do after all, and hey, any port in a storm. She was fine stock, tall, dark, with a dancer's body and a doe's temperament. She may have seen him coming. She may not have, but he had been stalking her for months. He was watching her the night that she barely got her cab in time. He was watching the night she took a man home from the bar, a man who had unknowingly saved her life. He was patient, though, and he waited and watched for his opportunity. Unfortunately for her, he was watching on the night when she finally slipped up. She was walking home from work, the streets wet with an early rain. He had his hood up and his eyes on the prize. She may have seen him, she may have not, but when she increased her pace, so did he. Her heel broke at the corner of Marino and Dobb, and as her hand made a starfish against the bricks, the hunter moved up and made his play. His own hand fastened around the back of her neck as he shoved her unceremoniously into the alley. She was completely taken by surprise, falling into the trash-strewn darkness as she tried to get her wits about her. It was clear that this was something she was unused to, and that afternoon would be full of firsts for his prey. The look of terror on her face as she crawled away from him, that look of unsure horror, was the most sumptuous kind of supplication. It was the look a dog has when it doesn't know if the hand will hit or pet. It's the look of a wife who doesn't know if her husband will come home drunk and pass out or beat her to within an inch of her life. The hunter had no such quandaries, and as his knife slid free of its sheath, her only question seemed to find its answer. I heard the back door open and jumped guiltily. I scrolled down to the spot he had been at when I came in and quickly hit the key that would lock the screen. I managed to sit back as he came lumbering in, pretending I had been watching the movie that the inmates were finishing up, and he thanked me for the break. I went back to giving out breaks, but the story never really left my mind. It was pretty good, better than pretty good even. I found myself wondering if the woman would escape or not. Clearly, Cribbs was writing a crime novel in his downtime, and I found myself wanting more. I got my chance the next night. It was Sunday, and I knew that if I wanted to read more, it would need to be tonight. We were off for the next 2 days, and I wouldn't have another chance until Wednesday. The story had tickled at me for the remainder of that night, and had continued for the rest of the day. I had to know what happened, and as I started relieving people, I decided to do Cribbs last. Better to not be hampered by other people's breaks, after all. And as he thanked me and went to get a smoke, I uttered words I had never said before. "Take your time." I moved the mouse the second the door closed and groaned when I realized that he'd locked the screen today. "Well, shit," I said, thinking about possible passwords. About 5 minutes later, and 2 wrong passwords, I put my head down and sighed. I guess I'd never get any closure. That was when I saw the little notebook sitting on the desk beside the keyboard. I flipped through it a little, hoping against hope that Cribbs was one of those COs who wrote down his passwords, and was rewarded by a short line of characters followed by what I assumed was his birthday, Hunter 0223. I clicked it in, hoping it was up to date so I didn't lock him out, and was rewarded as the screen came on. He had written a bit more, but I found the place I was looking for and picked up where I'd left off. It was time to see if his prey got away or not. The hunter lunged, grinning as she staggered away with a high scream. No one would hear her, not with the late afternoon thunder rumbling in the distance. He would be free to get his work done. He stalked her until she collided with the big green dumpster at the end of the alley, and then his knife went about its business. The green cardigan she was wearing dappled red as the knife cut it, and she gasped like a seam letting loose. Her scream was wet as she tried to fight him off, but as the blade slid up, she was sliced from navel to breasts. She began to buck a little, her body going through its death throes as her blood spilled out. Her chest gaped when he finished his cut, and as her head dropped, the hunter began to slice her delicate skin. Her throat, her arms, her face, they were all sacrificed before his studied hand. They would call him a butcher and a monster in the paper, but his skill had come from years of butchering animals and the occasional visitor to his remote farm. When he had finished, he slid the ring from her right hand and took it with him as a trophy, the hunter's calling card. I breathed out, a little off-put by the graphic display. I was no stranger to gore. In this line of work, you see a lot of blood and things you'd rather not. But this was something a little different. This was more like someone describing something they had witnessed, rather than being needlessly explicit. I was also wondering where the story was here. Was this some kind of mystery, a thriller? Surely it wasn't just a series of murders. Who would buy such a book? I heard the back door open and locked the screen again, making a mental note of the password. I would need it because that little taste had done nothing to dull my interest. After that, I fell into an easy rhythm of reading through the story a little at a time. If Cribbs ever noticed anything amiss, he never said anything about it. I remember wondering if he just really wanted someone to be as interested in his work as he was, and maybe he secretly liked having a fan. The more I read, though, the more I realized this was no normal story. It was like he was just writing out the murder scenes first, and maybe meant to add the cop chase later. Maybe those were the parts he liked the best or something. I didn't know, but every entry seemed to be the grisly description of a murder. There was no pattern to them, not really. They seemed to be set in the areas around Atlanta. One story had him killing a woman in Cummings as she waited for the bus. Another was a woman who was picked up while hitchhiking near Dahlonega, a waitress in Tiger, a woman in Buckhead, and several within the Atlanta area. The murders were all he wrote about, but God, at the murders. They were always carried out with grisly precision, the hunter stalking his prey before finally striking. Sometimes he hunted them for a night. Sometimes they seemed to go on for months. But it seemed he always got them in the end. I expected every night to find the addition of a detective or a police officer or something, but it was just the continued story of this gory hunter. Then came the night that Cribbs didn't show up for work. This wasn't that uncommon for COs. Sometimes they just decide they're going to take a night off, but we were understaffed as it was, and being down a man meant that I had to go to his dorm for the evening. Captain Tyler was apologetic, but there really wasn't much he could do about it. He couldn't justify having 2 officers on the yard when he had one dorm without an officer in it, so he sent me to fill the spot. Think of it as a little break. You can hang out for the night, and hopefully Cribbs will be back tomorrow. So I went to sit in E-dorm for the night, to the general displeasure of the inmates. I fielded about 1,000,000 stupid questions about everything and anything. No, they could not go between dorms to see their friends. No, they could not volunteer in the kitchen. Kitchen duty was reserved for B-dorm inmates anyway. No, they could not have toiletries before the approved day of distribution. No, they could not stay up late on a Thursday. You would have thought it was my first day on the job, the way they thought they could get one over on me. And when they finally settled in for the night, I started looking for things to do. I had a couple of books, but none of them were really what I wanted to read. I wasn't about to get caught going on sites I wasn't supposed to, not as the guy who usually checks for that kind of thing, and unless I wanted to play an endless game of solitaire, the computer was useless. Well, almost useless. I knew what I wanted to read, and I knew how to get it. I had Crib's password, and I had his login too. It's just your first name and last name with a period in between. I didn't think it would alert the system if I logged into his account. Heck, most of the officers shared login credentials, whether they were supposed to or not, and it never flagged them. If questioned about it, I could just say I'd gotten locked out and logged into his to finish my logs. So, I popped in his login info and went hunting. It appeared that while he was playing hooky, Cribs was also updating his little story. It almost felt like he was updating as I watched, and I scrolled to the top to see what he had written. The hunter's luck, it seemed, had run out. He had stalked too many in one area, and the hunter had finally become the hunted. Oh, but she had been worth the risk. She had once been the queen of stage, a beauty beyond compare, and from the moment he'd laid eyes on her, he knew that he must have her. She always moved in a pack, however, with admirers and hangers-on in plenty. He would need to separate her from her protectors, and that would require breaking his usual routine. He would need to hunt on a day that would normally be otherwise involved, and by nightfall, he was free and hunting his quarry. The place she had found was crowded, full of bodies just begging to be separated from life, but the hunter had his eyes on the prize. She moved like a glittering shadow, her every movement sending up dazzles of starlight. She was easy to track, and the hunter took his time as he waited for just the right moment. When she excused herself to go to the bathroom, he knew that the time was upon him. "Hey, guard." I ignored him for a minute, hoping that he would get the hint, but as he said it again, I turned a withering look on the inmate who had interrupted me. Can I get some soap?" "Why would you need soap at," I checked my watch, 1 a.m.? "Come on, man, just give me some. I'd suggest you get back to your bed before I make it my problem." He put his hands up and retreated back to his bunk, clearly not wanting trouble. 1 a.m., I thought. When had it gotten so late? I turned back to the story and kept reading. She was unsteady, not as graceful as she had been, and it made her easy to gain the advantage on. The hunter stalked quietly into the bathroom, turning the lock before walking slowly towards her. She had left the stall door open, unafraid of being attacked within her sanctuary, and as she did her business, he drew his knife and made ready. Someone pushed the door, but they stopped after a pair of hard shoves. He saw her legs stiffen as she heard the door being pushed, and when she asked if someone was there, he stepped into the doorway of the stall. His shadow fell across her, and as drunk as she was, she still tried to fight him off. He pushed her back and slipped his knife into her throat. Hot blood splashed across him as he sliced at her, and as her twitching stopped, he felt himself fall fully into his revelry. He cut her to ribbons, her skin peeled up in curls. She was more red than pink when he finished, but as he slipped the ring off her finger, he heard a yell from behind him. Someone had opened the door. One of the girl's friends had found them. The hunter pushed past her, running from the scene, but in vain. He had been spotted. I shivered a little, not sure what this was. Was this how the story ended? Did the hunter get caught in the end? The next few paragraphs were about how he had run away. He had fled through the dark city, the nightlife moving all around him, but when he had heard the sirens, he had known they were after him. What had followed was a foot pursuit through downtown Atlanta, dodging police and trying to get away. This was no easy feat with blood all over him, but he finally made his way to an abandoned apartment complex. The hunter sat on the roof of the apartment, watching the lights below as they cast a colorful barrage from the street. They were looking for him, and he knew that when they found him, he would have to fight or surrender. He could hear them, checking the floors below, moving slowly so they didn't miss anything. They would be on him before dawn, and he wasn't sure what to do. The hunter had been pursued, and his hunt, it seemed, was at an end. I'd scrolled to the next page before it came up short. That was it? There was nothing else? I scrolled back up, but that was all there was. That was the whole story, but there had to be more. It was impossible. That couldn't be the end. I needed more. I needed closure. I needed... Boss. I ignored him, clicking out of the document to see if there were any more files. But there weren't. Boss. It wasn't possible. There couldn't... Boss, it's 4:30. Do you mind if we watch the news? Cribs, sure, knock yourself out. I don't care, I said curtly, and the inmate left quickly enough. I was still looking through the story, trying to find something I had missed when someone knocked again. What? I snarled, looking up, but the little group in the day room was pointing at the TV. They were in white shirts and sleep pants, coffee or breakfast food in their plastic dinnerware, and all of them were hooting and pointing at the screen. I was unimpressed, not sure what they were trying to show me, but when I saw the picture that flashed across the broadcast, I was speechless. My anger drained out of me. I didn't know what they were saying. The glass between myself and the day room was thick, but I would soon find out. The story I had been reading wasn't a story after all. It was a journal of sorts. A journal kept by a very sick man. Cribbs had been stalking these women on his off time and murdering them. The police had been scratching their heads for a while now, unsure of what to make of all this, but they had finally caught him red-handed. They had followed him to the apartment complex where they had taken him into custody after a little skirmish. They had him for the murder of 7 women in town, and it was pretty clear that they would get him for the rest of them, too. For my part, I turned the journal over to the police. I didn't know if it helped, but I can't imagine it hurt. I don't know what to make of this, but I'm a little more cautious about being nosy. You just never know what you might find when you go poking around where you aren't welcome. That was months ago, and as the trial wraps up, the word is that the warden has requested that Cribbs be sent here to serve his life sentence. I don't know how I feel about that, especially since I had to testify on the journal I had found, but I hope his murder story has come to an end at last. Killian had been surprised when he popped into Rain's apartment to find 2 people sitting there. The call had been firm, but not very urgent, and Killian had thought about ignoring it. Killian hadn't been sure if Rain would want to see him so soon after the turbulent time in Vegas, but he wasn't unhappy to see him. Rain's current love interest was known to him and had helped them both immensely during a case last year. Rain would have likely been hurt far worse than he was if not for Tristan, and Killian had to give the kid props.
Did I catch you at a bad time?
Killian asked, sensing something odd. Not at all, Rain said. In fact, Tristan wants to know if he could offer a little trade. Killian raised an eyebrow.
A trade?
His master, a wizard with no lack of juice, had been a one-time enemy of Killian's, and he knew well the kind of punch he could pack. This one had been working under him, doing something similar to the agency, though more for the living than the dead. Killian knew that Tristan knew things that could be useful. The question was what he wanted in return. I have a job that I think could benefit you as well. Have you ever hunted geistels? Killian made a face that told Tristan all he needed to know.
Thankfully, not in a while. It's hard to find an animal with enough trauma upon death to make one. They're nasty when they do form, though.
Well, my masters reported a harmful spirit around a burnt-out warehouse that we're pretty sure used to host dogfighting. If you help me out, I'll show you something that I've been working on. Something that I think you could benefit from a lot." Killian thought about it without much exuberance. Geistels were nuisances more than anything else. Killian had been sent to clear some up when he'd been freshly made. He and about 5 other investigators had gone to the site of a gas leak at an old pet store, and it was a case that Killian didn't like to think about. Not because it was particularly gruesome, but because they had spent the better part of 7 hours chasing down ghost rabbits and ethereal ferrets and putting ecto-puppies out of their misery. Some of the residents had been happy to accept the trip to the hereafter, but some of them had been confused, and that had festered and made them a real problem. Killian had personally shot a golden retriever about the size of a bull off of Agent Roderick when it had bowled him over, and that was something that stuck with you for a while. Killian didn't really want to go anywhere near a place where angry dogs had savaged each other to death, but the idea of secrets from an honest-to-God student of the arcane was too good to pass up. Killian opened his mouth to ask about the particulars, but Tristan waved a hand at him. "We can talk about that on the way," the little wizard said. "Do I have to agree to some kind of contract to let you ride along, or can you just..." As if in answer, Killian slid into the young man, and couldn't help a little chuckle as Tristan shuddered like someone had dipped him in ice water. "It takes a little getting used to," Rain said, kissing Tristan on the cheek. "Be safe, hun. And you," he said, clearly talking to Killian, "keep my man safe. If he doesn't come back, I'll figure out how to hold you responsible." A few minutes later, they were in the kids' Ford Ranger and making their way to the less savory part of Atlanta.
"So, what kind of situation are we walking into here?"
Killian asked as the residential buildings became less and less friendly. A couple of teenage kids brought their dates to the old warehouse so they could smoke a little weed and get a little close. The survivor says they were telling ghost stories, the hash making the stories all the more believable, when a huge ghostly dog leapt in amongst them. It started barking and snarling, and they all made a run for it. Survivor, Chris McClendon, says he made it to the car and got inside, but something hit the side of it and rocked it on its wheels. He told the police that a huge ghost dog was snarling and snapping, ramming at the car as it tried to tip it over. It popped the passenger side wheels with the force of the attack, and when it finally stopped, he called the police and reported what had happened. The police found 3 bodies at the site, all savaged by a large animal. Chris got lucky, but they still booked him for the drugs and the suspicion that he might be involved somehow.
Uh-huh. So, what makes you think this isn't just a dog attack?
"Because the bodies don't have a single wound on them," Tristan said. "Cutter called us down to the morgue. He's our contact at the coroner's office, and all 3 of those kids looked like they just fell over for no particular reason."
But the cops love that.
"Oh, the cops are having a field day right now. They're blaming the coroner's office for mishandling the bodies, they're blaming the EMS service that took the bodies, and they're blaming Christopher above all else for giving the kids weed laced with fentanyl."
Did he?
Tristan was quiet for a few minutes as he navigated the sunset traffic. "He did," Tristan finally said. "But the amounts were so minute that he probably didn't even know it was there. The kid has a record for dealing, though, and to trying to make it stick. That, however, doesn't have anything to do with us. What we're here to do is to make sure that these 3 kids are the last ones to get mauled by these ghost dogs."
And what's this got to do with our deal?
Killian asked. He didn't mind helping, but there had been some talk of a deal, and Killian felt he was on the clock. "In time, my new ghostly friend. All will be revealed in time." They turned off the interstate and into an area that was mostly warehouses and lots full of bland-looking vehicles. The general sense was industrial, forgotten things owned by forgotten people, and it was the kind of place that Killian had been in life to get information or look for people that the information took him to. People who wanted to hide out often stayed here. People who wanted to do things off the grid, and Killian could believe that more than a few bets had been taken inside that warehouse. The one they were heading to, however, was a skeletal hulk that showed recent fire damage. These kinds of places often came to a sticky end like this. Perhaps it had been torched by an unlucky client. Maybe it was the owner trying to recoup some of his loss with a quick insurance scheme. Either way, people were dead, lives were lost, and only an empty lot was left to let anyone know that something had once existed here. "Ready?" Tristan asked, looking less than certain himself.
"As I'll ever be," said
Killian, and as the two stepped out of the truck, Killian slid out of the Wizard to walk beside him. The sun was going down behind the gutted-out warehouse, and it set the whole scene in a distinctively spooky light. They made their way through the scrub bushes, Killian passing easily through them as Tristan tried to watch for sticks and trash. He was staying quiet, but Killian knew that wouldn't help much if the Geistrels were on alert. Either way, there would be a fight, and Killian hoped there wasn't a whole pack of hounds waiting for them. Tristan was at the edge of a clump of palmettos when he crouched low and nodded to an empty spot between the scrub bushes and the bones of the warehouse. Sitting in the dirt, worrying at the memories of bones, were the large spirits of 4 pit bulls.
"Are you sure about this?"
Killian whispered, not wanting to spook the other. "Who's the wizard here?" Tristan interrupted.
"Aren't you just an apprentice?"
Killian asked back, the pair of them looking through the parted palmetto bushes. "Journeyman," Tristan shot back. "I've been promoted."
"Congratulations. I still don't see what that has to do with this."
As if in answer, Tristan spread his thumb and forefinger like a gun. Closing his eyes, he began to chant, low and fast, and the sound of it made Killian's skin tingle. It was hard to tell at first with the setting sun as a backdrop, but as the phosphorescence grew, Killian saw something like the end of a sparkler coming to life. He aimed at the group of dogs, careful with his aim, and let it go in a wide arc. "Here we go," Tristan whispered, and Killian slid his .38 out of the holster. The bolt fell in the center of the hounds and exploded like a mortar shell. The ghost dogs flew like dandelion fluff, pushed around by the sudden explosion, and Killian whistled as he brought his gun to the ready. 2 of them lay panting, the air sucked out of their lungs, but a third kept trying to get up as his legs spasmed and leaked sparkling goo. The 4th shook itself, and the growl that rumbled up its throat made Killian nervous. "You're gonna have to get the 4th one," Tristan groaned, closing his eyes as he tried to summon up more of the light. "I can only make one of those about every 10 to 20 minutes. The veins were standing out in his forehead, and as Killian took aim, he couldn't help feeling a little impressed. The kid had some punch, to be sure. The 4th dog lumbered forward, disoriented but still ready to fight. Killian took aim as it zigzagged, getting a bead on it as it picked up speed. He would likely only get a single shot before it buried Tristan, but a single shot was all he needed. "Killian," Tristan said, getting antsy as the hound came closer and closer to the bushes. The shot took it through the chest, and it fell in a limp bundle of sparks as it dissipated into ectoplasm. 2 of the others had similarly dissipated, but the last one was still trying to make its destroyed legs hold it up. Killian walked over and dispatched it with a second blast, watching it dissipate without too much fanfare. "Hopefully that's all of them," Tristan said, his glowing fingers sparking down as he came towards the pile of ghost ash. "Now watch this." He took a crystal out, something small and translucent, and bent down beside Killian. He pressed the crystal into the ghost sludge, and Killian watched as the essence passed from the pile of ash into the gem. It seemed to draw in the particles like a magnet, and when he picked it up again, he held it out for Killian.
"Yeah, not quite how that works, Chief."
"What you mean?" Tristan asked, still holding it out to him.
"I'm a ghost, Tristan. I can interact with things of the living world."
"You sure?" Tristan asked, smiling as he held it closer. Killian shrugged, ready to prove it, but as his fingers came in contact with the crystal, he realized he could touch it. For the first time in nearly 25 years, Killian was touching something real.
"How is this even possible?"
"It's been imbued with ghost essence. It exists across 2 worlds, and it holds great potential."
"Potential?"
Killian asked, looking at the shimmering gem in the light of the dying day. "Think of something you want, something you desire, and it will..." They both looked up, as a snarl split the semi-night. From the wreck of the warehouse came a pack of spectral hounds, and behind them strode a beast as large as an 18-wheeler. Killian counted 6, then 7, then possibly a dozen. They were larger than the ones they had put down, and as they strode to meet them, Tristan didn't look quite so sure of himself anymore. Damn, I was hoping these 4 were it, but it appears there's a whole pack of them. They came in, and Killian snapped off 6 shots before he could think better of it. 4 of them dropped into sparkling pools. Killian's aim appeared to have suffered naught over the years, but that still left 8 of them charging towards them. 9, Killian amended, as the thunderous steps of the nightmare hound shook the air around the group. Killian breathed in harshly, feeling like someone had slugged him in the guts, and as he prepared to fire another volley, something whizzed past him like a Scud missile. It hit the big brute in the face and sent ectoplasm flying in all directions. Killian looked back to see Tristan dipping another of the crystals into the ectoplasm left behind by the 4 dogs. "What are you waiting for?" he shouted, launching another of the flashy projectiles into the swarm. "Use the crystal!"
How?
Killian asked, shooting another down as a spasm shook his arm. "Just picture something you want and the crystal will be it. You have to focus on it, though. Make it real. Then you can use it." Killian thought at the crystal, but the situation was too hectic. He wanted a gun or a cannon or something to help with, but his mind couldn't settle on anything specific. He shot a leaping hound as it tried to jump on him, and he saw that only a few of them were left. The big mutt was hurt, but it was still coming on strong as it shrugged off another of the missiles that Tristan threw at it. It was nearly on him, ready to bury the wizard under its bulk, and as Killian thought at the piece of rock, he felt it take shape in his hand. Tristan threw another one of those finger bolts at it, but the hound was bearing down on him, looming over him despite being 5 or 6 feet away. Tristan had his eyes closed, mumbling a prayer, and when a shower of multicolored sparks hit the thing in the nose, it stopped and slapped at its face in a distinctly doggy fashion. It chuffed and barked, smacking at its snout, but as Tristan turned to run, it loosed a loud bark that shook the rickety old building in its frame. It took a single step, but then something planted itself in its neck, and the dog howled out pitifully. The handle of a knife had buried itself in the side of its thick, ghostly neck, and when it turned to look at Killian, he put 3 quick shots right between its eyes. It went down in a mass of ghostly fur and rage, disappearing into a shimmer of goo, just like the others in its pack had. Killian took a knee, panting as he tried to get his bearings. He'd used a lot of energy on the gun, more than was strictly wise, but it had all been worth it. They weren't going to be chow for a ghostly Cujo, it seemed, and he chuckled a little as he tried to find his strength.
Not quite as easy as killing rabbits this time, was it, Killian?
He asked himself. When the knife stuck into the ground a few inches from his feet, he looked up into the less than impressed face of Tristan. A knife. Really, Killian? I'm over here making a one-man fireworks show, and you throw a goddamn knife. Killian picked up the blade and stuck it in his belt, the weight of it feeling oddly solid.
I was under pressure. It was the best I could do on short notice. It worked, didn't it?
Tristan offered him a hand, but seemed to understand the futility. Would it be easier if you used my body? He asked. Killian lifted an eyebrow. Don't take it the wrong way, Tristan, but you aren't exactly my type. Oh, go to hell, Tristan said, but he laughed as he sat down by the old ghost.
So does it turn back into a crystal now?
Tristan shrugged. No clue.
What do you mean you don't know?
Killian said, looking at him in disbelief. It's not an exact science, Killian. It's magic, and it does what it will sometimes. He looked at the knife on Killian's belt dubiously, not sure what to make of it. It's definitely different from anything I've ever seen. Killian thought it looked like the flightman's knife that he'd once had from his grandpa. The blade wasn't monstrous long, but it was long enough. The handle was smooth metal with leather wraps, and He knew that if he wrapped his hand around the handle, it would fit like a dream. Despite how it looked, Killian knew that it wasn't quite what it seemed, though. "I can tell you one thing," Tristan said. "A knife would be very likely to come into contact with more ectoplasm. That knife could be very powerful, the more you use it." Killian patted the blade, glad to have a new weapon for whatever might come.
"Thanks, Tristan. I'd say this is more than an even trade for today's work."
"Come on," Tristan said. "We better get out of here before something worse than ghost dogs shows up." As Killian flowed into the young man, he wondered what else these strange crystals might be able to do. Joe loved trains. He'd loved them since he was little, and it was a love affair that had lasted a lifetime. He had gotten his first train set when he was 5 years old, and though the models he had now were as different from that set as he was from the child he had been, he still remembered it fondly. His train set in the basement of the home he shared with his wife and daughter, and the table he had set up were so big that it took up nearly half the floor space. His wife often bemoaned how much room it ate up, but he ignored her for the most part. He paid the bills, he slaved away at work so his wife and daughter could live comfortably, and when he got home, all he really wanted to do was relax with his trains. He had a little cap he wore and a special pair of overalls, and he sat and listened to the trains chug along, feeling a sense of peace that had eluded him anywhere else in life. He would sit down here for hours sometimes, just playing with his trains and letting life pass him by. He could hear his wife, Debbie, moving around upstairs, but he put her out of his mind too. Debbie would call down to let him know that dinner was ready, and then he'd have to leave his cap on the hook and go upstairs and spend time with his family. His family. Ugh, they were so dull. His wife would ask him about his day, a day that had been boring and monotonous and would be better forgotten in the basement with his trains. Jennifer would talk about cheerleading or some boy she liked, and Joe would pick at his food as he listened to nothing but the clickety-clack of train wheels in his mind. He was dreading hearing her come down the stairs, consoling himself by watching the trains go by. That's when he noticed the house for the first time. The house had been purchased at a hobby store 2 towns over. His wife had complained when he had told her where he was going to get the things he needed for his train set, but it really couldn't be helped. The hobby shop in town was not the sort that stocked train things. The greasy man behind the counter, the one wearing the Led Zeppelin t-shirt and a shiny ponytail, had pushed his glasses up his nose and informed Joe that unless he were here to play Warhammer, they did not stock models for that sort of hobby. So, Joe had gone 2 towns over to find a man who carried his sort of hobby. He had gotten about 5 little wooden houses for his diorama that day, but it was only now that he realized one of them looked a lot like his house. He hadn't painted them, they had come just as they were, but as he watched his trains chug around the place, he could see that one of them was a white house with a tan roof and a picket fence that went all the way around it. Joe didn't remember having seen it before, but as the train came around to pass it, he found his attention suddenly pulled to it. It was like a scene in a movie where the shot zoomed in on a certain object, and Joe felt his eyes drawn there inexorably. The house was sitting next to the tracks, and whoever might take in the breeze in the evening on the front porch would have a great view of the trains as they went by. In fact, he thought he saw someone leaning on the windowsill doing just that. There couldn't be anyone doing that. Joe hadn't put any people in any of the houses, but he saw someone nonetheless. He couldn't make the fellow out. He was like a giant trying to see a passing sparrow. But the longer he stared, the more familiar the man looked. As the train rolled past and kicked its water vapor smoke into the air, he imagined that he could see someone watching it wistfully. Joe put it out of his mind, swapping his CB steamliner for a larger diesel engine, and went back to enjoying the trains. Even so, as they continued to rumble around the track, he was drawn back to that house again and again. The man leaned on the sill and watched the locos as Joe swapped out trains. Was he a man? Joe felt certain that he was. He was still leaning there, watching the trains roll past with fascination, when Debbie called down to tell him that dinner was ready. Joe glanced at the stairs, momentarily drawn out of his daze, but when he looked back at the little man, he was gone. Maybe his wife had called him to dinner too, Joe thought with a snort as he put his hat on the hook and climbed the stairs. He'd have plenty of time after dinner to search for him again as he ran his trains on their endless courses through the landscape that he had created. And Martha said that her daughter got accepted into Ohio State. After all that bragging about getting into Dartmouth, her daughter couldn't get any higher than our own little state college. It just goes to show you what bragging gets you. Joe was plowing absent-mindedly through his mashed potatoes as Debbie prattled on about some friend of hers whose daughter was apparently too dumb to get into her college of choice. Ohio State was a fine college. Joe had gone to Ohio State to get his degree in engineering, but he didn't feel like saying as much. If he just agreed with her and let her get it out of her system, then she'd likely let him get back to his basement so he could play with his trains. He glanced over at his daughter, Jessica, and saw that she was attached to her phone as usual. She didn't have time for much else these days, and between TikTok and Instagram, she barely seemed to be in the world. She had no time for her parents, just her friends and her fans. Joe didn't really care. He was no better if he thought about it, and her attention to the phone meant that he had more time with his trains. And then she said she might make her daughter wait a year so she can take the entrance exam to Dartmouth again. Can you imagine having such a stagger between high school and college? You would... Can I be excused? Jessica asked suddenly. Diana wants to go live in a few minutes. Jessica, you've barely touched your vegetables, Debbie lamented, but Jessica was already getting up and leaving. Me too, said Joe, taking his plate to the sink, his vegetables noticeably gone. Debbie pursed her lips as the two of them made their hasty way to their various hobbies. Sure, why not? I only cooked the dinner, but I suppose I'll do the dishes, too. Neither of them were listening, though. Joe was heading downstairs, Jessica taking the stairs to the second floor 2 at a time, and Debbie was left sitting at the table. She wanted to cry. She wanted to rage at them, but she picked up her phone instead. She had a message there, a message that made her smile. And soon her absentee family was as far from her mind as Martha or her dummykin's daughter. The trains thundered over the plastic track, making their way through the little town that Joe had built for them. He could have as many as 5 trains going simultaneously on this setup, if he wanted to. As long as he kept his eyes on the switching times, they would never run afoul of each other. In the beginning, Joe had been afraid to run more than 2 at once, but now he was comfortable enough to run as many as he wanted. He could run 5 without even thinking about it, and that made him feel proud somehow. It was a silly thing to feel proud of, but he found that he did. And why shouldn't you feel proud? The rail line sure can't run itself, came a voice from the model below. Joe jumped a little, looking around to see who was talking. He looked at the steps, but there was no one there. He stood up, his chair making a harsh noise as he did, but as he looked across the basement, he couldn't find anyone there either. The voice hadn't been very loud, like a voice from outside, and he looked up to the little window near the top to see if someone was peeking in on him. Down here, hoss, came a voice from the model, and he looked down to see someone sitting on the porch of the house that had looked a lot like his. He didn't remember putting a rocking chair on that porch, but as he watched, it went back and forth, and a tiny little man watched the trains roll by. Joe leaned down, coughing as one of the trains belched smoke as it went by, and as he looked, he saw the weathered face and overalls of an old man. He looked like a farmer, what his dad would have called a corn husker, and he had a little pipe in his mouth that was making its own smoke. Joe leaned down beside the house, and if the man was bothered by the presence of a giant man looming over him, he never showed it. "About time you noticed me. I've been waiting." Joe was speechless for a moment, trying to figure out a sense to the sudden arrival of this miniature man. Who are you? He finally settled on. Me? Why, I'm Bill Williams, remember? Joe furrowed his brow. He didn't, but the name did sound familiar. The old man laughed. Don't tell me you forgot your own town of Macklin. You built it, after all. Joe nodded. He had thought of the little town here as Macklin, named after the little town that he had grown up in. But he didn't think he had ever actually written anything down to christen it so. Come to think of it, the house here was where he had decided that Bill Williams would live. It was something he had been thinking about, as he planned to put down mailboxes outside the homes, and this was the house that he had planned to set the Williamsons' box outside of. Joe nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess I had been planning to flesh the town out some. And not a moment too soon. We were feeling a little two-dimensional down here. Fred was just saying the other day. Fred? Joe asked. Bill cocked a finger at the house next door. Yes, sir, Fred Murphy. He's only lived here since his folks passed a couple years ago, but we're real fond of him. He got his leg blown off in Korea, but he's got one of them new prosthetic legs, and he gets around just fine. As he said it, a little guy came out of the house next door and wished his wife a fond farewell. He had a pretty noticeable limp, but Bill was right. It didn't slow him down in the least bit as he went down the steps and climbed into a little blue Datsun Matchbox car that Joe had glued into place there. To Joe's further surprise, he started the car up and drove off down the road. It sure was swell of his old man to leave him the hardware store down on 5th Street. Fred does a swell job of running it now, and we all thank him for it. The blue Datsun took its time as it went from the little red house beside Bill's to the hardware store about 3 streets over. Joe had made it from a kit that he'd picked up at Walmart around Christmas time, but as Fred climbed out and stumped towards the festive cardboard building, Joe thought it looked far more three-dimensional than he remembered. He'd been so busy focusing on Fred and his shiny blue car that he jumped a little as the post truck drove by and a hand came out of the window to put mail in the box. Right on time. Letter carrier Loretta is always so punctual. We were sure sad to see Charlie retire, but Loretta has been a great mail lady in his absence. Her daughter just got into Ohio State. Did you know that? We're all so proud of her. It's quite a school. Joe was practically kneeling beside the table as it all came to light before his very eyes. His trains weren't the only thing moving suddenly, and he saw people going to the shops and driving their cars over the streets. A little bell rang as a group of kids left the schoolhouse, heading for home. Some people went into the department store he had built on Main Street, while a few others went to the bank. There were homes to go back to, dinners to eat, TVs to watch, and Joe seemed to be master over all of it as he watched it all stretch out before him. Bill knew them all, every story, every home, and he regaled Joe with countless tales of their lives. Joe, for his part, was enthralled. He sat listening to Bill as the sun began to set outside the little window above his head, and when it became too dark to see, he reached up to pull the light cord, almost absent-mindedly. The Christmas lights he had strung above the model twinkled like stars, and Joe saw headlights wink on as people made their way home or out for other activities. When his wife called to tell him that she was going to bed and asked if he meant to stay down there with his trains all night, Joe realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. He had spent all afternoon down here talking to Bill about the little town he had made out of cardboard and model kits, and now he needed to get some shut-eye. Needed to, but didn't really want to. Land sakes, Bill said, checking his watch. I gotta get to bed. Sorry, Hoss, but we'll have to continue this some other time. Tomorrow, maybe, he said, and Joe thought he looked almost as hopeful as Joe was. Of course, Joe said hurriedly. I'll come down right after work. Sounds like a plan to me. See you tomorrow, Joe, Bill said. He went into his house, and Joe reached up to turn the lights off before deciding to leave them on. let the little people enjoy the stars tonight. Joe couldn't honestly remember a better week in his life. It had been hard to sleep that first night, his mind all a tizzy with the concept of a whole city in his basement, but he had finally managed to drop off. He had blown through his work the next day, finding joy in tasks that had been nothing but mundane until then, and he had finished early that day. He'd come home while his wife was out buying groceries and went straight to the basement to talk to Bill. The little man knew everyone in town, and Joe was so engrossed in his stories that his wife had come halfway down the stairs before he even heard her. "You're home early?" she said almost hopefully. "Yeah, I got done with my stuff early, so they said I could go," Joe said. They stood staring at each other as the smile slipped off her face. She had clearly been hoping that he had come home early to surprise her, but it was becoming apparent that he had come home early to play with his trains. Joe couldn't understand her sudden interest or the increasing slip back towards this interest. She had expected something, maybe? Had he forgotten something, like a birthday or an anniversary? He was bad at remembering those. Joe often found it hard to relate to people. He sometimes wondered why Debbie had agreed to marry him at all, but he believed that she had once found these things endearing in him. Joe wasn't sure what had changed, but it wasn't him. "Well, I'll just leave you to it. Dinner should be ready in a little while. I'll call you." She went back upstairs, the door closing a little harder than it strictly needed to when she got to the top. Wonder what that's about?" Bill asked. Joe had only shrugged, and the rest of the week had gone by much the same. If Debbie seemed more distant than usual, Joe hadn't noticed. If she spent more time on her phone, what of it? Jessica spent most of her time on the phone. Maybe Debbie had found something to do on her phone, too. He spent most of his time in the basement talking to Bill as he learned about the fascinating history of the town and its people. The longer they talked, the more real the town seemed. The buildings took on definition. The cardboard surfaces became three-dimensional. The pictures on the outside seemed to grow, the barrels and bicycles and signs they bore, and the whole town came to life before his eyes. Before Joe knew it, it was Sunday, and he was sitting in the basement with Bill having a beer. "Joe, we're friends, aren't we?" Bill asked suddenly. Joe nodded, not having to give much thought to it. "Yeah, Bill, I'd say we are. And friends tell people things they suspect might change their lives, don't they?" Joe nodded a little slower, not sure where this was going. "Well, Joe, they say a man's home is his castle, and I believe your wife is trying to invite a dirty rascal into your castle." Joe's eyebrows knit together. "What you mean, Bill?" "I mean, your wife was down here doing laundry a couple of days ago, and she was talking to somebody on the phone. Conversation was getting, shall we say, a little spicy. And I thought to myself, good for Joe. He deserves a little something extra. But when she called the fella by name, the name wasn't Joe. This guy's name was Simon, and it seems your old lady is really taken with him." Joe wasn't sure how to process this. Why would Debbie cheat on him in the first place? He paid the bills, maintained the insurance, kept the cars up, fixed the house when it needed it, and paid a handyman when he couldn't fix it. He did all the things that were expected of him, and if she felt uncared for, why hadn't she said something? "Bill," Joe said, not really sure what to say. "Are you sure?" "I think I am, Joe. Think you may need to get your house in order. Now, I say this as your friend, Joe, but it ain't right for a woman to run around on a man like that. She needs to be corrected, Joseph. She needs to be reminded who's in charge around here." Joe shuddered as he took a sip of his beer. No one had called him Joseph in a long time. The only person who called him Joseph was his father, and he was dead and in the ground. The name felt like footsteps on his grave, and he wasn't sure he liked it. Joe perked up his ears as he heard footsteps overhead, the clank of plates as they were set out, drawing him back to reality. Sounds like dinner's ready. I should go, Bill. Debbie will be expecting me." Sure, Bill said. "Man needs his victuals. Come back when you can, Joe. I'm not going anywhere." Joe went slowly up the stairs, watching the model get smaller and smaller as he climbed. He wasn't sure he would be back after dinner. Joe might have lost his taste for trains. Just a little bit. Joe grimaced as he ate the hamburger helper. Joe hated hamburger helper. The noodles were always mushy, the cheese always tasted funny, and there was just something unnatural about the concoction. It really wasn't a fit meal for Sunday dinner anyway. Debbie usually made ham or burgers or something with some substance. He would be hungry again in no time after a meal like this. Jessica was picking at her food, but Debbie's was still untouched. She was glued to her phone, texting someone, and by the look on her face, she was enjoying the conversation. There was a look there that Joe had never seen before, not even when they were dating, but it was a look he knew. It was that sultry look that women sometimes got when they were talking to someone they liked, maybe even liked a lot. "I might go see some friends after dinner," Debbie said, taking up her plate and dumping the cooling lump back into the pan. "You guys may have to fend for yourself for bedtime." Jessica shrugged. "Sounds good. Have fun, Mom." She didn't even bother to look at Joe. Debbie just went upstairs to get ready, leaving him to take care of cleanup. He was still scrubbing when she left, and when he asked when she would be back, Debbie just said not to wait up. Joe couldn't help but notice she was wearing her favorite dress, the black one without sleeves, and that this was usually a date night outfit. It had been a while since they'd had a date night, not since her birthday a few months ago, but Joe recognized the dress. He finished the scrubbing and grabbed another beer, heading for the basement again. He needed to talk to someone, and Jessica certainly wasn't going to be any help in this situation. The following week was so different from the one before it that Joe almost felt like he had whiplash. Debbie went out almost every night, and when she was in, she was glued to her phone. She took her phone calls outside or upstairs in her room these days, and he had noticed some new clothes hanging on the closet door. You would have said this would be great, Joe left to his own devices to pursue his interests, but something had changed after Bill had told him about his suspicions. He didn't suddenly find himself afraid of losing Debbie. This wasn't a Hallmark movie, but he did worry about how this would change his routine. Suddenly, the prospects of not having as much disposable income, of having dinner late, or his responsibility, or having to worry about clean clothes and dishes in the sink, was a real problem. Then, of course, there was the little voice whispering in his ear as he sat in the basement, contemplating his situation. "She's making a fool out of you, Joseph, strutting around with someone else, probably already in his bed and violating her wedding vows. She's putting cuckold's horns on you, and that ain't right." Joe drank his nightly beer, the bottles becoming plural as the week went on, and thought about what Bill was saying. It's impossible," Joe said at first. "Why would she do such a thing? I'm a great provider. She'd have no reason to go looking for someone else." Bill had snorted. "Who knows, Joseph? Sometimes women are just unreasonable. They feel like what they have isn't good enough, so they go looking for something on the side. Who can say what's going through her head?" Joe didn't want to believe it, but he was slowly beginning to come around. As he and Bill sat and listened to the trains run and the town thrive, Joe wished he could go live in Macklin himself. Life in Macklin looked simple, and Joe could use something simple right now. His life had become very complicated as of late, and he wanted to return to something more wholesome, a place where wives and daughters honored their father for his sacrifice, and dinner was on the table when he got home, a place where people were satisfied with their lot. By Thursday, Joe was certain that his comfortable life was coming unraveled. He came down in the same clothes he'd gone to work in, not feeling like dressing in his conductor's overalls much these days, and found Bill sitting with Fred on the porch as the two smoked their cigarettes. They had been talking quietly as he came down, but they looked up and waved as he noticed them. "Got some bad news, Joe," Bill said, taking a long drag off his cigarette before letting the smoke out like some kind of a wrinkled dragon. "Your old lady had a friend over to the house today." This was news to Joe, since Debbie hadn't been here when he'd come home. He'd found the breakfast dishes in the sink, the clothes still on the line, and his wife gone off somewhere. Joe told himself that she was getting things for dinner, but who knows? Was she out with friends, or just one friend? He didn't know that either, but he was beginning to suspect it was just the one friend now. "How can you be sure?" Joe asked, not wanting to believe it. "Shoot, Joseph, you could hear him carrying on up there. I'd imagine there's a few loose springs in your bed these days. Then they left again, and then you came home about an hour later." Joe sat down heavily, trying to make sense of all of it. This can't be happening. I refuse to believe this is happening," Joe said, putting his face in his hands as he rested his head on the table. "Afraid it is, hoss," Bill said, taking another long drag off his cigarette. "I'm just glad my Millie never strayed like this. Think we both know what would have to happen if she did, don't we?" he said, he and Frank nodding in unison. Joe opened his fingers as he turned his head. What would have to happen? "Well, let's just say there'd be a fresh plot in the backyard if my old lady tried to step out on me like that." Joe was silent for a few seconds, seeming to weigh Bill's words as he thought about what he was saying. I could never do anything like that." Bill gave him a hard look, no mean feat for someone with eyes that small, before shrugging. "Nah, I guess not. I guess we're just cut from different cloth, hoss." Joe went back upstairs, the basement suddenly not seeming so inviting. The house above was quiet. Jessica hadn't come home, spending the night with a friend, and Debbie was still out. Joe went to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat, but most of it looked less than appetizing. In the end, he just sat there as night fell outside, his stomach grumbling and his anger rising. Who was Debbie out there with? Had she actually brought them to the house? He wondered briefly if what Bill was telling him was real, if the little people of his train town were real, but the thought wouldn't hold. Of course they were real. They spoke to him, and he had seen them with his own eyes. Joe wasn't imaginative enough to create something like that from whole cloth. Joe liked trains, he liked to build, but he wasn't delusional. The idea that this might be some kind of psychotic break never even occurred to him. In his mind, everything was ordered, and Joe had everything in its proper place. The headlights of Debbie's car slid across him as she pulled into the driveway. He heard her come up the walk, heard her keys slide into the lock, and as she came in, he watched her take her shoes off before coming inside. She was creeping in like a kid out past curfew, and when she saw him lurking in the dark living room, she jumped and screamed, dropping her shoes. "Jesus, Joe," she said, putting her hand to her chest. You scared me to death." Joe didn't say anything, just watched her as she bent down to collect her shoes. "Were you expecting dinner? Sorry, I went out with some of the girls. I figured you could manage for yourself for a night." She was smiling. All smiles was his Debbie. But when he didn't say anything or get up to follow her, she sighed and rolled her eyes. "Are you mad or something? It was just one meal. It's not like you pay me any attention when I'm here anyway. Figured you'd be thrilled to have the house to yourself. Just you and your trains." She stood looking at him for a count of 12, but Joe really couldn't think of anything to say. "Fine, be that way," she said dismissively. "I'm going to bed. Good night." As she went up, Joe began to feel a little guilty about thinking she might be stepping out on him. He'd been paranoid. Surely it was nothing. She had a good life here, but it seemed it was getting a little mundane for her. She just wanted to go out more and do some fun things. Joe was a bit of a homebody. Maybe it wasn't the worst thing in the world if he had to cook a meal for himself now and then. As the stair light came on, though, Joe saw something that made him rethink. He had been on the verge of rising, meaning to apologize for being weird, when he saw a purple mark on her neck. It wasn't huge, wasn't ghastly, but it was big enough to be noticed by Joe from his seat on the couch. She had made no effort to hide it, may not have even been aware it was there, but as she headed upstairs, Joe headed down to the basement instead. He owed Bill an apology, it seemed. The weekend went by without much trouble. Joe spent most of it home by himself since Jessica went to stay with a friend and Debbie went on a girls' weekend with her friends. Friends, Joe thought as she kissed his cheek and walked out the door with her suitcase. Right. He believed that, as much as he believed that the hickey she had covered with makeup was a rash. By the time the two of them came back Sunday night, Joe was ready for Monday. He'd practiced a few times, a few of those times ending painfully, and as he slid back in through the basement window, he made no sound. He had eaten his breakfast that morning, kissed his wife goodbye, and left for work, just as he had 100 times before. Then he pulled into the parking lot of the Dunkin' Donuts about 3 blocks away and called his boss to tell him he wasn't feeling well and that he'd be taking the day off. His boss had understood, had told him he hoped he felt better, and Joe had slid his slacks off to reveal jogging pants underneath. His polo came off too, revealing a tight jogging shirt, and he added a hat and some sunglasses before leaving the car and jogging up the road. When he came to his house 30 minutes later, there was already a car in the driveway. It appeared she hadn't wasted any time. As he came slowly around the side of the house, he could see the two of them embracing in the living room. Debbie with her hands all over a dark-haired man, a little younger than Joe. Joe could have probably come right into the front door without them noticing, and they worked their way upstairs as he made his way to the basement window. He couldn't believe she was doing something like this in the living room, with the curtains open nonetheless. Anyone could see her. He was in through the window in a matter of seconds, and no one in the house was the wiser. As he came to the head of the stairs, he reached down beside the banister and felt for what he had hidden there. Joe wasn't a violent man, but he understood the need for home defense. His father had owned this particular shotgun since Joe was a kid. When he died, Joe had taken it to his house. Debbie hadn't liked it, saying that Jessica might hurt herself with it, so Joe had always kept it in the basement. He had thought it was stupid then, but now he was glad that she hadn't let him put it in the bedroom closet like he'd wanted. It would have been harder to lay hands on there. "Good luck," Bill said from the model, and Joe nodded to him as he made his way quietly up the stairs. He could hear them as he came into the kitchen, but the basement door had been oiled so it wouldn't give him away. They would never know how many times he had practiced this, how many times he had crept from the basement to the bedroom. This would definitely qualify as premeditated if he was caught, and any investigator worth his salt would be able to tell. Joe didn't care, though. Bill had already let him know that this was something a husband did when he loved his wife and needed to let her know her place. That place, Joe knew, would be in the backyard by the oak tree. There were clothes scattered around the living room, but nothing too intimate. A sock here, a pair of stockings here, a shirt thrown across the couch, a shoe by the door, and all in line towards the stairs. They'd been busy already, and Joe wondered what she would have done if he had forgotten something and had to come back. Joe realized that she knew him too well, though. He never forgot anything. Joe was meticulous, driven by his routine, and he would have no more forgotten something he needed than he would have left without his pants. He stopped at the foot of the stairs, listening to them as they did their cheating on the floor above. It was shameful. She'd never made noises like that for him, even when he had been interested in things like that. She had mostly just lain there, dutifully, but it sounded like she was being more than dutiful for him. He stopped again at the midpoint as the stair creaked a little, but they were making too much noise by then. They didn't even hear as he slid the door open, but when he cocked the shotgun and pointed it at the pair of them, Debbie screamed in something other than passion. The gun blammed before either of them could make their case, and Joe was left standing there in the aftermath. Joe came running into the basement, slamming the door behind him and throwing the lock. He could see the flashing lights from the basement window, and he knew that they'd be coming down the stairs any time now. His plan hadn't been quite as well planned as he had thought, and now it was all coming apart. He had stood there in the bedroom, looking over what he had done for several minutes before he heard sirens coming from up the street some. There was no way they had already been called about the gunshot. Less chance that they were close already. Someone had to have seen him go into the house. Someone who had then heard the shots while they were still on the phone with the emergency services. Now they had his number, and he was out of escape routes. Joe went to the model, looking down at Bill's house as he tried to find the old man. For one terrible second, he was worried that he wouldn't be there, that it would have all been a trick or a delusion, and that he had done all this for nothing. No cars moved on the street, no people walked between the buildings, and as the voice came from the floor above, Joe started to shake. "Bill! Bill, I need your help! The cops are after me, Bill!" No answer. Joe heard something heavy hit the front door, rattling the frame. "Bill! Bill!" Bill said nothing. The loud bang came again. "Bill!" Joe yelled, hearing something break upstairs as whatever they were hitting the door with broke the frame. "What's all the ruckus, hoss?" Joe looked down, seeing Bill as he stuck his head out of the window of the second story. His hair was standing in corkscrews, and he was rubbing his eyes sleepily. Bill looked as if Joe had awoken him from some deep sleep, and Joe wondered how anyone could sleep through something like that. Joe's heart was hammering like the cops on his door, and his blood pressure felt ready to send his heart out of his chest. "Bill, thank God! Listen, the cops are at the door. They're going to arrest me." "Oh," Bill said, leaning out the sill. "Well, that is a problem." The two were quiet for a moment, staring at each other, and Joe winced as he heard the door cave in under their blows and boots as they came into the foyer. "What do I do?" Joe asked. Bill said, the police upstairs telling Joe to come out with his hands up. "I suppose you could turn yourself in, let them know you caught your wife cheating, and just kind of snapped." Joe heard someone test the lock on the basement door before calling for help. "Aw," Bill said, "you could always come live here." Joe looked surprised. You mean in Macklin?" "Sure. You know, we've been looking for a conductor for the railroad. You could live at the railway house, drive the trains, and never worry about anything ever again." Someone drove a boot into the basement door, and the lock shuddered. "How?" Joe asked. Bill extended a hand. "Come with me, Joe. Come away from all that and live with decent folks." Bill's whole hand wouldn't fit on the end of Joe's finger, but as he reached carefully towards him, the tingle that ran through him was worse than the most painful Charlie horse he had ever had. When he opened his eyes, however, he was face to face with the smiling old man. "Joe," Bill said, casting a hand out to the city, "welcome to Macklin." Jessica opened the basement door and looked down into the darkness. It had been 5 years since her mother's death and her father's disappearance, and Jessica hadn't been back since the day her grandparents had driven away from her childhood home. She was 22 now, about to leave for college, and was hoping to maybe get a little help with tuition after she sold the house. Everything else that her parents had owned had been sold and the money placed in trust for her, but she wasn't allowed to touch it until she was 25. Great, thanks Mom and Dad. That was really going to help her pay for college. Selling the house would more than get her what she needed, but Jessica hated coming back here. The house had remained untouched for the last 5 years. The locals thought it was haunted. Most of them also thought her dad was secretly living in it, and he had taken refuge in the walls after killing her mom. But if he had, then no one had ever found him. Everyone believed he had killed her mother, shot her and her lover in the bed that they had shared, and then made a clean escape. Jessica had mixed feelings about the situation, feelings that made grieving difficult when the wound was fresh. On the one hand, her mom had been cheating on her father, and that was bad. On the other, her father was such a cold and obtuse person that it was a wonder her mother hadn't cheated on him before that. She had known her father for her entire life and knew little about him, beside the fact that he liked trains. She couldn't remember a time when he had ever shown interest in something that she had liked, or even a time when he had just asked her about her day. It was sad when the most interesting thing about your father was that he might have killed your mother. The basement looked exactly the way she remembered it. The washer and the dryer still stacked with clean, unfolded clothes. The shelves still held a random assortment of things, and the train set still took up most of the floor space. Jessica grimaced. She would have to do something about it if she was going to sell the house. Some of those trains could even be worth money, she reflected. As if hearing her thoughts, something made an angry scutter across the tracks of the little town, and Jessica squeaked before retreating back up the stairs. Nuts to this, she would investigate the basement another day, maybe when Randy was free to help her. The basement had always been creepy to her, and that hadn't changed with time in the slightest. She slammed the door and went to look at the rest of the house, leaving the basement to its own devices. Joe felt the breeze as the diesel loco thundered down the tracks. He pulled the cord and listened to the whistle blow as he waved to the passers-by who had stopped to wait for the train. He couldn't remember anything before he had taken up the cap and overalls that made him the conductor of the Macklin line, but he was sure it hadn't been better than this. No wife, no kids, nothing but train times and passenger schedules. Sometimes when he wasn't driving the train, he sort of remembered someone from before he had come here. A woman and a girl, a house, a boring job, a boring life, but none of that really mattered. Joe was happy, happier than he had ever been, and as he drove past Bill's house, he waved to his old friend as he sat whistling on the porch. They would have some beers later, Millie cooking them another wonderful dinner, and then Joe would wake up tomorrow and do it all over again. Yes, sir, Macklin was the best little town in the whole damn world. It is my pleasure to unveil an innovation in burial services. The investors looked uncomfortable as they sat in the hot sun on the edge of John's latest investment. When the tech mogul had bought 500 acres of swampland, people had speculated that he meant to build another factory for his microchips. Tech magazines had floated the idea of everything from warehouses to a new robotics division and everything in between, but none of them could have guessed his true intentions. His stock price had doubled since the announcement, and investors seemed to be holding their breath to see what would come out of Yomite Solutions this season. Only his accountant had known the real story, and he had been sworn to secrecy. Not a word to anyone, John said, winking as his usual smile spread across his face. Wayne had snorted. John, no one would believe me if I told them. Now here they were, their eyebrows raised as he talked about not some new piece of tech, but an innovation in the burial of all things. Behind me stands 500 acres of new growth, trees ready to provide mankind with oxygen, and many helpful species of insects and wildlife will find a place to live here. Beneath them, however, are the first in a long line of subjects in our land renewal innovation. The bodies are infused with seeds. The seeds take root and use them for nourishment, and as such, become a sort of casket for the dead. He saw some of the squirming looks held by those gathered and decided to squash them. Behind me stands what will one day be a new forest, a forest that will be untouchable thanks to the laws now in place. Think of it. Every cemetery a forest, every boneyard a park, every place of death a place of rebirth. This is the future, a future that bodes well for the earth and for the health of our planet. Welcome to Yomite Pines Memorial Forest, a place of eternal rest and peace. The investors clapped. It wasn't overenthusiastic, but they clapped. They would see, in time, that it was a good middle ground. John had done a lot of harm to this planet with his factories, his smog, and his landfills full of obsolete electronics. If he could turn people's minds and grow a memorial forest in every state, it would go a long way towards making him feel better about the business and his soul. John Yomite, in fact, hoped to be buried in one of these forests himself one day. He had no way of knowing how soon that dream might become a reality. That was the first night that he had the dream. He was running through the rows of newly planted pines, the ground groaning as they grew towards the heavens. They towered over him, their branches grasping for the sky, and as they blotted out the moon, he heard their whispers, "Join us, join us, join us in the soil." The ground sucked at his feet as he ran. The sand clung to him as if trying to hold him down, and as he jogged through the park that he had created, a cold wind blew amongst the trees. He woke up in his bed as the whispers grew, and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it had all been a dream. Did the water in his morning shower look a little darker as it went down the drain? Were there leaves in the pocket of his sleeping shorts? Was there maybe even some mud he overlooked on his arms and legs? Maybe, but if there were, John didn't see them. He shook it off his nerves as he got ready for the day, but it wouldn't be the last time he ran through the trees by night. Wow, John, if you'd told me this thing would take off like this a year ago, I would have called you crazy. John looked down over the forest of pines and oaks, their tops coming in as they grew strong. The glass window over his tower made the perfect observation platform, and the glass was thick enough to block out the whispers he sometimes heard when he walked the grounds. Wayne was going over the numbers, but John was barely listening. "You did call me crazy," John said, looking down over his forest of trees. He had built this tower so he could watch the forest grow, and he found he was truly at peace when he stood up here. Watching them sway, watching them grow, it was all so different from anything he had done before. "Did I?" Wayne said. "I guess I was wrong. This has been a bigger windfall than any of your previous endeavors." John would have agreed if it hadn't been for the incidences that kept cropping up. Who would have thought that people would pay so much to save the planet and to be one with the burgeoning forest? John asked. "Now, if we could just figure out why people keep going missing, we'd be set," Wayne retorted. He said it with a laugh, but John really didn't find it funny. If it had been one or two, John could have understood, but what kind of memorial garden loses double-digit guests in their first year? The large forest had become a popular tourist spot, and people had come to camp and walk and take in the natural beauty of the new-growth forest. The trees were only about half the size that they would grow to be, but they were still an impressive stature. They were the living embodiment of those who had nourished them. At least that's what the papers and some of the journals were saying. There were plans to grow more of them if participation was good, and so far it had been. People were interested in helping the environment. and having a quiet and beautiful place for their relatives to visit them. And the list of people who had bought places in Yomite Pines would facilitate the buying of another 20 or 30 acres at least. It had all been looking so promising before people started going missing. At first, it wasn't anything to get excited about. A couple of campers never arrived back home. An older couple that never returned to their car after a visit. A man who never walked back out the front gate after walking in. These things were odd, but not unexplainable. People did all kinds of silly things, and this was no more than someone who simply decided to leave by another way, or had forgotten to check out, or perhaps decided to lose themselves on purpose and find a quiet place to die. The kid, however, was something else. Marcus Lorraine was 6 and had accompanied his parents into the little forest so he could visit his grandmother. They had walked amongst the trees, taken in the paths and little bridges and the shallow river that ran through it, but when they had turned to go, Miss Lorraine had noticed that her son was nowhere to be found. She swore he had been with them when they crossed the little bridge over the river. She swore he had been with them when they stopped to dip their toes into the water. She swore he had been with them when they stopped at the bathrooms. She also swore that she couldn't be certain after they had passed the picnic area and started heading back to their car. I don't remember much after the picnic area, if I'm being honest, she said, her dreamy voice at odds with her tearful demeanor of a moment before. I'd been walking along, listening to something, and for a moment it was almost like I was hearing my mom talk to me. I know how that sounds, but I'm telling you that I could almost hear her voice. Her husband had said something similar, though not quite the same. He could swear he heard people whispering just out of sight, like they were sitting in the woods and discussing important matters. He described it like the scene in The Hobbit, where the dwarves keep interrupting the elves' party. He could hear them, but he knew that if he went to investigate, they would all just melt away and reappear somewhere else. Regardless, neither of them could say when little Marcus had left their side, but he was gone now, and they wanted him found. John stayed with the parents while the forest was searched. He had set up a little command center near the visitor center and was directing volunteers from there. Mr. Lorraine had gone out to help them at the start, but by sunset, he was back at the tent and sitting with his wife. The two were holding each other, both praying quietly as they waited for their son to return. They were upset, but John had yet to see them cry. They were afraid, but they didn't look overly fearful. He would have thought they'd be in shock, except that they kept looking into the forest as if someone were calling to them before going back to their prayers. This isn't good, John said under his breath. You don't say, Wayne had said, looking at the parents as he pitched his voice low. Be as glib as you want, but Marcus Lorraine's disappearance doesn't look good. Wayne pulled him aside out of earshot of the grieving parents so that they could talk. Do you have any idea how many kids go missing in the national park every year? Do you know how many theme parks lose kids without the help of creeps? Kids wander off, John. Probably find him asleep under a tree somewhere. They did not find him asleep under a tree somewhere. They didn't find him at all, as it happened. Marcus was the 15th person to go missing in the park that year, but he wasn't the last. We've had hundreds more pre-orders for the upcoming acreage. We'll sell the plots as quickly as they become available. It's almost like we're printing money. John was glad that Wayne had forgotten about the kid so easily, but John found it a little more difficult. He remembered each of the names, each a civil suit their families tried to file before his lawyers shut them down, and he supposed he probably always would. Wayne went on talking, but John couldn't take his eyes off the trees. Their sway was so hypnotic. Maybe this was why people kept going missing. That, or the whispering that he heard sometimes. He could even hear it a little up here, but it was always worse when he was on the grounds. It was like a slithering little voice that wormed its way into his ears, begging him to come and join the others who had already come to this place. And why not, he thought. They all seemed to have found peace here. Everyone seemed to find peace here. Maybe that was why so many of them came here too. "How's your mom?" Wayne asked suddenly, and the question jarred him back to reality. "Some days better, some days worse. She's fading, but she's going out slowly." "Will you plant her here too when the time comes?" Wayne asked, the question sounding uneasy. "I've saved her a spot from the very start," John said, looking at a place near the base of the tower. "I grew this forest for her, after all." Wayne excused himself after a little more small talk, but John stood there and watched the trees sway. Who wouldn't want to be laid to rest in such a peaceful place? It's an honor to stand here and ring in a year since the opening of Yomite Pines Memorial Forest. The crowd applauded excitedly, but as John stood looking out over them, all he could hear was the wind through the trees beyond them. They were all pines here at Yomite Pines, somehow or another. Mighty pines that grew lush and deep green in the hardy soil. In about a year, they had grown past the projections put forth at the start, and John now stood beneath towering trees that had been little more than half-grown saplings 2 years ago when he'd begun planting. He shuddered a little as something else rustled against his subconscious, but he put it aside, like he always did. It was just nerves, after all, just like the dreams. "I'm proud to say we've incorporated another 100 acres, 50 of which has been donated by the North American Wildlife Foundation to help with the deforestation efforts. Of those new 100 acres, we have already filled 50 of them with fresh growth and new remains. The Yomite Pines Memorial Forest will soon be a forest stretching across the newly reclaimed land, and our world will be better for it." The applause from the crowd was much more enthusiastic than they had been last time. The thought of a forest of dead people had been a little sickening, a little spooky too, but now they were behind him. This reforestation project was a big hit, and people were signing up for plots in the hundreds. Though Yomite Pines might be a big hit with the people, John was beginning to have reservations about the project. It had been 6 months since Marcus had disappeared, and now his mother and father were also missing. John had once liked to stroll out here, just taking it all in and soaking in the peaceful landscape he had created. He had been on one such walk about 2 weeks after Marcus had gone missing, when he had seen Mrs. Lorraine walking down the path towards him. Walking might have been a stretch. Shelley Lorraine was wobbling like a drunk, and as she came towards him, she looked as if she were barely in the world. He called out to her, asking how she was doing and if there was any news on Marcus, but it took 3 such calls for her to look up and acknowledge him. "Huh?" she finally said, shaking her head as if she'd been sleepwalking. "Oh, Mr. Yomite, She seemed to mumble through what she was before answering. "As well as I can be, I suppose." "Did you come to look for Marcus?" he asked, wondering why she was here if she was still looking for her son. The whole park had been searched from border to border, but no sign of the kid had been found. It was as if the ground had simply swallowed him up and left nothing behind. They had moved on to the surrounding scrublands, but John was certain that he had seen the mother in the park more than once. The father had come in once as well, but that was the last time that John had seen him. He hadn't come back out again after that, and John supposed he was doing better than his wife. Here she was, high or drunk or both, and John would have to tell security to keep an eye on her. "Yes," she said, looking off into the trees as if someone had called her. "Yes, it's like I can hear him when I'm here. He keeps calling for me, and I keep hoping I'll find him. Excuse me," she said, and stepped into the tree line as She went off into the towering gravestones that surrounded them. That was the last time that John had seen her. The last time that anyone had seen her, actually. The whole family had disappeared, and Scott, the security guy over the park, actually showed him the security footage of Mr. Lorraine coming in but never leaving. He asked John what he wanted to do with it, and John had told him not to tell anybody about it. He must have left in a crowd, and we missed him. There's no reason to tell anyone about this. It was a tragedy, after all, but as guilty as John felt, he couldn't have something like this sabotaged by one family. This was his chance to make amends for some of the things he had done, to make amends to the one person whose opinion mattered to him. That was the last anyone spoke of the Lorraines, but it wasn't the last John thought of them. The new acreage will be open to the public next year, once the new growth has had time to get its roots. Until then, I invite all of you to enjoy Yeomite Park in its fullest. They applauded again, disappearing as John waved his way off stage. Wayne was waiting for him off stage too, all smiles. Maybe it was because he was an accountant, but as long as the money flowed, Wayne was happy. "Great speech," he said, walking beside John as the two made their way towards the tower. John watched as many of the people seated there took up walking through the park, looking in awe at the trees that had been grown from human compost. "We shouldn't be letting people just walk around the park anymore," John said suddenly. "It's too dangerous." Wayne looked confused, but as John finished, he grinned like a shot fox. "How else do you intend to pay for park services and expansion?" he said, smiling woodenly. Maybe it shouldn't be expanded. It shouldn't be open to the public either. No one picnics in a graveyard. No one goes bird-watching at the cemetery. The longer we let them walk the paths of Yeomite pines, the more of them will go missing. We're up to 20 this year, and it's probably more like twice that number. Something's happening here. You're too money-hungry to see it, John said, now real emotion in his voice. Wayne looked like he wanted to say something cutting, but he contented himself with a lame, says the billionaire tech mogul. John rounded on him. "This has nothing to do with money, nothing to do with fame or glory either. I've spent years killing this planet with my selfish ventures, and now it's time to give back. The planet deserves a chance to heal, and I intend to give it that. Yeomite Pines will sweep as far as I can push it, an untouchable beauty that will heal the world. But there's no reason that people should be free to wander here." The door to his car was open, and he climbed in as he gave Wayne one final withering look. "I want to close the grounds by the start of next month. I don't care what it costs. Make it happen." Wayne watched him go, and he sighed as he watched him get smaller in the rearview mirror. John felt more at ease as he drove off. The incessant whispering was finally cut off, and that was good because it was getting to be more than he could take. Every time he came out to the pines, it got worse, but John still found himself drawn to the place. John dreamed about it most every night, and sometimes he woke up with dirty feet or muddy shoes at the foot of his bed. John didn't live too far from the park, but it was still 5 miles or more. Was he walking there in the middle of the night? Surely he wasn't driving, but what other option could there be? In his dreams, he walked amongst the trees, hearing the voices on the wind. In his dreams, he saw people walking amongst those trees, people who were as thin as fruit skins. They wanted him to join them, to come and be a part of them, and John found it harder and harder to ignore their call the longer it went on. He knew that one day he'd have to go to them, but until then, he still had work to do. This was a gift to his mother, after all, the woman who had been so disappointed with his actions, but had never stopped loving him. This was a final gift to her before she left the world forever. This was the last thing that he could do to make amends. The valet parked his car as he pulled up to the hospital, and as he rode the elevator up to the 7th floor, he wondered what state he would find her in today. She'd been getting weaker as the cancer ate at her, and it seemed unfair that it should be something like that that would take his mother from the world. She, who had marched against deforestation, who had gone to sit-ins for cleaner oceans and for endangered species, the woman who had loved the earth with all that she had, was going to be taken from it by something as mundane as cancer. His mother was going to be eaten alive by something that none of his money could do anything about, and John hated that more than anything. He came in to find her napping, but she opened her eyes as he took her hand and smiled at him. "How are you feeling today, Mom?" he asked, trying not to cry, but knowing that his eyes were leaking. "Like I'm dying," she said, smiling despite herself. "Just not fast enough for the cancer's liking. We added another 100 acres to the park today. The ceremony was great. I wish you could have been there." "Me too," she said, her eyes drooping. She was so tired these days, so easily tapped out. "Mom, am I doing the right thing here? I know this is helping the environment, helping the world, but is it the right thing?" His mother smiled, her face sad but content. "I can't tell you that, dear. We all have to decide what's right and wrong for ourselves. I only want to do what would make you proud of me, what would make you proud to have me as a son." John was crying, really having a good boo-hoo, but he didn't care who saw it as he pressed his face against her shoulder. "Well," she said, laughing hoarsely, "then I'm glad my pain could be useful for something." He just sat there with her, the two of them enjoying the other's company. John had saved her a place for after she was gone, a place where she could be at peace within the earth. Her final good deed for the planet she loved so much. She would grow within the heart of the park, likely the largest tree in the park when she was done. She would rise above all the others, dwarfing all the pines as she rose for the sky. Till then, however, he would mourn her, one day at a time. He was running, the soil mashing between his toes as he went. The trees rose up around him, their voices high and beautiful. They called to him as he ran, asking why he was fleeing from them. They could bring him peace, too. They could make him complete within the soil. The moon was a ghostly sickle over top of him, and as he ran over the muddy ground of the park, his park, he felt more and more lost. He had built this place, had designed the layout, and it was unthinkable that he should be unable to find his way. This was a dream anyway, he told himself. He was dreaming all this, no matter how much dirt he found on his sheets in the morning. These were all just nightmares, regardless of the filth he found at the bottom of his feet. Nothing here could hurt him, nothing could really get him, but that did little to hamper his fear as he ran. "Come to us, John. Come find peace in the soil." His spine prickled. Had that been Miss Lorraine? He took turns at random, his feet feeling heavy the further he went into the park as it sucked at him. The ground was hungry, and now it wanted him to go along with the others it had taken. He didn't understand how it could still be hungry, but it ate greedily as he sank more and more of them into the soil. Now it wanted him too, and as his feet came onto the sidewalk, he breathed a sigh of relief. The ground couldn't get him on the sidewalk. At least he didn't think so. He seemed to come back to himself as that thought came to him, and he realized this may not be a dream. Suddenly he was standing on the sidewalk, wearing his comfortable sleep pants and his sleeveless t-shirt, staring at the whispering sea of trees. He'd found himself here before, wondering how he had gotten here, and as he reached for his phone, he realized it wasn't in his pocket. It wouldn't be, would it? It'd be on his nightstand, right where he'd left it. He looked at the tower and was thankful that he'd paid for night security. He started walking towards the edifice, preparing to answer some questions yet again. "This is starting to become a problem, John." Wayne was pacing around his office in the tower as John sat drinking coffee in his night clothes. Scott had called Wayne for some reason, and John would have to have a word with him about that later. John signed the paychecks around here, not his accountant and VP of sales. Scott was likely worried that John was having a break from reality. John realized that didn't change matters, though. This was still John's project, and he was in charge. If the shareholders find out about this is going to be bad. John laughed. Shareholders? What shareholders? This project is being bankrolled by me and me alone. Wayne shook his head. I'm not talking about the park, John. I'm talking about the shareholders in your other companies. If they find out that you're wandering around your memorial garden every night, they might worry that you're losing it. John shrugged. Let them think what they want. This is more important than anything else. Wayne looked at him then like he might be crazy. Talk like that's gonna bankrupt you. I know you're torn up about your mother, John, but this isn't the time to give up. John didn't say anything for a little while, staring at the coffee as it sloshed in his cup. I don't know if I want to add more acreage to this place. I don't know if I want people here or not. The only thing I do know is that this work is important to the planet, if not the people, and it needs to continue. Wayne left not long after that, and John was left to stare into his cup and wonder. Despite what he had told Wayne, he added another 100 acres to the park. Despite what he had told Wayne, the people still came to the park. They had a man-made lake now, 3 picnic areas, and enough parking for everyone buried here and then some. They also added nearly 30 missing patrons to the tally, putting them at around 60. There had been many searches of the grounds, but no one had ever been found. It had become quite a mystery, and as John drove into the park, he grimaced at the graffiti on the welcome sign. People kept spray painting "Whispering" over Yomite on the sign, and John had replaced it several times already. He'd have to get Scott to check the cameras again, though he found the name extremely appropriate. John's dreams had far from abated, and he rolled his window up as the whispering tried to find its way to him again. They beseeched him to come to them, to join them, and John didn't know how long he could resist them. The dreams were drawing him out here nightly, and he'd started waking up in the park more often than not. It was becoming more and more apparent that he was simply walking here at night, and there didn't seem to be any way to stop that from happening. Lately, however, the calls had been in a voice that he couldn't refuse. He walked into the park, sliding in his AirPods as he came through the gate, and the whispering intensified. It really was a beautiful place. The pines had come in nicely, and they were growing tall and healthy. They stretched out from the gate now, a mighty forest that had risen from nothing, and he was proud of his work. He was haunted by that work too, but it didn't stop him from being proud of it. He had accomplished much in the 2 years since starting, but there was still so much work left to do. He stopped by one of the trees, the one near the base of the tower, and looked down at the new growth already poking its way through the soil. "Hey, Mom. Looking good," he whispered. She had passed about 3 months ago, not long after his conversation in her hospital room. She had been laid to rest in the park, his last gift to her, and the placard he had put up in front of her tree was the only real allocation for grave markers. Everyone else had a small number so their loved ones could find them, but his mother would only be important to him, and he knew that. She had been his last family, the only surviving piece, and now it was down to him to mourn her. When she had joined his dreams, adding her voice to the chorus, he didn't know how much longer he'd be able to hold out. Wayne was waiting for him when he got to the top of the tower, holding up the plans for the latest expansion. "We just got approval for another 100 acres. We should have it filled before June, and then the next 100 before this time next year, I guess. How much would it take to get another 1,000 acres? Wayne's eyes went a little wild. I mean, some of it would be available through government grants, but the cost would be steep. Make it happen. I don't care what it costs. Wayne looked at him oddly. You feeling okay? You're not planning on doing anything drastic, are you? He seemed to have noticed how close John was standing to the window. John couldn't exactly blame him for his concern. John had been feeling a little hinky, as his mom had been wont to say, and he wasn't sure what to do about it, or what he might do about it. "I'll get the papers drawn up," Wayne said, rolling up the survey charts. I talked with Scott about the sign, too. As usual, they can't find anything on the cameras to blame it on. Just kids out for a little helling, I guess." John nodded, but it's pretty clear that Wayne couldn't hear the whispers. He didn't get it. Probably never would. He was the perfect one to run something like this, though he would never understand the importance of it, or the horror. The nights John had spent out here had shown him where the missing people were going, had shown him his own fate as well. The whispering would get him one of these nights. It was only a matter of time. John was tired, but the terror made his legs move as the mud sucked at his every step. Maybe tonight was the night. Maybe this would be the night they got him. Maybe this was the night he became a part of Whispering Pines. Even the name had slunk into his consciousness. It was fitting, too fitting. He could no more outrun it than he could the ground that sucked at his feet. Suddenly the ground did a little more than pull, and John was up to his thighs in the hungry muck. Beneath the soil he could feel the strong grip of searching vines and realized that if he didn't start fighting now, the jig would be up. He yanked and tugged, his strong runner's legs feeling ineffective in the muck. He was losing ground, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and when the paved path came into view, he waited like a drowning man. The roots gripped at him, dragging him back, but John pulled onward, working for the shore. Suddenly, the dirt was up to his hips, and he was wading through the fresh mud. He wasn't going to make it, he thought. The roots would get him, the ground would take him, and he'd be with the dead. One of his nails tore up painfully as he grasped the sidewalk, but he pulled himself up nonetheless. He limped a little as he walked towards the tower, one of his ankles having twisted a little as the root grabbed at him. John's steps weren't just heavy because of the ankle, though. John hadn't gotten a good night's sleep since he opened this damn place. He was exhausted, living off cat naps in his office, or the 4 or 5 hours he snatched a night. John was used to weird sleep schedules, and he had kept strange hours throughout college, but as he got older, it became harder to maintain. He didn't know how much longer he could last like this, and as he came to a familiar placard, he stopped in front of it. His mother's tree was larger than it had any right to be. Seemed larger than it had been this morning, in fact, and the concrete bit at his knees as he dropped down before it. "Mom," he said, tears running down his face. "Mom, I don't know how much longer I can do this. I'm so tired. I want to rest. I want to..." When his mother's voice shuddered against him, like the caress of a bird's wing, he looked up and saw her. She was lovely, bedecked in leaves and green, the queen of summer in all her glory. When she reached down to touch his face, her hands felt like flowers against his skin. He closed his eyes as he leaned into her touch, her words like summer sun on his skin. "You've done your best, John. Come, rest with us." John nodded, pitching forward as the earth swallowed him up. He should have been terrified, but the embrace felt almost womb-like. It felt so natural, like coming home, and John breathed in a lungful of soil as the darkness enveloped him. "Welcome home," his mother said, and John felt at home. It's my tremendous pleasure to announce the expansion of Whispering Pines Memorial Forest. The park has become less of a memorial and more of a forest in its own right now, and I hope someday to see hundreds of forests like it, instead of useless granite slabs that do nothing but take up space. I know if my friend, John Yomite, or his mother, Terry Yomite, could see how this project had expanded, they would be very proud of the work we've achieved here. I've watched this garden grow into a mighty forest, and I couldn't be more proud to be a part of it. John watched as Wayne spoke to the crowd, telling them about the new backer who was interested in what they were doing here. John understood the words he said, things like the woman's name, Titania Thurston, the Green Society, and Kashmir Botanical Gardens, but they didn't mean anything to him. If someone was interested in his idea, that was good. If they let the forest rot, he supposed that was okay too. John was part of the Whispering Pines woods now, and he supposed that others would be too, very soon. Being a tree was probably the best thing he'd ever experienced, and he was eager to share it with others. Wayne still couldn't hear him, but he would, someday. Some of those in the crowd could clearly hear him, and they'd likely join him too, someday. John had time, after all. He certainly wasn't going anywhere. Hey everyone, hope you're still reading these, or even seeing them. It's been an interesting little journey so far, and I thought it might be past time for an update. Gail and I have been traversing the stores, getting supplies and mapping the different setups, and I've seen more stores in the short time I've been with Gail than I have in all the time I was on my own. I've seen places where the shelves are made of smoke. I've seen places where the ceiling and the floor are reversed. I've even seen some stores I think might be on another planet. The languages vary in many of them, and some of them aren't even dialects I think are native to Earth. I've made some notes on them, and I hope to write them down for you a little later, but for now, I have to tell you about something that led me to think we might not be the only ones who can travel through intent. We had gone back to KK, practicing my movements, and I was getting ready to go to another one when Gail stopped me. "Something is wrong," he said. He was looking around as if he expected to see something obvious, but the answer wasn't quite that simple. The store wasn't what you would call in any kind of order, and it reminded me of the store that I had trashed. Shelves were moved, things were tossed around, and the mess was everywhere. Gail could talk about not wrecking the stores, but it appeared he had done just that on his own. As such, it took us a couple of minutes to notice that the sign in the window was missing. Someone had taken it down and torn it in half. Gail looked at the pieces in confusion, not sure what to make of it, but looked to the break room as if the culprit might still be there. They weren't, but they had left their handiwork behind. They had ripped the bulletin board down and smashed it on the floor. Gail stared at it as if someone had desecrated a grave, and I could see him trembling in barely contained rage. "Who's done this?" he whispered, his voice full of pain. "Who's torn up my board?" He picked it up, checking over the ruined front as I started looking for clues. There wasn't much to go off, but I did find a couple of things that the perpetrator had left behind. There were scraps of clothes that had gotten caught in the door when whoever it was had left. There were shoe prints on the wall under the spot where the board had been, the tread visible as if it had stepped in something gross. The last tied it all together, and the smell of it made me gag a little when it hit me. Someone had taken a dump in the floor near the manager's desk, and then trod through it on their way out. "Friggin' animals," I said, covering my nose as I took a step back. I bumped into Gale, and he seemed to have seen it too. He took the bulletin board back with him, but the damage was definitely done. I asked him if he had any idea who could have done this, but he didn't seem to have an answer. He sat looking at his little memorial, the corkboard the only reminder of his friends, and I wondered if he was going to be okay. Someone, or something, had gone in and wrecked his remembrance plaque. I say something because as far as I knew, we were the only people that could travel with any accuracy. If there were others, then why hadn't they found us yet? Or we them? I sat with him for a little while, hoping he would snap out of it, but after some time, I decided to leave him with his thoughts. I decided to go and find something to cheer him up, a nice meal or something sweet, and hopefully he'd be back to his old self. I was heading to WW, a very special place that I discovered before meeting Gale, but didn't entirely understand. When I first came to it, the floor didn't feel right, and the whole place smelled like food. When something dripped onto me as I stood studying it, I immediately went through again and stepped into XX. I told Gale about it after we met, and he laughed and offered to take me back. When he showed me the true nature of the place, I understood what a cool store I had run from. Here, I'll show you my journal entry, and maybe it'll shed some light on the situation. WW, Sweet Store. Designation, low to no danger. People none. Theme, dessert shop. WW is a store made entirely of dessert items. The shelves are made of chocolate, the floors are made of marzipan, and the ceiling drips with endless whipped cream. Everything there is edible. All the packages, the products, even the walls and the furniture are fit for consumption. It's a great place to find a sweet treat. Pretty cool, right? There really is a store for everyone. I closed my eyes and prepared to step through, wanting to grab something sweet, but as I came into the place, I thought I'd made a mistake. I still stepped into the wrong Dollar General about 20% of the time. I'm far from perfect, but as the overwhelming smell of chocolate assaulted my nostrils, I realized I'd gone to the right place after all. The walls, the shelves, the floor, they were all still made of confection, but their composition had changed drastically. Most of the shelves lay in chocolate shambles. The packages that were uneaten had been scattered and stomped on, their contents spread across the floor. The packages left smears across the ground, and the smears were worked deep into the marzipan. The ceiling was untouched, but it was a little bit out of reach. The mess was impressive, like some wild animal might do when cornered and trying to escape. I started looking for a source of all this destruction. It seemed similar somehow, like a place I'd seen before, and I felt the hairs prickle on my neck as I went. I found a candy cane, of all things, lying by the base of a shelf, and held it firmly between my hands as I went deeper into the store. As I rounded an aisle, I saw something scuttle out of sight. As my foot came down in an extra thick splat of whipped cream, I heard the skitter of something that ran along on all fours. I kept checking my peripherals, listening for the subtle scrape of feet, and when something finally lunged at me, I brought the hooked end of the candy bludgeon around and cracked the end on the face of my attacker. I brandished the broken tip, ready to fight whatever had come for me, but it was the last thing I expected to find sprawled on the floor. It was him. It was the hermit. He was righting himself, getting up on his hands and knees and hissing at me like a wild animal. His grimy clothes were smeared with chocolate, and his hands were caked with the store's leavings. He seemed more feral than he had the last time I'd seen him, and when he threatened to lunge again, I shoved the broken end of the candy cane at him, and he scampered back smartly. "Get back!" I yelled, and for a wonder, he did. He ran for the bathroom and plunged through the door, leaving the store in disarray and leaving me with questions. I traveled to XX, following on his heels, but he was nowhere to be found. There was no way he could travel like Gale and I could, but I suppose that would explain how he had gone to Gale's old store and messed up his board. It seemed impossible. The guy was crazy, but the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like it had to be him. Who else could it be? We'd encountered no one besides the hermit, and if it wasn't him, then the prospects seemed even more fearful. I went back to DGB-0 to give Gale the bad news, and found him seated at the desk we'd put together, and fixing his sign. "I ran into the hermit," I told him, when he didn't look up. "What the hell were you doing in FF in the first place?" he asked, putting down his tape and glancing over his shoulder. "I wasn't in FF," I said, hesitating a little as he looked up in confusion. "I was in WW. He's made a real mess of it. Gale sat back, and I could see that he had recreated the board as it had been when I'd first seen it. The warnings, the stories, the pages of remembrance to his old friends, they had all been lovingly recreated, and it did my heart good to see it restored. It deserved to be here. It was important to Gale, and we should protect it. That doesn't make sense, Gale said. He's never shown any inclination after leaving before. He's always stayed in FF for as long as I've known him. Are you sure about that? I asked. When I showed up, there wasn't a lot of food left, and there's no way he's been living there all this time without a food source. Gale shrugged. I never thought about it like that. Mostly I just avoided FF because that's where I've always encountered him. I guess he must be traveling. But how does he know how to get back is what I want to know. It's not impossible, but he's about half crazy. You can't tell me that guy could figure out how to travel with any real destination. I don't know, I said. How long has he been here anyway? Gale scratched his head, looking like he was trying to puzzle out something difficult. He was the first person I encountered when I set out traveling, and I'd been traveling for quite some time when I met him. I don't know if he was here before me, but I suspect that he might have been. I guess maybe he wasn't always crazy, but that's just speculation. Any rate, if he's wrecking up stores, we need to stop him. Like I told you once, there's no proof that the store or the resources they hold are infinite. If we're going to survive here, then we need to stop him from making that harder. What's the plan then? I asked. But that's where today's story ends. Gale and I are creating a plan to stop the old guy from wrecking up the stores, but it's something we have to approach carefully. He's crazy and dangerous, and if we don't want to get hurt or killed, then we can't go in half-cocked. Gale has started keeping a closer eye on the Dollar General, and we've started going into other stores with weapons. If he attacks us, we'll be ready. Hopefully we can take him alive. As promised, though, here's a couple of excerpts from my store journal. Hope you guys enjoy them. AA, the Upside Down Store. Designation, low danger. People, none. Theme, upside down. This store is like a regular store, only, well, upside down. The shelves stay on the ceiling, and the food doesn't fall off them and come up, so there must be some sort of weird gravity. Gravity doesn't seem to have reversed for us, however, so we walk on the ceiling and find all the shelves unreachable. Gale, however, suggested using a stepladder, and it's possible to reach high enough to pick some of the items down to us. The place makes me dizzy if I spend too much time there, and it's a real trip. S, the Street Store. Designation, moderate. People, shadow drivers. Theme, street fair. S is a perfectly normal street, with booths set up that have items. It's all inside, but the ground is concrete, and there's garbage cans and street lamps and graffiti in odd areas. The only real danger present is that sometimes cars drive up and down the road. They don't go very fast, and they're not hard to get out of the way of, but if they hit you, it could kill you or hurt you. The shadow people who drive them look like living shadows, and they don't get out, so there aren't any troubles there. As long as you stay off the center of the street, then you should be fine. The food is normal, but aside from the shelves, there are these odd little food stalls that just seem to have cooked food in them. You shout what you want into the stall, and they cook it, and you can watch it be made all by itself. It's wild, but a nice little change-up from the norm. The stalls have a finite amount of resources, but if they run out of food, they'll put up a closed sign. There are 8 streets, and they have sidewalks beside the shelves. The cars don't seem to come from anywhere in particular, and don't seem to go anywhere either. The exit is a tunnel with a crossbar blocking it. I've talked to Gale about going into the tunnel and see what's on the other side, but he is staunchly against it. We spent some time making plans, but very little was decided on. The hermit had to be dealt with, that much was clear, but it was the how that eluded us. We could take him alive, but then we'd have to guard him. We could kill him, but neither of us were sure that we could kill somebody. He had to be stopped, but how could we do it? First thing we gotta do is find him, Gale said. If he can travel, then he might be anywhere. We need to track him down and see where he is. If he's going back, then FF would be a good place to start. True. If nothing else, we might find out more about him. What's to know? He's a crazy old dude, I said, adding a length of rope to my bag. If we were going to find his lair, then there was a good chance that we could set a trap for him. True, but was he always? I don't know how long this old guy's lived in the Dollar General beyond. He could have come here when they were still called J.L. Turner and Sons. Hell, crazy dude could be Cal Turner, for all I know. Who? I asked, not having a clue what he was talking about. Sorry, I don't know why I would have expected you to know the store's history. Cal Turner took over after his father died and officially named the store Dollar General after that. Word was that he went missing sometime after opening the first one. Just stepped into one of his own stores and was never seen again. His son ran them when I worked here, but I suppose he'd be an old man by now. Cal and Carl, his son, looked a lot alike, and it took the company years to admit that the owner was gone. Some people say that he just became a recluse, but I know managers who were close to the family, and they swore that the rumors were true. Anyway, I doubt the old man is Cal. He'd be older than hell and likely twice as crazy. I didn't like to think about another lost soul trapped here, but it did make me wonder how many others were taken prisoner by this place. I had no clue how long I'd been there, but I knew it hadn't been very long compared to Gale, and Gale believed the old man had been here longer than that. If people didn't age, then who's to say Cal Turner wasn't here somewhere? Who's to say there might not be any number of people traversing the infinite, or not-so-infinite, Dollar Generals? And if there were, why hadn't we met any of them? Have you ever met anybody else? I asked him, before I could think better of it. "Besides you," Gale said, smiling a little at the thought of it. "No one other than the hermit and Celine, I guess." He got a little speculative then. Thinking about his friends always made him quiet and thoughtful, and I hated that. Gale was a good dude, and I didn't think he should be inundated with guilt over people he had no control over. He'd done his best, plain and simple, and they had done what people do. I just thought of something, I asked suddenly as I slid a cold brew coffee into my backpack. If he's going through the doors, then shouldn't he stop being crazy? Gale cocked his head at me. "What do you mean?" "Well, you said that all injuries and damage to clothes and stuff are fixed when you go through the doors again. If he's rattled from his time here, then shouldn't he be kind of, I don't know, reset or something when he goes through the door?" Gale pulled his bottom lip into his mouth, chewing on it as he thought the question over. The doors had always healed anything that was wrong with us in the past. Whether it was a wound or ripped clothes, it always fixed us, and we were pretty reliant on it for clothes and general fixes. If the crazy hermit was able to travel while remaining in his wrong mind, then maybe the doors didn't reset you as much as we thought. Hell, Rudd, I don't know. Maybe he's messed up enough in the head that he thinks that's just how it is. Certain amount of what we do with the doors happens in our heads. I don't claim to understand all of it. Sometimes it works different for different people. It works the way it works for you because that's how it works for me, and I'm the one who taught you. He may have learned differently, so it works differently for him, I guess. Maybe we can ask him, if we manage to grab him. I nodded, trying to ignore that he had called me Rudd again. Rudd, or Rudy, had been his son, and the more comfortable he got with me, the more often he slipped up. I didn't mind, not really. If he thought of me as his son, then I was okay with that. No, it was Gale who seemed to mind. Even now, he had realized that he had said it, and his face had gotten stormy. I knew he was still looking for Rudy, still looking for all of them, but the chances of finding them seemed to dwindle the longer they stayed gone. Rudy had gone after another of Gale's original group, but it seemed that no one came back from the ceiling. I was already trapped in the Dollar General beyond. I wasn't in a big hurry to get trapped somewhere else. "Got everything?" Gale asked, pulling on his pack and taking up his club. We had never really carried weapons, not like this, but after finding the hermit in other stores but his, we had started taking them with us. We had taken wooden chair legs and hammered nails into them. They weren't very sturdy. They were mostly spiked particle board, but they would do in a pinch. We had taken some of the hoodies off the rack and sewn cardboard into them. They weren't great, but they would do too. The cardboard wouldn't do a lot, but it was the best we could manage. "Ready," I said, making the chunky sweater as comfortable as I could before we set off. I wanted to start in FF, but Gale said that we should go check a few key places first. I have some safe houses I want to make sure he hasn't hit yet. It's nothing impressive, just some food and things that I've come across in my travels. I made notes as we went, and here's where we went from my journal. It's starting to come along, but I know it's a drop in the ocean in a long run. B. Normal fall store. Designation, low danger. People, 0. Theme, fall decor. B is a perfectly normal Dollar General that's been set up for fall. It's got pumpkins and scarecrows, and some of the Halloween decorations are there, but not all. It has some seasonal items, but it seems to be the start of the autumn selection and doesn't contain as much as it would by the end of October. Gale had apparently been there before and left a go bag. He went to the manager's office and opened up the red box that usually held the fire extinguisher. Instead, there was a backpack that Gale took out and unzipped. He looked over the things inside, talking under his breath as he made sure it was all still okay. "All right, I didn't think you would come this far, but it was possible. Let's go to the next one." We did a quick check before leaving, but everything appeared to be in place. The things I had used were gone, but nothing else seemed to be taken or moved. We still weren't sure that he could take things with him, but as we moved on, we were in full data collection mode. OO, Night Store. Designation, moderate danger. People, 0. Theme, a dark store with lamps. OO is a shadowy place, and one of the few stores without the buzzing overhead lights. It's lit by tall metal street lamps, and the light they make doesn't go very far. It does not appear to have a ceiling. Any attempt to shine a light up there reveals nothing, and Gale thinks that it's likely it's here to simulate a night sky. Some of the shelves are pushed over, and I suspect that the miasma can come and go freely here. We've never encountered them here, but it seems likely that we could, so we try not to linger. Gale hit the ground running when we got to OO. None of us liked to be here, but he felt like it might be a good place to hide something because of the environment. The whole store was pitch black and lit by these interspaced lampposts that cast yellow globes over the shelves. He reached between two shelves and took out a duffel bag, handing me the light as he went through it on the run. When he had established that everything was there, he zipped it up and we headed out. There was a sound as we came to the door, something like the moaning wind from the shadowy ceiling, and we were through before we could discover what it was. Store Triple E, the cave store. Designation, highly dangerous. People, 0. Theme, a store inside a cave. Triple E is a store inside a cave, as the name entails. The lighting is glowing fungus that bathes everything in a mysterious glow. The shelves are carved into the stone, and some of the items are made of rock. In the middle of the store is a pool of water that's okay to drink from, but contains a monster. Gale says it's a big crocodile, and that it comes out to walk around on occasions. It chased us the last time we were there, and it's easily 10 foot long. There are bats that hang from the ceiling, though Gale isn't sure what they eat since there are no bugs here. He's never seen them move either, so no one is sure what they do as well. The food here is refrigerated by the cave, which is a consistent 65 degrees at all times, and nothing seems to spoil or go bad. We came into the cave looking for the creature who lived here. We had been here a few times. The store had a great selection of mushrooms, but the last time we had come face to face with the gator who lived here. I hadn't really believed Gale when he told me about it, but it was hard to deny it when you were face to face with the monster. He had a long snout like a crocodile, and his scales seemed to shift through a series of colors as he came hissing after us. He was slow, thankfully, and we got out before he could catch us, but I suppose that put my rule about no living creatures in the DGB into question. He was in his pool today, at least we assumed he was, and Gale pushed a rock aside as he took out another backpack that he had checked over. Most of these bags had things like first aid kits, non-perishable food, and toolkits that could be used to make traps and snares. Gale had set them up just in case he needed to secure another store or travel the infinite for a while, and I was sure that these weren't the only ones. Gale had been here long enough to set up safe houses in several stores, and the one in the DGB 0 was just the first in a long line, I was sure. "Okay," Gale said, pushing the rock back into place. "He hasn't found any of these. I can't think that he has any real skill with travel, but if we haven't come up on him, then he must have enough to go back and forth." "Are we ready to check FF then?" I asked, still feeling that it should have been our first destination. "Not yet," Gale said. "Let's check a few random places. If he's just traveling willy-nilly, then we might find him somewhere near FF." I nodded, seeing the logic, and as we set off, we went to GG first. GG was the place I had stopped after my initial encounter with the oldster, and it was a store set up for Mother's Day shopping. The whole place smelled of flowers, and I really enjoyed coming here. It was nice, and the whole atmosphere seemed to glow a light pink. GG was fine, but as we moved into HH, we could tell that someone had been here. HH was a normal store, except for that all the words were reversed. It was like a weird mirror store, and looked like someone had ripped open a couple of the bags of chips and ate them right off the floor. They were scattered like a rat had been at them, and though we weren't absolutely sure it was him at first, we found more of his leavings down one of the aisles and decided that it was a good enough calling card for our little friend. We checked a few other stores. Some of them bore similar signs of visits. Food scattered, trash tossed around, and a nice healthy dump left 9 times out of 10. "Now are we ready to check FF?" I asked, tired of looking at scat and stepping on chips. "I suppose we should," Gale said after finding his calling card in another store. "Seems unlikely we'll just run up on him while he's being so sporadic." Gale seemed like he didn't really want to go to the Hermit's Lair, but it was our best bet of finding him at this point. We stepped into the dump without much fanfare, the Hermit's store looking as desolate as ever. The floor crackled under our feet as the wrappers and garbage crunched underfoot. He had just been dropping his trash in the same manner that he dropped his waste, and the whole store stank with a mingling of rotten food and human crap. I didn't want to be here either, but we had to go make sure he wasn't hanging out and waiting for company. We stayed close, searching every shadowy nook and dirty cranny, but we couldn't find the old man hiding anywhere. "Okay, it was a good idea, but I guess he's out. Come on, let's try somewhere else." We were leaving the back area, near the automotive section, when my foot struck something and I stumbled. I immediately wished that I had been looking where I was going, as I fell face first into a pile of dirty rags, my nose coming into contact with the worst smell I had ever experienced. Imagine old sweat, unwashed clothes, dirty bathroom aroma, and a hobo camp on a hot day, and you're pretty close. I came staggering up, trying to get away from it as quick as I could, but when my hands fell on a plastic holder with what felt like paper in it, I reached back and pulled it out too. It was a backpack, one shoulder strap ripped from the bag, and inside was a journal. It was old and cracked, the leather extremely abused by the owner's hands and many openings. The paper inside was curled at the corners, and there was a bookmark inside of a happy cat with a fish in his mouth. The handwriting inside was neat, a meticulous script that had been written with care, and I doubted that the crazy old man had done it. There was a lump in the middle of it, and I thought it might be a button or a name tag. But I heard Gale grunt as something came screaming from the top of the nearby shelf. The old hermit had returned, and it appeared that we had found something he treasured. Gale turned to catch him, but he landed on him and knocked the wind out of him. The old man was off and capering towards me, his teeth bared and his face a mask of crazed rage. He rushed me like a linebacker, knocking me over as his long, dirty fingers closed around my neck. My air was instantly cut off, his nails digging into the back of my neck as he screamed and gibbered in his weird language. I tried to fight back. I tried to push him off, but he was solid for someone so old. Shoving at him was like shoving at a boulder, and he leaned into me as I slowly strangled. Black spots started appearing in my vision as his greasy fingers choked me to the point of unconsciousness. I wondered if the door would bring me back to life when he inevitably collapsed my windpipe. Would Gale be allowed to drag me back through it, or would this crazed loner simply bite my throat out and eat me right here? When his blood splattered my face, I supposed I'd never get to find out. As his fingers loosened, I could see Gale standing behind him, panting as he released the handle of his weapon. The nails were sticking out of the hermit's skull as he shook and gurgled, and when I slipped to the ground, his blood made dark stains on the blankets that he had used as a bed. Gale stepped away, shaking as badly as the old man had been, and when he ran for the door, I followed after him. When I came through into the DGB-0, but he didn't, I knew something was wrong. Now I'm left here with just the journal for company, feeling like maybe we've crossed a line that neither of us were ready for. I'll keep you all posted, but for now, I think I need to go and think about what's happened today.